Welcome, 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 everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It is so indescribably good to be back. My name is FourY4. I am here with RMC. We've got lower bracket action all day today. 2 best-of-3s to decide who goes on and has a chance of, well, staying in Brazil and who is going home. First off, we've got Loud versus Cade. This is not the matchup it was last year, but it still should be a pretty good one. Let's get that bracket on the screen for you. RMC, how did we get here?
Well, last week was wicked sick while you were sick, FourY4, and we had all sorts of chaos breaking out. 3 out of 4 games running the full gamut, 3 games in a best of 3. And you can see the bracket right in front of you. Pain versus Loud, the banger, the match of the multitudes. Somebody had to drop to the lower bracket, and unfortunately it was Loud. The second series, I think, was more surprising. VKS versus Leviathan. And K-Stars lost to Leviathan. The LA teams are doing incredibly well.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is a surprise to see VKS drop a little bit, but keep in mind they are coming in with a bit of a different roster, one that does need a bit of time to grow. And because of that, I think Group A, or at least the left side bracket, has given us the banger lower end, the lower side of this matchup. One thing to note as well, the winners of today will face the losers of tomorrow, but it will be cross bracket. So whoever wins today between Loud and Cade will be facing off against the loser of Isris Estrel versus Red Cannons.
And all of these, I mean, that is going to be an absolute slobber knocker of a matchup, to use a technical term. That Isris Estrel versus Red, that is going to be a phenomenal game. I think for me right now, that is that's the game of the split. It might end up being the game of the split, just period. But like you said, RMC, the Latino teams are doing really, really well. And this matchup right now, right, Loud versus Cade, you talked about it. This is not what we expected from, you know, kind of, if you were just to say, if you were to look at these teams from last year, you think, damn, both these teams in the lower bracket, man, Leviathan must be really, really good. And I think they are, but let's get that K-Stars roster on the screen for you, and we'll see just how we got here, because this is not your grandpa's VKS. This isn't even your dad's VKS. This is Gen Z's VKS.
I mean, you could argue this isn't even the CBLOL VKS that we've come to know and love. K-Stars as an organization has been around for a long time in CBLOL. Their roots near the beginning. They're actually one of the older organizations, but did get left out of franchising, and now they're back. Now, if you're North American, you might not be as familiar with them, but if you're Brazilian, you know them. If you're European, you might know them as well, with both Coach CL coming over, Smiley joining and playing last year. Now this split, we've got Trimby joining us formerly from Team Heretics as well. And if you're Oceanic, you might recognize him as well. Our producer Rose with the pen might recognize Kissy coming in from Oceania as well, just promoted from their academy roster. He played in Brazil last year, actually won the Tier 2 sort of America's tournament, the America's Challenger tournament, but he's been promoted this year. So a lot of imports on this team. They are looking to make a splash. But, you know, they've got multiple promotions. Mortea's promoted, Kissy promoted, Bo arguably promoted. He's been in and out of Tier 1 and Tier 2. So it is a fairly, how should we say, inexperienced roster coming in to LTA South, and they need some time to gel.
Yeah, and that's important because when we were kind of ranking, you know, kind of, these rosters in the preseason, you know, it's okay, how will these rosters do right now, but also where will these rosters get to? I think if anyone has earned the benefit of the doubt, it is the man at the helm of this operation. Coach CL also came over from Rogue, right? Has experience working with Trimby, has experience working in Tier 1, was on that championship-winning Rogue roster a couple years ago. And he has proven that he deserves the benefit of the doubt because he took a mishmash of players that I think the floor was a little higher with last year's roster. Because, like you said, you've got some raw talents here, especially Morteas. I think the ceiling on this guy is, you know, not like astronomical, but he has the ceiling to be a pretty dang good AD carry in this league. He's not there right now. And they've all got to learn to mesh, all speaking English, right? But Cade, they've invested in their infrastructure. They have hired English tutors, not just to like teach them English, but no, to work with the whole team on how to most effectively communicate in League of Legends, right? It's, you know, the problem you're seeing with certain, you know, like Lion, if you follow LTA North, right? That roster, what's that communication look like? You've got Koreans, you've got, you know, you've got people who don't speak English as a first language, speaking Spanish, and then our boy Licorice, who gets a free pass, but it's how to communicate effectively. Let's get that Loud roster up on the screen for you. This is also not your dad's Loud roster. Believe it or not, and RMC told me this as we were kind of coming on air, it has been less than 2 splits. It has been less than a year since Loud last won a title. So, you know, it's not that their fall off has been greatly exaggerated or anything. I don't think anyone thinks it's a bad roster, because they're not. but it has only been one split since Loud last won. Unbelievable. Robo, Wiz, Tinones, Root, and Winsome. Wiz and Winsome. Wiz, a CBLOL champion, COVID Cup champion, 2020 split 1 with Kaboom, never forget. But Robo, Tinones, and Root, a combined, oh my gosh, just so many CBLOL titles between them. I think literally like 15 CBLOL titles between them. And then Winsome, coming up from, well, Tier 2 in Americas, but north of the equator. He played with FourX, right? And then was on Cloud9, and actually, because he is American-born, doesn't take up an import slot.
Yes, and it's interesting you mentioned that, because Loud is a team with 3 Koreans on it. Technically, they've kind of got 3 imports, Wiz and Root using the normal import slots, and Winsome using the North American import slot. So Loud, really playing games here in the offseason. I'd argue they won the game they played in the offseason. But if I want to take a step back and talk about the fact that, hey, they just won their last championship less than a year ago. Yeah. But it's not just a championship. It was the 4th straight championship for this team, and the carries have remained the same. Robo, Tinones, and Root, they were part of that roster. I think Root 3 times with this team, winning the championship. And so, 3, and then Robo's at 6, Tinones at 5, so 13 championships between those 3, and then Wiz with his COVID Cup as well. Yeah, this team has a ton of experience coming through, and this was why when we looked at the bracket, we said, Pain versus Loud. Yes, it's a banger first matchup. It's, a matchup that we've seen time and time again in Brazil as one of the most hyped matchup, the most high-skilled matchups. But it does mean that somebody had to drop to the lower bracket, and this could have been Pain right here. Right now, it's Loud. Now, Loud ain't perfect. That's why they lost. Wiz and Winsome coming in has changed up the style. Wiz is not Croc. Croc used to be the go button for this team for better or for worse. Wiz has not quite filled that role, and frankly, I don't expect him to. But between him and Winsome, somebody needs to start stepping up and being the primary driver for this team.
Yeah, and I think what you touched on there hits at, this isn't, this is the same Loud team as far as the carries are concerned, especially your guys like Root and Robo, the guys that could be an X factor and flip a game on its head. Tinones is as steady and reliable as they come. He struggles a bit with the AD mid meta, but is, seems like he's back on his horse as far as more traditional mid laners are concerned. But Wiz is not Croc, and I mean that for better and worse. He doesn't have the ceiling, the kind of, oh my goodness, what did Croc just do plays, but he also doesn't have the, oh my goodness, what did Croc just do plays. Yeah, you know what I mean?
He'll always buy his level 1 items, but he might not always go for that level 1 team fight.
Exactly. Croc gaveth and Croc taketh away, but Wiz is a little more steady. Winsome kind of coming into his own. He's got the instinct for a snap engage for sure, but still rough around the edges and needs to be refined a little bit. But RMC, zooming out for both these matchups, I don't think, unfortunately, that there is a lane in which I favor Cade. The closest is mid.
That is a spicy statement and a half, Arthur. And I can kind of see where you're coming from. It's hard to argue against Robo, who currently, arguably, you can hear my reluctance to say this, might be the GOAT of the region. He's got the most championships.
He's got the most titles. He's got 7, man.
Yeah, 7. Okay, not even 6. Yeah, 7. So, he's been dominating. He's been an absolute beast. It's hard to take any top laner against Robo. Now, it is worth noting, if you're not familiar with these Brazilian players, these Brazilian teams, Robo is known for kind of inting the regular season a little bit. He literally limit tests. He said in interviews before, he treats the stage in the regular season as more of a, as a very high-stakes scrim. And you can get away with that in a round-robin format. You can't get away with that in our current double elim format. Again, whoever loses today is done. So split 2 starts. They're just sitting back at that point. You're watching, but you're not going to be on stage anymore. And so, yeah, that one's hard to match. Tinones has been one of the best mid laners for such a long time in this region. Root is probably their best international performer. That guy got a pentakill in, MSI 2024 or Worlds 2023 just to kick things off. Like, the first pentakill of that tournament, there's so much down here. Wiz has been rock solid as well. The only real question mark is Winsome. So, you're looking at mid lane Kissy as potentially a place that could stand up to Tinones. I kind of agree because Tinones likes to sit back. I'm personally a little bit more concerned about the bot lane. Trimby has a lot of experience. Winsome, a little bit more hit and miss. And sure, Morteus doesn't have the resume of Root, but Morteus has been in the academy system for a long time. He was always scheduled to be the primary AD carry for this team, even when Smalley was the starter for this team. Coach Yell had said, yeah, we are eventually going to bring Morteus in over Smalley.
Yeah, he was very straight up about that. And Coach CL, right, when he got here last year, he said, no, look, I've got a 5-year plan here, which that's all well and good. But in esports, It's understandable why you would turn your nose up at a 5-year plan. You're like, dude, this whole league might not exist in 3 years. God knows what's coming around the corner, split to split, even year to year. And sure enough, the merger threw a bit of a wrench into things. But as we're kind of seeing here for LTA North and LTA South, the day-to-day running of the leagues is basically the same. The formats are different. We've got some cross-conference competition. But me and you, RMC, the mechanics of this don't feel any different, right? We get up at 8 a.m. We're both on the West Coast here in the U.S. We get up, we get into our call at 7:45, we cast a couple games at 8 a.m., right? And then we go on with our days, right? It's the same teams, it's the same names, etc. But you nailed it. This team has a lot of room to grow, right? With Trimby at the helm, right? And I think experientially he is at the helm, and I think Coach CL is probably empowering him to be that, right? But Trimby's always been someone who's focused on the macro game, and it's going to take a while, and unfortunately, that is the downside of such a what I think is, at the end of the day, a good format for kind of this kickoff tournament, right, in Split 1. But Cade are going to have 4 weeks of scrims, essentially, after this, if they go home. And we made some predictions coming into today. I think there is a very, very, very low chance that Cade win this series today. They could take a game off Loud, but I think there is pretty much no chance.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about CIB. Rose actually wanted to put it in writing in terms of what we thought about these teams and our winning chances. There you go. You know, if you follow podcast Gringos Silverados over on our YouTube channel as well, FourY4 and I were on that podcast, and both of us already did say we heavily favor Loud to win. And you can kind of see right now, FourY4 is absolutely the most optimistic about VKS's chances here. I'm a little bit less so, and I don't know if Rose trolling anymore. Less than 1% chance. 2-0, okay. Actually, that's an interesting one, FourY4. Do you think this is going to be a 2-0? Because we don't think they're going to win, but do we think they can take a game?
I do think it is going to be a 2-0. I wouldn't be surprised. But if you ask me, like, okay, the 4 outcomes. 2-1, right? 2-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-2. Right? Those are the 4 outcomes. I think the most likely of those 4 is a Loud 2-0.
Okay, that's
what say
fair.
you? Of those 4 outcomes, you have to choose one. Nerf gun to the earth.
My head is saying it should be a 2-0. My heart's calling
Bingo.
for a 2-1. I'm going to call for a 2-1. You know what? We'll take the outside chance here. I think VKS. So here's the thing. A lot is the same. FourY4. A lot of our sort of schedule, a lot of our routine is still the same. But one thing that is different between LTA South and CB LOL is full fearless format. The fact that once you play a champion, it's gone. And Cade Stars, I think even last week showed that they have an interesting champion pool. I really liked the Vlad from Kissy. I know it didn't work out, but he has such a deep champion pool. Same thing with Desamas. Desamas has all those carry junglers in his pool as well. Bo used to be known as a carry player. I think if you give him those sort of champions, he can certainly pop off on them. And Trimby's been around enough. His experience, he should have a fairly wide champion pool.
He should.
So
he should.
If
he's played through so many metas, right? There's no way.
I think they can maybe cheese a game out and draft and get a win that way as well. Yeah. You don't even need that amazing a cheese. You know, something a bit milder, like a nice Parmesan would be good enough.
Exactly. Yeah. Right? Like it's not mozzarella, it's one step up, right? It's lowercase f fancy cheese. It's white people fancy cheese. It's Parmesan. It's not gonna, you could put it on kind of whatever.
Yeah. Exactly, and I think Cade Stars can pull out a game. The problem for me, the reason why I seem to favor Loud so much is, first of all, I've still got PTSD from their 4 straight wins in championships, but also it's just hard to bank against Robo, Tinones, and when they're so incredibly stable and solid. I think Trajan put it best. He said Loud's really good at punishing teams, and I agree. And unfortunately, Cade Stars is not a flawless team. They make really high plays, but they do make mistakes as well.
Yeah, they are a bit of they're kind of showing up as our yardstick team because, like you said, I mean, like Loud and Red I kind of put in a similar bucket just skill wise, but the ability again like to punish I think is so much higher on Loud because they've got so much more experience. Tinones, for any of you, if you want some insight into the lore of the LTA South, if you are an NA enjoyer. If you are an old school Cloud9 fan, 2014, that's how long Tinones has been doing this. Remember that Kaboom team? The This Is for Kaboom? Tinones was on that team when he was 17 years old. He is 27 now, and he's still doing the dang thing. Into picks and bans we go. Woo! We've got some League of Legends to cast. Maokai first picked immediately, and when you're on B1, you've got a jungler like Wiz, you slam that Maokai.
Yeah, and it is going to be Loud on the blue side. Surprisingly, Cassante actually making it through the entire first picks for both of these teams. Instead, we see the Jace being picked up from K-Stars. I like it. It is a flex pick. Can go top, can go mid if you're feeling ultra spicy, can go 80 carries. A little bit too early for that. But yeah, and it is one of the answers that people have been picking into Cassante as well. So it really denies away Robo wanting to pick that champion.
Yep, so still kind of, you know, on the table a little bit if you wanted to go into it, but like you said, it's a bit preemptive from that side. The Zyra looks like that'll be in the jungle again. That could go a couple different ways, but I think in game one especially, just given how quickly bang, 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 bang all these picks came out, I think that is going into the jungle. But now you've got an interesting kind of composition taking shape here. You've got some poke, and you've got hella zone control. No true tank, but you see what is coming together here in the Cade kitchen.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of tank options for support if they want. Though I will say, if there is a sort of 80 carry that Zyra want to go support with, Ashe is definitely one of them. There's a lot of poke potential.
Yeah, Ashe, Zyra. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and without having a tank as well, I mean, with the Zyra, you already see the Maokai and the Leona come out. That's really strong disengage, and you're kind of daring Loud to come into you. Jace could also be tank in this situation, so yeah,
he can go a couple different builds. Yeah, I mean, like, but that's what's also interesting about the Jace is like he's flexed it a couple different ways, but it's sort of like it doesn't have as many builds as Ambessa, but we've seen a few different Ambessa builds kind of come out. Straight tank, bruiser. You could go straight up lethality, right? Yeah. And with Jace, you can kind of take pages out of that same book.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen the Olaf ban start to come through from BKS as well. They don't have a ton of ways to try and stop an Olaf, so they're really trying to stop dives from coming through. Rose,
why did we give Rose a pen, dude? Rose with the Telestrator is a menace. But in Rose, I agree with you. I'm a Leona enjoyer. I have been as long as I've been playing the game. I like just stupid, easy to execute made of CC support champions. That's my bread and butter. But yeah. Anyway, I had nothing to go with that. But the Olaf ban, I think, is very, very good, respectful. And taking away the Cassante, actually, kind of in pick number 2. Interesting.
That was a bit of a shocker for me, and I feel like that's one thing about Fearless, right? They're banning it, I feel like, just to keep the option open in a later draft where they have a better matchup for the Cassante. Because if K-Stars wanted, they could have just picked sent Jason to the mid lane, pick the Cassante now, and then you take that off the board while having such a strong power pick without a lot of options or counters on the side of Loud there. So I like the decision making from Loud. It is very forward thinking of Aoshi to kind of take that away early. It does, however, mean that K-Stars continues to get their pick up the litter. And we talked about Zyra Ashe, but right now the meta support to go with Ashe is Braum. The perma-slows come through, the stuns come through, the CC chain comes through.
And now we've got, hang on a second here. This is Viego. Hold up. I'm trying to parse through the Loud draft here. Is it Viego top, Aurora mid?
Oh, wait, you're right. Oh, I think it's Aurora top, Viego mid. But Tino's doesn't play Viego
maybe,
mid.
But I was gonna say, why would you give Tino's Viego? We just spent a couple minutes talking about how we struggle with that AD mid.
He'd take it, but
yeah,
Tino's.
Exactly. It's just Tino's is so just like on traditional mages. Tino's is unbelievable. I can't remember the last straight up bad game he's had on a mage. Now Aurora, she's different. I get that, but Viego it's a whole different zip code. Gnar locked in here on the other side, so it will be the Jace in the mid lane. Very interested to see how this goes. Okay, no, it's gonna be Maokai top, Viego in the jungle. Tino. Okay. This. All right, my heartbeat slowed down a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I was kind of hoping for Viego top, but
I was too, but this makes more sense.
Yeah, because I mean, Viego top honestly isn't a bad choice into a tank chase if you know it's going to be a tank chase. But at the same time, like that Jace got flex mid, they picked the Gnar, and Viego would not do terribly well into Gnar. So I think a much better choice to flex into jungle. Wiz played it. Wiz hasn't actually played it last week. It was the Samus who played it last week. Pardon me. Yeah, so a bit of a surprise to come through. The Maokai flex, I really do feel like that for Loud was more of a okay. You know, we picked the Maokai early, but we really want the Viego in the jungle. Just chuck Maokai up to top with Robo. And Robo, yes, does he feed sometimes? Yeah, sure. But at the same time, he also has that flexibility. He's played all sorts of weird things. He's the guy who was playing like Tristana in the top lane as a counter into Gnar and stuff like that. So he can
and pretty well, by the way. Like that Tristana Robo, like it's legendary for a reason. It's not because he entered his face off on. He's got a fair share of picks that he has entered his face off on, but the Tristana worked really, really well.
Yeah, and after looking at that drop, I'm going to be honest, it really felt like Loud had some ideas of what they wanted to do, But
Yeah.
I think they might have overcooked a little bit. They played with the flex a bit too much and ended up with a slightly odd draft. It's not a terrible draft. There's a lot of engage to come through for them. They can play front to back very well. We've seen Root on the Ezreal last week. Really
I was going to say, man.
wins for his team. I mean, that was the one game they won, was Root on the Ezreal. He doesn't need a team around him. He can literally 1v5 in some of those situations. But I really like what K-Stars drafted. If Loud felt like they overcooked a little bit, I think K-Stars cooked perfectly. They're giving us a Michelin star course with their draft. Really solid meta picks coming through, really strong front to back. Really good team fighting into what Loud has brought to the table as well. And that to me has become the signature of K-Stars. Their draft and read on the meta has always been good since CL took the helm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've, like you said, you've never seen really like a bad draft from Cade since he's taken the helm. At least, like, you know, execution is one thing, but it just, the vision is so cohesive, right? And it plays to kind of the strengths of the individual players as well, right? There's not going to be anything crazy or off meta for anyone except for Kissy, but it's because he's proven he can handle it. He, you know, he won he and the Cade Stars Challengers, Cade Stars Academy roster won America's Challengers essentially because that was full Fearless, remember, late last year. And it was is that considered modified Fearless?
That was modified Fearless.
Okay,
because Game 4 and Game 5 had less bans. I mean, it does make a difference right now when it's the best of 3, but yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, that series went all 5 games, and Cade essentially out-Fearlessed Pain Gaming, because Pain Gaming just kind of brute-forced best of 1 their way through everything. They were just better than everybody. And then when they ran into Cade, they, you know, Kissy and company just had a couple jokers up their sleeve, and they were able to out-Fearless them. It worked really, really well for them, and so Kissy is someone who, even at the time, at the level, we were like, no, you slot this dude into CBLOL right now, he's a top half mid.
Yeah, now, into the... That said, okay, we talked a lot about sort of how these mid laners might stack up Kissy, you know, with that champion pool. I don't necessarily think of Jace as a huge winning matchup into Aurora. You can certainly try and dodge out. Oh, Morteus and Trimmy got caught on a ward. Do they know?
Someone is about to get a surprise. Very nicely done, Trimby. Yeah, just kind of that sixth sense there. Being able to recognize. And Winsome and company, he's going to help out Wiz grab this blue buff here. Let's see just how much they can test it. They throw down that stealth ward. Morteus, I mean, he's going to make him hurt for it, if nothing else. So Wiz will get that blue buff, but taking a couple, maybe a couple more health ticks down than he would have liked is Winsome.
Worth noting, though, K-Stars did get multiple red wards on the blue half of the map for Loud on the blue buff. Blue side, blue buff. So you can see Samus immediately just runs over and tries to counter this. The other thing to note as well was because of all these early invade shenanigans, we're not seeing a lane swap come through, and thank goodness for that. Look,
praise the Lord.
I love good macro. I understand lane swaps, and I used to like it. We're seeing a bit too much of it. I would like to see the 1v1 matchups. That, however, will play into the hands of Loud. Loud has very good hands across the map, and sure, Kissy can match up, but Bo, even with the range matchup, Morteus and Trimby, even with the Ash Braum, that could be a problem in standard lanes.
You see Aoshi there, my goat, next to my other goat, Fogeta. Aoshi, of course, on that, he was the coach of that INTZ roster last year that was all sorts of fun, we'll call it, great for entertainment value. But Aoshi now coaching what has to be said is the highest level roster he's coached in Brazil. Always known as being a great man manager as well. And we talked about it, if this Loud roster, right, coming off 4 straight championships and getting kind of unceremoniously dumped out of playoffs last split by their arch rivals as well, dumped into the lower bracket by their arch rivals in Pain Gaming, dumped out by Red. But if any team that could be in danger of resting on its laurels, right? A combined, 12 or 13 championships for Robo and Tanos. They've had careers longer than, some of us have been watching professional League of Legends. If any team needs a kick up the behind, it is Loud. And if any team can give it to them, it is Aoshi.
And we've got to see whether or not they are going to come online. Here's the problem with Loud as well. They're traditionally a very slow early game team. Again, all the action will be kicked off by the likes of Croc. Right now, we're seeing Winsome roam around, and I'm hoping that means we get a bit more action. But I look at K-Stars instead, and Samus is somebody who's known for early aggression. He's already looking mid, Winsome looking to wrap around, and Wiz in the pocket as well. Can they dive this?
I think it'd be kind of crazy if they did, but they're certainly going to try. Gets the flash out of Kissy. And that Zenith Blade does not land, but Kissy throws off the emo. Yeah, Kissy was also very low on mana. That was definitely part of the calculus there.
Oh, 100%. Really well played from them. They made sure that, hey, Kissy burns all his mana, trying to push that wave, trying to answer a little bit. Then they look for the dive. Great flashes, though, to keep them, or for Kissy to keep himself alive, and for Winston to force that. Worth noting, Winston is not running Hex Flash. So a lot of times we see supports go for those flashes trading because they know that, hey, I've got Hex Flash. I can still look for plays later on. Winsome can't do that anymore. This is a straight up play, still favoring Loud because you can re-gank Kissy, but it does mean that if they manage to slow down Winsome, if they manage to tag him up and start winning those trades, Morteus and Trimby will be able to run him down.
And that Leona engage just so powerful. Paired with Root here. It's not a traditional pairing, kind of this Leona Ezreal, right? Ezreal Braum is what you might expect, excuse me, from this bottom lane. But Root on this Ezreal, man, I mean, Titan who is what I have to say about that. But in all seriousness, both of these guys, I mean, Ezreal can be such a champion that can make you look so godlike because this champion has so much agency.
Just can't believe you asked Titan who when they just played last week and Titan won that matchup. Oh, he lost the Ezreal matchup.
But on the Ezreal, Loud won that game.
True. That's fair. You know what,
you can only pick it once because of Fearless. I get it. I'm cherry picking here, but
I paid good money to see you say that Titan's face, man.
I would never. That's why I'm doing it in a different language on the internet, completely separately on a stream that he's never going to watch.
Fair enough. We don't know if he'll never watch it. I mean, he did kind of interact with our tweet on Twitter, so you know what? That, however, will be tomorrow where we get to each other.
I really complimented him in that tweet. A very well-endowed individual. So I'm hoping that would cancel out any sort of playful flame I throw at him here.
You know, it's funny because I just learned earlier this week from this Fang Leone in our community Discord that because I made a joke about Ranger, and he was like, yeah, you know what? You can flame Ranger, just say Ranger code after that, and you'll be fine. So
yeah, exactly.
Maybe do something similar.
And then his army of minions will not, DOS you.
Fair enough.
Now we do see a little bit of a lane swap here. I was going to say, yeah, as the grubs are coming up, not a bunch of prio paid to the dragon. No feats of strength have been gotten either way here. Wiz able to throw down the Harrowed Path, give himself a little bit of cover. No one has hit level 6 except for Tinones here. Yep, indeed. Kissy hit level 6, but obviously not the same. Robo, he's not a support. He's not a jungler on this Maokai, so he's got that very powerful ultimate. Second grub goes over to Loud, so they split it at least 2-1 here. As Bull makes his way up to the top lane. Wiz taken low. Tribby taken very low and taken out completely. First blood over to Wiz. The old world goes off here, and now locked up is Kissy. He goes down as well. Robo getting another one on his plate as well. 2-0 for Loud, gorgeously played.
And how did everything go so wrong for it? It's not done yet. Wiz gets caught out.
Wiz a little bit greedy here, taking a page out of the Croc book. I've seen him do that on Diego a couple times. Morteus, a couple more autos will do, and he feeds a kill over to Desamis. Now Loud let the lead slip just a little bit here. So maybe not everything goes wrong for Cade RMC.
Yeah, thankfully, Cade actually managed to salvage that with First Blood going over to Loud. The 2 kills to 0 initially made us a little bit worried. And the fact that Loud started that off, FourY4, to me, that's almost borderline criminal. Because we talked about how Cade might struggle in the 2v2s and the 1v1 in standard lanes. To give them credit, they didn't. They actually matched up perfectly well. And Desamis on the Zyra farms faster than Diego. He actually had a CS lead. But Loud were just first to the move. They actually rotated better. They went straight for grubs. They didn't go to lane first like we saw from Morteus and Trimby. They just went straight at it right from the get-go. Managed to snag 2 of the grubs. So if Cade Stars weren't able to find that extra kill from Wiz greeting a little bit there, maybe channeling Croc a little bit too much, things would have been a lot worse for Cade Stars.
But instead, they've got themselves 1 grub, 1 kill, and, wouldn't you know it, a 300 gold lead.
Sure. That's actually kind of big that they managed to get a lead despite not winning the grub fight and only getting 1 kill to 2. And that's coming from the laning, specifically, or I guess not laning, from the jungling, to be exact. Desamis is just so far ahead in terms of CS. Winsome getting caught again. We have to highlight that because we said it before. There's no Hex Flash for Winsome. There's no safety on this Leona. We saw it at that fight. Wiz got caught, but Winsome was the one who went down. I mean, it's a good support play, but it's also flashless support play.
As Tinones has found himself down in the bottom lane, so it's not a kind of traditional, or it's not a new school lane swap. This is just kind of what happens in the mid game, right? The solo laners get to the outside. You want to feed your AD carry the goal. There's nothing kind of crazy or newfangled about this. But how about Bull? Man, we want to talk about how the way we expect these lane matchups to go, and you were kind of alluding to it, RMC. That's a 200 gold lead over to Bull. He's up 20 CS. He's down a kill, yes, but very, very nicely played here on this Gnar. How'd you expect this matchup to go?
I did expect the Gnar to have the advantage with the range, of course. The fact that with the Gnar, you can always kind of hop away whenever Maokai tries to engage on you, and you can kind of just win out the trade. But, It is Robo, so part of me is still thinking like Robo should be fine. And they kind of were. They were pretty much dead even. This CS advantage we're seeing from Bull actually comes from the lane swaps and the grub shenanigans where Robo had to go back to base. Bull was just able to go right to farm instead and catch up that way. So well played from VKS with the macro. Unfortunately, you can see, despite being down CS, Robo's still the one pushing up, pressuring, taking these tower plates. And KateStars, yes, you can say part of it's just the rotations that are coming through, but I want to highlight Bull's still in the top lane. Yes, we see Trimby roaming up a little bit, but Bull was forced out of lane and it's just fallen. Well, I don't want to say falling behind. He's still maintaining his lead, but is getting pushed back by Robo.
And now that gold lead is pretty much flipped. It was 200 in favor, excuse me, of Loud. Because Robo, like it's kind of a microcosm of what we said about this Loud team. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. Sometimes when the onus is on them to make a decision, some of these decisions can get, a little bit dicey. But if you give them an opening, this team is way too experienced not to take everything they can from it.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to get scary. Right now, we're still in the early game. Only 10 minutes into the game, one Dragon did go down. KateStars was picking it up while we were talking about it. And Kate is still the aggressors right now. We haven't really seen Loud try and make too many moves. Yes, they went for grubs a little bit early, but I think them kind of getting burned a little bit has slowed them down. That's fine. That's not where Loud excels anyways. It's usually around the 20-minute mark when Baron used to spawn, when Atakan will now spawn in this current meta. That's when I think we start to see Loud really punish. And I like what KateStars have been doing. They've been proactive. They've been making plays. I need to see more of that. I want to see more of that. TP from Robo.
TP from Robo. I still got to get used to that animation, man. That tripped me up there a little bit. Bull in some trouble here. Gonna get the Mega Gnar off. Does have the flash for a snap engage. He might want it here as the rest of the gang shows up, but just barely mistimed. He thought maybe the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from across the map from Morteus was on the cards, but instead Kate opting to play it a little bit safer as the rest of these Void Grubs have spawned. But does that give Loud an opening to now take commandeer command of this river themselves?
Yeah, the fact that they forced out the Mega Gnar early, I think, will allow them to kind of get in there. You can see Bull just went mini, so they don't have that huge team fight potential. Cade more potentially just looking to re-engage or look for the pickoff after these grubs go down.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Samus would look for the steal. I feel like with the Zard, it's a lot scarier, and his flash isn't quite up.
3 grubs over to Loud, make it 4. Solar Flare lands, wins him immediately with the fast scene of the Blade Enchanter. Arcane Barrage over the top, wins him in a little bit of trouble, but the Aurora World comes out again. One day I'll get the name of that ultimate and it'll stick in my head. Wiz able to survive, just barely gets over the wall, but Kissy able to get a kill right back. Mininar goes down because he's made a paper. Root finally his first kill. 4 kills onto the 4 members of Loud that you would like it to be on, and they will take 5 grubs as their reward.
Really patient play from Loud, drawing that fight out. KateStars, they were looking for that snap engage, but wasn't quite able to find. I like the initial idea, but Loud, they surprisingly, I didn't feel like they had the best counter engage tools. They really only had the Maokai ultimate for the most part, but it's been doing work. Robo using that ultimate really, really well. That experience shining through stops the engage dead in its tracks, and we're seeing KateStars. Well, they don't look like they've solved all their communication issues from last week. We're still seeing Trimby a little bit ahead of the rest of the team. The team not quite able to full up, and you'll see here Trimby is looking for the pick, and sure, the Solar Flare doesn't tag Trimby, but it does force him back with the rest of the team's not able to follow up, and he ends up going down once again because that's kind of his job, and it's on the rest of the team to make use of that. When all those spells are down on your tank, you need to be able to follow up, but there's just so much follow-up CC that stops the team from properly getting in there, properly being able to follow, and we're just seeing bits of damage kind of thrown out here and there, not onto the same target, spread out all across Loud, not enough to really quite take anybody out.
And I don't think you would expect all their communication issues to be ironed out one week over the next. And it's funny because CL, we were kind of looking at it before we came on air on a kind of pre-game stream. CL, yes, he takes the long view in mind, again, especially with a bit of a raw roster here, right? Kissy getting his first taste of Tier 1 action. Well, not Tier 1 action. Tier 1 action in South America, I should say. He played in OS for a while. Morteus getting his first taste of it. Trimby is an LEC champion. DeSamus has been in the league for a long time. Bull has been kind of in and out, right? A bit of a yo-yo player. But these 5 players have never played together. The only holdover from last year's roster is DeSamus. These are 4 entirely new players. But we were talking about it beforehand to get to my original point. As the Glacial Fissure misses, Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land there on to Winsome. A little bit more CC. Grasping Roots go out. Winsome might be the sacrificial lamb here. Indeed, he will be. Threw out the Solar Flare to keep Kissy out of the fight. It didn't really work. And K to get a pick there. So maybe a little bit more invested than you would have liked, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, That's the thing right there for the fact that it looks so disjointed, right? The way the CC comes in. On one hand, it's kind of not terrible CC layering. You're not wasting any CC overlap, but there are spaces. If Winsome had flash, he gets out in that situation because there's gaps in the CC. And in this case, for K-Stars, you invested 3 different ultimates, it feels like, to try and, or a lot of key spells, 2 ultimates, both Trimbees and Morteus, to try and lock that down. And with those big teamfight ultimates down, sure, you got the kill, but Loud gets the dragon. And a single dragon's not the most impactful, I'll give you that. It's not the end of the world by any means, but it's not a great sign for your team that you're blowing ultimates just to try and make plays early before the objective comes out, and you don't get that many kills, and you don't get the objective after.
Yeah, you really didn't get much on the back of it. Root. Not going to get all 4 stacks of the Winter's Bite there onto him. But yeah, K just not able to take that extra little bit here. But again, still only 1,000 gold lead for Loud. But in the late game is where they shine, right? Their team fights are unbelievable. And if we've talked about anything here, and with good reason, it's that Cade, they just don't have that synergy yet. CL, their coach, wants to win. You play to win the game, as they say. But he also knows that, again, you got to take the long view with this roster. It's a bit of a bummer that they've got a 4 or 5 week vacation on the horizon if they do go down to Loud here. Checking in on items, Kissy going with that straight lethality, and I think that's kind of fair enough here. You do have a true tank this time in Robo, but other than that, pretty squishy members all told. So you want to try it. I mean, how do you... Because we talked about the identity of this Cade Stars comp as it was kind of coming together in draft. A poke composition. When you see the Jace, you think poke. With the Ashe as well, with the zone control, right? I mean, it's kind of like old school poke comps used to have a gangplank in them, right? For that zone control, the ability to kind of play backwards almost. As you see the gold graph there, you see Loud really taking control. Morteus, I thought he was going to get snapped up there. Wiz had the flash. Winsome did not. So maybe that's why they didn't pull the trigger, but I thought that was going to be a classic rookie AD carry gets caught in the mid lane moment right there, but it wasn't. Anyway, how do you see this Cade Stars composition kind of playing things out now? I mean, so much of it revolves around the Megadar.
I was going to hold up there. Then Arrow actually came across. I didn't quite see if it hit Bull, though.
No! Heartbreaker will not find its mark. Stranglethorns go out. Nature's Grasp go out in response. Robo almost able to take himself out of the picture, but instead Kissy will get the kill. Tinones grabs himself a tower in the top lane. In the meanwhile, the gold lead stays kind of the same. Cade Stars come out just barely ahead on that. But again, Loud going to take everything that they can, and they leave the door open for a Void Herald, so that's exactly what they're going to get.
Okay, so cross-map plays at the same time from both these teams. I like that they're both looking for the same thing. Loud, though, doesn't get the kill. Cade does. Loud will instead get first brick and Herald for it. So still very net neutral. Look at the gold, pretty much the same. Loud kind of investing, though. It's a lot of banked gold that they can count on versus the immediate gold that Cade Stars is picking up. And that was what made me hesitate a little bit. I saw the arrow come across. It didn't quite land, but it didn't matter. Robo is surprisingly squishy. I don't think he has any armor yet. Kissy was just wrecking him. Does he? So he's got the boots. Okay, he's got a little bit of armor, not a ton just yet. The lethality from the Ghost Blades is just more than enough to overwhelm him. And the moment that Mirror Mana comes through as well, that's not a good position for Loud.
No, that spike is really, really nice for Jason. Once he gets the Cyrildas in there eventually, which I think will be probably that 3rd, if not 4th item, then those shock blasts are going to start to hit like a truck. He's going to be really, really difficult to deal with. And again, Robo's going to have to itemize into that. And why not? I mean, yeah, you've got the magic damage coming in from the Samus and the Zyra, but I feel like you have a lot more physical damage to worry about.
Yeah, and he's probably going to build that Thimble Winter soon enough, and that would give him a little bit more armor. But to go back to your question earlier for about compositions, funnily enough, when I saw the draft, actually, I was thinking more team fighting for Cade Stars, right? You've got the Gnar, you've got the Braum, you've got the Ashe, and the Zyra to counter engage as well. They are really strong at team fighting. But the way this game has played out, yeah, I do think it's become more important for them to actually get their poke online. Kissy needs to soften up Loud, because Loud has shown that they're just better at team fighting. If we talk about team fighting, there are 3 teams in this league that, or back in CB LoL last year, that really caught our eye. It was Pain, it was Loud, it was Red, and Loud's still great at it. Winsome getting caught again, flash or no flash, it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, we've seen this movie before. RMC is still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool. All right. You see in the waiting room down there, I think that was that Isurus? No, that was, I think it's W7M question mark. Yep, that's Fluxy W7M.
That's Fluxy W7M.
Hedon and the boys waiting there. But now Cade, with that pick, got themselves a little bit of a gold lead here. Again, I don't think it really changes the state of the game too much, but Loud's still going to be able to take this away. But again, Winsome getting caught out just kind of a couple of times.
Yeah, and this happened last week as well. I know there's a lot of criticism leveled at Winsome, sort of as the new piece on this roster. And no, I'm not going to say he's faultless, because, yeah, he is, I feel like, a bit out of sync with the rest of the team. He is overstepping, and K8stars is maximizing that. But I think part of that as well is K8stars aggressively looking for picks. And if it's not Winsome eating it, it's got to be Robo. It's not the two of them. You've got problems. So Winsome eating the poke, eating the engages is not the end of the world. Like right there. If Winsome's the one eating that engage, I'm fine with that. You burnt the Zyra ultimate. You've got Herald set up. You've got Dragon to fall back on. That's technically a good start.
Herald does go out. Glacial Fissure immediately in response once they hopped out of that. And now Root taking a shot blast as they've gotten softened up pretty good here by this K8stars composition. And now as they lead into the dragon fight potentially, at a big disadvantage are Loud. Trimby going to take a couple of shots in the meanwhile as well. Morteus got to be careful he doesn't get jumped on. But it does feel like K8stars have that first purchase onto the dragon, and they're going to use it. Kissy actually looking for a pick here onto Wiz. Not going to find it, and Chester Cristero will miss as well.
I'm actually shocked that Loud's not contesting this. We saw Braum's Glacial Fissure come out. We saw Disarm's Wild Growth used as well, right? That's two major ultimates kind of down already. Then what do you have left? Bull actually was mini at the time, had no rage bar. If they forced the fight, I think they could have won. Instead, Loud moving to this top side, it feels like they're saying, we don't care about the dragons. We want to focus on Atakan instead. Try and force Bull out, get the vision down. That's the more important part.
Ooh. That's starting to hurt a little bit. Speaking of Muramanas that have come through. Very nicely done. But still, yeah, Loud, they feel like they've kind of stalled a little bit. I'm not personally surprised that they didn't try to contest that. I think the health bars were just too low. But to your point, even if you have low health bars, with the amount of engage and CC that Loud has, you can just kind of overwhelm Cade, right? They don't have really, you've got the Jace Hammer for disengage. But other than that, it is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Glacial Fissure, and the Stranglethorns all down. Unless Bull has a big old Meganar, right? Maybe you're worried about that, but I think with the health bars, I wasn't shocked they didn't go for it, but Loud letting the game slip away from them ever so slightly here. Not even letting the game slip away from them, just not kind of jumping on as many opportunities as we're used to seeing them. But you got to give credit to Cade here. They're playing relatively mistake-free League of Legends.
Yeah, and that's one thing we talked about. Loud really good at punishing. If Cade, you don't give them the opportunity to punish as much, then that is one way that teams can win against Loud. And Cade has been proactive throughout all this series. I really enjoy not just the Samus making a lot of things happen, but the rotations we're seeing come through from Morteus and Trimby, especially Trimby as well, to make sure that he's always in position first. It's one of the reasons why as well. Like we saw that mid lane sort of face off where we thought maybe they could go on Morteus. As long as Trimby's there, it's actually really hard to, because he's got so much CC and interruption to stop the engage coming through. You almost have to take out the Braum before you can go for whatever carry he's looking for. And because of that, Cade has managed to fend off a lot of what Loud has been looking for. The only slip-ups happen in team fights, and maybe that's why we're kind of seeing Cade be a bit leery about setting up for Atakan, about looking for the bigger objectives. Dragon melts pretty fast, but Atakan and Baron are a lot harder.
Yeah, that requires quite the investment. Reminder, for if you're a Season 15 and not a Season 15 enjoyer, as Bull throws the Gnar ult out, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow did miss here. CC chain is absolutely massive. Loud get caught on the business end of a couple of huge ultimates there. Robo locked up here, and Bull will assist to help Samus pick up a double kill now. Now you've got a legitimate magic damage threat here, and Cade in their most commanding position of the game so far, but again, nothing to take on the map as a result.
Yeah, and one thing that didn't get talked a lot about during the preseason or off-season changes was the turret changes. Turrets ramp up harder.
Yeah.
So Robo was eating the shots the entire time, and he is definitely tanky. The Pimple Winter already coming through, and we're seeing the benefits of that. The armor mattered a lot, not enough. Trying to dive a Meganar is so difficult, and I feel like they kind of mistimed the Rage Bar. K8stars, though, while they fend off the bot side, they get the kills. They're not able to get any objectives off of it. Like, they're not getting the turrets. They're not setting up for Atakan. We get a replay on this dive. And to me, the moment that Rage Bar hit about 2/3, this dive was not a good idea. Even if the Samus doesn't show up, even if Trimby doesn't show up, you're probably still going to lose Wiz on that dive. And it's a 1-for-1. At that point, it's kind of not worth. It just goes, of course, to the worst possible scenario for Loud, because there was backup. And with that, VKS don't lose a body. They get 2 kills to boot. Well, I won't say it's the worst, because they didn't lose an objective off the back end of it, but it certainly was a rough position.
Now Bull, all of a sudden, feeling a little bit cockier, potentially, and why not? Both on kind of similar items. Actually, that's not true. Robo's still up a full item. Oh my goodness, Enchanted Cristalero lands from the other side of the map. Kissy flashing in, shock blast to the dome. Tinones sent right back to the gray screen.
Well, that was a magic trick and a half. He just melted right there. The full lethality coming through, well, with the Mirror Mana, it's just doing so much work. And now K-Stars feel comfortable to start this one up. Robo TP in here. His ultimate is up and available. Atakan does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and applies that shred as well, right? Double resistance is locked up here. Winsome lands the Solar Flare in with the Zenith Blade. Glacial Fissure goes out in response. Robo looking for potential way in here, but doesn't have his ultimate. Already blew that. Cade withstand the initial onslaught. Now with the numbers advantage, they've got first purchase here. Wiz potentially looking for a way in. He's got the Heartbreaker, but the health bars are really low from Winsome. Root's got to be careful here. Able to Arcane Shift away. Bull not going to find his mark with the Boulder. If that hit, Root might have been toast.
Okay, that fight, what actually impressed me the most was not really Kate fighting Loud. It was actually how Kate played around Atakan. And I hope that they show.
Yeah, you got to do two things at once there, right? Those are new patterns you're learning. Yeah, you're playing Dance Dance Revolution there with Atakan. There's a lot to dodge.
Yeah, and especially with Voracious, right? Like, if you're too close to it, it does a lot of damage to you. So you kind of need to be able to space properly, knowing when to move in, when to move out, not stand. Look, there was a video put out by LoL Esports, which I think it was, I can't remember if it was Zale or Jad or somebody from the LTA North side talking about it. I think it was Jad. And the fact that actually you can dodge a lot of the Atakan damage if you're just aware of the attack patterns, dodge those balls, and you're kind of good to go. And VKS did that. And last week we didn't see that. Last week we saw teams struggling a little bit around Atakan when they were fighting other teams. So really well played from K-Stars, really patient. We saw the ultimates come out not to secure kills, but more to just slow down the team fight and get Loud out of the area. Loud was a man down. You just had to make sure you didn't get caught in a very compromising position.
And the compromising position was in fact where Loud were caught. Not Cade, though. Now, 4 dragons. It's a Soul RMC kind of out of nowhere. Wait, no, that's not a Soul. That's the Atakan guy. My bad. They've got 3 dragons. Okay. They've got Atakan plus the 3 dragons. They are down the grubs. But RMC, Cade Stars, 27 minutes into this, they've got a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and this is really well played from them. This is why I said they could take a game 4-4. And granted, it's not even off a cheese composition. I'm going to be honest. This is a really just standard front to back team fighting with a little bit of poke, just a little bit of everything in their composition. You absolutely love to see it, and it just feels like Loud's the one who fell behind. We're used to them kind of sitting back a little bit and letting the game happen to them till about 20 minutes, but 4-4, it's 26 minutes. The time is here, and Loud still look on the back foot. We're not seeing that go button that we needed to see from Wiz or Winsome.
Able to buffer the arcade shift there, but able to cleanse out of it. But the Glacial Fissure comes out. A lot of CC down. My goodness. Between Bull and Morteus taking a couple tower shots. You've got the GAs there from the Atakan, so feeling a little bit emboldened by that. And they get that mid-tier 1 and get a kill onto Winsome as well.
Baron is up and available. Cade Stars, though, going for the reset instead. They want to spend their gold, get ready to come back in. And for Cade Stars, this is what you love to see, right? Zero hesitation on the dive. I was hesitating a little bit. I thought if you trade 1 for 1, not really worth it. But Cade Stars knew that they could make it work. And Loud felt like they got caught a little bit flat-footed. Their members weren't there to stop the dive coming through. Robo didn't even bother looking, which is the right call. He doesn't have TP available. But Loud can't afford to be losing members like that. Robo getting caught out, but he's so damn tanky.
He is enormous. He throws out the Nature's Grass. Here comes Tinones. Between Worlds comes out. They're not locked in here with him. He's locked in with them. Desamis comes forward, but now a big shutdown comes through onto Robo. RMC, that did not go the way I thought it was going to.
No, and I think that's critical to note that Robo has hit that point where his split push pressure, he's not the fastest turret taker, but he is one of the slowest deaths in the game. So
yeah, I was going to say, he just buys a lot of time by just existing.
Yep. Yeah, and I actually feel like this is a better way for Robo to play. He often does over push and gets caught in side lanes. Well, if you're taking that much time, you're not getting caught anymore. You're just a stall for the team. Bull has TP'd up here.
This could be the game here. Weirding hits. Desamis has to go into the stopwatch. Throws out a big Stranglethorn there. Bull trying to buy some space. Root is getting mowed down. That could be disaster for Loud. They get spread to the 4 wins. Their AD carry is down. And now Cade will win the fight. Robo buying a lot of time for the rest of his team to get away because that's all he can do right now. Cade come out huge in the fight around Baron, and they will get the big purple worm as their reward.
I'm shocked. I feel like this is the first 5v5 team fight where Cade Stars has actually won it, and they did it just by walking in.
Yeah, they didn't do anything crazy. They were just like, no ult from Tinones, no ult from Winsome, no ult from Robo. They kind of saw that, and they said, look, we just got to kind of outhand you here. If we could jump onto Root, That's it.
Yeah, that hunting bear, the pit is so small right now that Loud felt like they got clustered in, and that's when that team fighting we are talking about, all those AoEs for Kate Stars managed to really come in big for them, and they finally win that team fight. I want to highlight Tinones as well, because I'd love for them to show us the damage numbers. When we panned over to the fight, it felt like Tinones was just out of the fight, and he was just standing around the side, not really, oh, perfect, we get a replay instead. And I just want to note Tinone's position. Tinones was outside the Baron pit. He wasn't in there doing damage. He gets the first bit of damage down into Samus, and then what? He's just hopping around the site the entire time. Doesn't get anything done.
Yeah, he can't find a way in.
Yeah, what should have been, an equal numbers fight really felt like a man down from Loud, and unfortunately for Root, if Tinones ain't in there, then there's nobody distracting you from Root. Sure, Ezreal is slippery. Sure, Ezreal's got a lot of mobility, but there's a lot of bodies that can just dogpile on him, and once you're done, you're just left out to dry.
Well, RMC. This game just got interesting. Until that point, I was still kind of, all right, when are we going to see it? When are we going to see it? I knew you were going to show that, Rose. And that's fair enough. I no longer think it's going to be a 2-0. I think Cade win this game now. They've got an almost 10,000 gold lead here. Glacial Fissure goes out, as does Nature's Grasp. Morteus able to cleanse out and taking no prisoners here. It's just Winsome walking up with no follow-up, and he's going to get deleted. Here comes Bull. Oh, he doesn't have the flash, but he does have the big Gnar ultimate. Takes down 2. Root and Winsome rocketed back to the gray screen. Robo next on the menu. All that shred is coming through. Kissy and Morteus actually can deal with this massive treant of a top laner, and they've got a 3-man advantage that they are pressing RMC. 11k gold lead. They're going to get 1, maybe 2 towers out of this.
Are we sure Kissy is the Australian player here? Because Loud looked for the counter engage, and Bo said, "Gnar." Literally just walked in there and gnarred them. I'm not sorry.
Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, let me go over to my other monitor. I'm going to clip that real quick. I'm sorry if you were interested in what's going on in the game. Cade won, but we need to take some time for what just happened there. The dog came up from downstairs on my screen. That was RMC, bro. It wasn't even bad. It was just like, oh my, it hit me like a straight punch. Enzo, were you napping? How could you have been napping during this game? Cade won, Enzo. They won, big guy. Come here.
Well, I mean, Loud kind of looked like they're napping a little bit, FourY4. They weren't proactive. They just sat back and let the game happen to them. And against a team like Cade, you literally cannot allow that to happen. Look, Pain sometimes lets the game slip a little bit in the mid-game. They slow things down, and then you get a way back in. Cade has never done that. They win fast or they lose fast. They have some of the shortest game times. Heck, last week I think they had the shortest average game time in their matches out of all the matches. So Cade win or lose fast. And for Loud, that means that you can't be letting them just take over a game like that. Or if they do, you need to find ways back in. If not, Cade won't give you space to breathe. They'll just keep pressuring. And with that, first win for Cade Stars, FourY4. That's a scary position for Loud fans. What has happened to the 4-time champions?
I mean, it's like you said, I kept waiting kind of for Loud to do something, right? It's the poke and the stick meme. Come on, do something. And they never did, right? There was kind of like, there was that one like sort of pick they got in the top lane where Robo bought a bunch of time. But even then, if I gave the members of Loud Truth Serum and said, hey, was that on purpose? Or was that just kind of a happy accident, right? I don't know what answer I'd get, right? But man, oh man, I mean, Cade just, again, they played mistake-free League of Legends. The team fights weren't always the best, but there was no like glaring error in any one of them. And also, Loud, kind of in the early game, they punished some team fights a little bit, but Cade didn't really put themselves in any more compromising positions, right? There were a couple times you go, they got a kill, but there's nothing I can take on the map, right? And Loud actually was cross-mapping pretty well early on, but they weren't able to break the game open at any point. I think you got to give credit to Cade because they didn't allow the game to be broken open at any point.
Fair enough. I won't personally say that I thought Cade played perfectly. I do think they made
no,
mistakes.
That was perfect, but there wasn't anything that like wasn't just there wasn't one horrendous decision that they made.
Yes, I think that's the bigger thing is that when you're aggressive like that, if you make small mistakes, you can still come back from it, and you get to choose when to engage. So the weight, the magnitude of those mistakes are not as big, and you can slowly just accrue wins to cover up for that. And for Loud, like, hey, the punishing is good, but you need to kind of capitalize on that punishment a little bit more. FourY4, game 1 is in the books. The champions are out. And I'm going to be honest, I thought right from draft, Cade had a massive advantage. They should not be able to get that big an advantage again. I do not think, well, I certainly pray that Loud don't let themselves get gapped like that and dropped again. It's so hard to play from behind with that composition that they did have. And going into game 2, I'd like to see more go buttons for themselves, more ways to get back in, and don't give Cade Stars everything under the sun when it comes to engage.
Yeah, no, really good draft from Cade, good execution from Cade as well, and now Loud, one more loss, and they go home. RMC, we are sending 4 teams to the little mini tournament at the cross conference. To have Loud not be one of those 4 teams,
yeah. And on top of that, from 4 straight wins to 4th place to 4 losses and you're out. That's the trajectory that Loud's on right now. They got to turn it around somehow.
Well, we'll see if they will. We'll be right back. Game 2 on the horizon. Did not expect myself to find myself in this position. Cade coming out swinging and 1 win away from getting to fight another week. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Loud on the verge of being kicked out of Split 1 of CBLOL 2025. Wow, LTA South 2025. But that will take some time for getting used to. RMC, I don't think I can get used to this Loud. They were they were just a damn squid. I mean, we talked about it for that they have slow early games. So for 20-ish minutes of that game, I know alarm bells were going off in my head. And then the game ended, like, really fast.
Yeah, they felt basically anemic the way they were playing that game. Like, yeah, they had some good counterplays. Their early game macro was fine. They were still getting a hit in terms of map objectives, but beyond that, they just didn't have it in them to actually fight, and I hope that changes up. Going into Game 2, you can see the 10 fear list bans, which are no longer available. A lot of the sort of engaged tools have been taken off the board. Bo, don't get your team in trouble by hovering that. We've seen teams lose ban for trolling before. Corki, to start, could go to Tinones, could go to Root. I know Tinones had problems with 80 carries before in the mid lane. Corki was not one of those 80 carries he struggled on.
No, kind of on the Azir Corki matchup, which might be what we get here. It could go down to the bottom lane for Root, but I think that'd be a bit of a waste personally, right? Backs against the wall, right? Put Tinones on the Corki. There's a champion he's been piloting for years and years. He's had a ton of success on it. Don't overcomplicate things, but the response looks like it will be on that side. Now, RMC, I do you know how this works as far as who gets side selection? I'm assuming it's loser gets side selection.
As far as I know, this is a get side selection, but I'm not 100% sure on that. The rulebook I couldn't find this split, but yet, and with all the changes, I'm not quite sure how it's kind of rolling out either. Well, we do see the rel picked up early for Trimby, a very, very strong support, but weirdly, we've been seeing support priority kind of fall a lot outside of the early bronze. So there are still options. Alistar is still up and available if you want the traditional counter to the likes of rel.
Okay. Will
so
be
it
the
is Root's
victor.
Corki.
So Root is on the Corki. Now, again, if we're talking in terms of put Tinones on something he's comfortable on, control mages, Victor, great. Root on the Corki, I don't know, man. He can pump out a ton of damage, but it really feels like, you know, something short range like this, Root's going to have to work really hard. So the composition around him needs to be a good one. Something with some peel, something with a couple of tanks. Sejuani is a pretty good start.
Yeah, if anything, I'm actually a little bit concerned with the range issue that you're talking about, FourY4, because it's not just the Corki's range, which, I mean, he's still got packages, or not packages, but he's still got missiles, so he can still rain down from afar to poke. Victor ain't got nothing, right? He's literally a very short range champion. Yes, in a team fight, he can do a lot of damage. He did get nerfed in this patch, though. But if you do get outranged, and Azir can potentially outrange you, it does become a lot bigger of an issue. Okay, we're seeing the Jax hover. If that gets locked in, which I believe it might, it's a very bold champion. But I've got two concerns with it. Yep, it gets locked in. One, you're doing it blind. There are counters available to it. And two, we just talked about range. Jack is going to hop right into the face of Victor, get Chaos Storm, and sure, Counter-Strike will reduce some of the damage, but you're eating a lot of damage to come through. And stun ain't going to do squat to that Chaos Storm.
Yeah, exactly. No, and you're going to sit in that gravity field and just get locked up, right? And then you might just get 100-0'd, right? Victor has a bit of self-peel in that way, or if nothing else, if you're going to take him down, he's going to make sure that you suffer a lot for it. Renekton banned away, Vi taken off the board. Yeah, I was expecting, I mean, maybe this could be Rel jungle, but I don't think it will be. Rel hasn't played the jungle in a long, long time. So, targeting those jungle bans. But I thought that's what you would get on R3, kind of to your point, RMC, is something like the Vi, or, you know, I mean, shoot, if you wanted to, well, I was going to say if you want to do the Nocturne Orianna thing, but the Azir's already locked in, and it's not going to be Azir support. Thank God. I hated that so much.
Your AP carry bot lane?
It's just so
probably not.
Dumb, dude. Just play him where he's supposed to be played. Don't cook too hard here. Poppy taken away, and I think that is absolutely fair enough. Getting that away from Robo, or potentially when someone Poppy just so strong.
Yeah, I think, well, Winston was one who played it last week, but I do think Poppy against the Jax can certainly do a lot of work, and if you can get the front line out of the way, well, it makes it a lot easier to kind of follow up. Now, if we are still looking for sort of Jax counters in the top lane, Gragas is still pretty decently strong on the current patch, so that could be something we see, and I think it'd be a great way to kind of break up the fight, isolate them, and bring people into that short range we were talking about for that Corki or Victor. Ivern coming through from the summits. Actually, I really like this. Ivern was conspicuously absent last week, and it's such a strong jungle pick right now. I don't know why we're not seeing more of it here in South America.
No, Ivern's really, really strong. I mean, to get Azir and Jax boosted up with those empowered autos, that's going to hit really hard. Not going to be the Blitzcrank here. I'm surprised we're not seeing Cassante yet. Maybe we save that for R5. Oh, we got banned on the right side. Okay, I didn't see that. My bad.
Yeah, they changed it up.
Yeah, so not going to let, Robo on. And I think, fair enough. I mean, I think Loud losing game 1 and going back onto blue side, that might have thrown a wrench in things, right? Because then I thought, I thought game 2, the B1 would have been Cassante. But I guess that got switched up. They don't want Robo on that champion at all. Again, probably saving it for potential third pick. Now, the Pantheon being hovered here, I wouldn't be so...
Okay.
Ooh, well, hang on a second here. Is it Pantheon...
Got locked.
Pantheon top, I guess.
Yeah, because Sejuani is already locked in. Alistair's already locked in. We've been seeing Pantheon. Heck, Desamas played it last week, but it was in the jungle. And we've been seeing some support Pantheon as well. Into the top lane. It really... FourY4, I'm kind of shocked because it feels like Robo is cooking a lot. And I don't know if now is the time to be cooking when you're at the verge of elimination. Though game 1, you wanted to try something a little bit weird with the Maokai, fine. You tried to flex it. Now you know exactly what your team's wanting. It's not like somebody flexed you the champion. You picked the Pantheon into the Jax. And sure, I don't think it's a bad pick into Jax. Jax tends to struggle against casters or champions that can burst you down. Pantheon is an AD caster. But into the likes of an Ivern, an Azir, to a lesser extent the Rel, I do think it's quite hard for Robo to pilot team fights. And unless he's just going to split push all game, I mean, you pick the Pantheon partially for the team fight, ability to join the rest of the team fight with the Pantheon Grand Skyfall. If you Grand Skyfall into this team, I kind of don't fancy your odds to be able to actually achieve anything.
Yeah, you're going to need just like a lot of damage over the top of it, right? Now, you do have a lot of CC to allow Tinones and Root to kind of just slow cook these guys, right? You get a headbutt pulverize or a flash pulverize. Sejuani is obviously made of CC, so I see kind of the vision, but it has to be very, very coordinated from Loud. And, you know, again, I wouldn't even say that Loud didn't look coordinated last game. I think that came up. That wasn't the primary issue for me, right? They looked a little discombobulated in some team fights, but it was just like a couple decisions were made that left Loud short a couple of key ultimates, say, or a couple of key members in those fights, and that was, at the end of the day, the death knell for them. So, you know, I guess that's even maybe a different way of looking at game 1, is like, were Loud just kind of asleep at the wheel, just kind of on autopilot, or was it that every team fight they came into, they were down an ultimate, down a man, right? Tano's getting picked by the Atakan, right? Like, those little things didn't, you know, like, it's like, well, what are you supposed to do, right?
I'd argue that I think Cade was burning ultimates more before a lot of those team fights. So to me, it's more just Loud not being properly ready for a lot of those team fights. And with this composition, okay, with the Pantheon, I guess maybe Robo can join fights a lot easier, even if the teleport isn't available. But it does feel like they need to be, well, part of me says that it feels like they still need to be a bit more proactive, but they do have Victor, Corki. Both champions scale incredibly well. And I do feel like they didn't get gapped in draft quite as much. They have a really strong team fighting team. I think they have good lanes, especially in the top side. That should be a winning lane for Robo. Mid lane with jungle help could potentially go the way of Victor. And as the game goes on, I think Victor starts to win that matchup between him and Azir. Anytime he gets in range, he wins that out. So Loud, better draft this time. Cade, still a really solid draft though. I like the Cade draft for the most part. It's not necessarily looking to get in there and like do a big wombo combo. You play the fights a bit slower. You want Loud to engage into you and be able to kind of counter engage. One thing to watch as well will be the 6th man for Cade Stars, Daisy, the real champion behind Ivern.
Amen.
Loud can't ignore her. She can do a lot of work. The knockups, the AoE knockups, are likely to do a lot of damage because Loud's range will cause them to clump a little bit.
Yeah, and Daisy, I mean, she just kind of goes where she pleases, right? Like you said, you can't ignore her, otherwise she will just march onto you and just beat the snot out of you, knock you into the air. It's going to get really ugly. Now, RMC, question for you. I don't actually know. Okay, on Tinones' portrait, right? The one on the bottom left is the level. What's that 0 thing on Victor?
I think that those are his stacks.
Okay, that's all it is?
I believe.
Interesting. It just feels like a weird place to put it, right? Like when you have those shapes with stacks, often in like competitive League of Legends, like the UI, it takes the place of like, say, you know, the Keystone room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they've moved it away so that you can still see the Keystone.
Sure. And that's fair enough, right? You've got room on the portrait, right? Like there's a way to kind of display it, but I think, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I was just wondering.
We'll find out when he starts getting those fragments, right?
Yeah.
Like, so just watch and see.
Yeah, exactly. Initially, I thought it was sort of like just that 0. Like the font is just, it was a very round 0. It just kind of like menacing, and with like Victor's new portrait, I thought it was like, you see those memes sometimes of like even like the "Are you winning, son?" and then it's just like you get like that like wall text of like wingdings alien sort of stuff, right? It's like I've
actually not seen that meme. I've seen the "Are you winning, son" meme, but not with the dings on.
Yeah, but it's just like he's like ascending in his chair, right? That's kind of what like just that 0 is just like that's what that gave that energy from Victor. Anyway,
Well, can confirm it is his fragments because it is matching his CS count right now. We're seeing heavy trades come to the top side.
I was gonna say, god damn.
Yeah, and we saw how the combo is supposed to go, right? When the Counter-Strike starts getting charged, you just stun him and walk away. You get out of the stun, or you get out of the Counter-Strike range within that duration, unless we see Merc Threat start to come through from Bull. But the rest of that trade, Robo just walked up there and took free damage from Bull. That's surprising. That's not ideal, and that has nothing to do how the matchup is supposed to go.
Gonna burn the TP immediately to get back. There is Robo again. This Pantheon, he's gonna fall off a cliff after kind of that level 9, level 11 mark. So there is an onus on Loud to get stuff done early. Otherwise, you're going to kind of be down a man. But the good thing is, like you were saying, RMC, Corki and Victor will scale extremely well. And you have a true tank in the Sejuani to be able to start fights, eat some damage, etc. But Robo, I need to see him. Fling Trippy flash forward, and Winsome just went right onto Morteus. But there were 3 people there. He did not see that coming. First blood over to DeSamus.
That's hilarious. On one hand, that was an amazing dodge from Winsome, but it was completely accidental. Both supports were looking to make action happen, and unfortunately, Loud was unaware that in an unmade, perfectly natural bush, not Ivern made at all, DeSamus just waiting in the wings. And Ivern's not necessarily the strongest early gankers, so it's doubly amusing to me to see that particular gank go down, and the fact that the first blood actually went to DeSamus and not Morteus.
Well. All right, so first kill onto the Ivern. And again, you're going to get a lot of value out of this pick. Ivern is just such a little... He's such a little menace. And with paired up with an Azir, with, I mean, just all these champions who their auto attacks do so much. You're going to get just so much value out of this. And again, if you're just joining us kind of like this split or last split, DeSamus wasn't always like a really good jungler. In fact, on the Super Fluxu days, he was bad. He was bottom half. He was sometimes a traffic cone, right? You could have put me in some of those games. I might have done a little bit better. His ascendance under the tutelage of Coach CL has been nothing short of miraculous to watch. And now he's just a legitimately good player. Kissy goes in onto Tinone's there, drops the gravity well, but Kissy just stays outside of it. And now he's got himself a kill RMC. What are we doing?
I'm watching this in shock, and I don't know what Loud is doing, because, yeah, and that's the thing with Victor, unfortunately. He is very immobile. That limp didn't go away when he ascended, unfortunately, so,
no.
You know, he gets,
well, and especially pre-6, right? If someone jumps on you, you can't just drop the Chaos Storm on him.
Yeah, I mean, you have Flash, but you're so far up a lane at that point that you can't get out to safety.
Yeah.
Robo and Bo.
What?
Oh,
my goodness.
That was unnecessary.
Yeah, that was a panic flash if I've ever seen one. And you don't see panic flashes from Robo. You see questionable flashes, but I don't think I've ever seen a panic flash from Robo.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit concerned. I'm thinking back to the last game when Tinone's refused to get into that Baron fight, and now we're seeing Robo kind of jump a little bit too early, and he's such an experienced top laner. Winsome continuously not being on the same page as the rest of the team. It really does feel like Loud is starting to mess up, and maybe they're almost losing faith in each other. The plays do not look coordinated, even between the likes of Robo, Tinone's, Root. Wiz gets spotted out from the Samus. 2 junglers with no damage, just saying hi.
Yeah, I mean, RMC, this is oh boy. I mean, now all of a sudden I'm kind of locked in here again. Just like Loud have built up so much pedigree over the years, right? The reason we're not even glazing them. We're just like unfazed by some of the shenanigans here early. God, sometimes I forget I'm dog sitting, and there was like this shadow that just behind me was like hello, and I was like, oh cool, I'm gonna die. There's someone in my home. I didn't notice. Jeez Louise, I'm still getting used to that. Anyway, Winsome is going to get 100-0'd here. My goodness. And now they've got the feats of strength up and rolling here. Grubs do go over to Loud, but that's about the only positive thing going for them. RMC Cater up over 1,000 gold early.
That's straight up 2v2. We expected Loud to be able to win the lanes, but K-Star's game 1 was even game 2. They're winning in terms of, look at mid lane, right? Kissy's up. You know, what's that, 2 waves almost at this point? Bot side, Morteus is up CS and up in terms of pressure and being able to rotate. The only lane that isn't outright winning is this top lane for Bull, and that's perfectly fine. Again, you will outskill the Pantheon. Pantheon is the winning side of this matchup in lane. This is getting scary. And again, for Loud, where's the action happening, right? Where is Wiz? Where is help? And I don't want to say it's Wiz's fault, But right now, it's not a question of fault. It's about how do you fix the problems. And Loud is in a hole. They need help. The lanes are not pulling it off. No. You got to look at the jungler to come in and help out. Look at what Samus has been able to find, and Wiz just not quite present.
And unfortunately, as we get a replay here of the kill that went on a Tinones a couple minutes ago, I'm looking at Winsome, right? Like you said, the lanes aren't pulling it off, but there haven't been, kind of preventable mistakes in any lane except the bot lane. And again, you got to give some credit to Cade here because they're forcing some of these mistakes. This was that, but I have been a little unimpressed by Winsome in this game. Yeah. And in this series and in this year, I think he's having a really rough time betting in.
Agreed. And Trimby, on the other hand, week 1 was rough for him. He didn't look on the same page either, but his improvement between the 2 weeks has been absolutely massive. Look at this sort of play. This is a team play, right? Because Trimby's got to trust his team. He's got no mana. He's dead, but he's trying to get kills for his team. He's trusting that, hey, my team will get here first.
Wiz doesn't have the Glacial Prison. Winsome actually taking a ton of damage there. Doesn't have his ultimate, but you know who does? That's the Samus. Daisy shows up. Daisy makes sure that there is no further shenanigans in the Tri-Brush. Loud get a little something back here. They cut the deficit in half. RMC only down 600 gold now.
Whoops, Caster Curse should be there.
Yeah, I know,
trusting
right?
his team to actually get there. Well, I guess they kind of got there, but
yeah,
not enough damage to quite find anything there. Okay, fine. Unfortunate for Trimby, he does go down. The kill goes over the Wiz, though, so not the end of the world. And honestly, if there was a time to go for the quick recall, that was probably it. There's no major objectives to play for or to lose. Morteus is not going to get shoved out of lane. And Root, by the way, okay, I was going to say, doesn't really have vision on this, but they pinged out the bush. I think they saw Trimby coming out of his jungle, so they knew
they saw
that
something.
Yeah, 2v1, just got to play a little safe for now.
Cade up a few hundred gold here. Loud did get those Void Grubs, but that's kind of all they got going for him. The first Dragon of the game went over to Cade as well. You do count on the composition of Loud to outscale. Well, overall, do you? I think you do. But you do have, again, a bit of a traffic cone in the top lane after the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and the bigger problem, I think, in terms of just skilling is the fact that the Jax split push becomes really, really strong.
Yeah.
Right, and Pantheon won't be able to match. Sure, you've got more map mobility with the Pantheon, but somebody's got to actually match up against the Jax in the 1v1, and I don't think it can be the Pantheon. Even for Victor, it gets kind of dicey. So the game kind of changes at that point. It's not the sort of straight-up brawls and team fights that we saw in Game 1. It becomes a bit more macro-focused. Traditionally, that's been Loud's greatest strength in the late game. We've seen so many times where Tinones and Robo force teams away from objectives just to deal with the split push. But the shoe's on the other foot this game.
Yeah.
It will be Cade Stars who has the option to play that way.
This Cade Stars team that I had written off, honestly, not as a long-term project, but just as, look, this isn't going to be their split. You lose 2 best of 3s, you're done. Right, on the other hand, you win 2 best of 3s, and you get to go to Brazil, or stay in Brazil, as Trimby getting caught again, has to blow the flash, but Wiz using that Glacial Prison pretty effectively here, kind of on cooldown. Ever since he's hit 6, he's had a much bigger presence on the map, RMC.
And that's what we wanted to see. That's what we're calling for. Wiz making action happen. We're glad to see it. Sure, they don't secure the kill, but they will secure themselves the grubs. And this time, all 3 grubs uncontested once again. If they can get all 6, that's a great way for Loud to try and get a bit more proactive, get some chip damage from turrets. So far, they've actually not gotten, I think, any plates on the map, but with 6 grubs, surely some should go down, right?
I was going to say, you got 3 minutes, right? The clock starts now. Make it happen, Loud. You've got to do something here in this early game. And again, Robo, he's got a global ultimate. He's kind of been locked in place here. Loud haven't found an effective way to use that ultimate just yet.
Yeah, and already level 9, actually, so it has been quite a while. To be fair to Robo, though, he is winning out the top lane. This was more what I expected when I saw the matchup. 20 CS advantage. Bull steps up.
No panic flash from Robo this time. He just walks out of the counter-strike. Wiz shows up, and Bull actually able to flash away, hop onto a ward. The spear misses. You do blow Bull's flash there, but Robo, he's got 5 stacks of his passive, could fight back if needed, but Trimby doing a good job of putting that fire out in the top lane.
Okay, that's fine. As long as I'm seeing some proactivity from Loud, that's fine. I just don't want him to roll over and die. And Trimby, yes, Trimby's made 1 or 2 mistakes this game, but his map movement, this is what we were talking about when we heard that Trimby was coming over in the offseason. His macro plays, his map awareness of knowing where the ganks are going to come through, where I need to reinforce, has been spot on. Now, we do see the sort of the lane swaps come through between mid and bot once again. Kissy left in the bot lane on his own. I think he's a lot safer on his own than the Caitlyn is, and he's still got the TP to kind of make that map movement if he needs to make it happen. Morteus, on the other hand, with the range of the Caitlyn, he's probably the safest guy in the mid lane right now. He outranges the Corki, he outranges the Victor. He can just happily safely farm.
And Root getting dropped into that mid lane as well. But now looking to come over for Dragons. Second one of the game will be a Cloud Drake. There's that first play. Woohoo! We did it. Now Root coming forward just a little bit to Samus. Matching on his end as well. Root's got to be careful here. The snap engage is there from Trimby. Well, actually, not really. You've got the ultimate, but you don't have Flash. The Hex Flash not back up off cooldown either. Winsome going right back in. Wiz with the CC chain. Daisy comes out. She's trying to get in a little bit of crowd control there onto Wiz, but Trimby, again, has to use the ultimate to buy time, and now they can turn around and deal with Daisy. Loud. Picture perfect. It's textbook. It's the same thing every time. Wiz has used his ultimate on cooldown 3 times now. Effectively, RMC.
Yeah, and what makes me happiest about that series of events, RandomMinionCaster, was the way Loud set it up.
Yep.
They're finally moving as a team. They were baiting together. Winsome wasn't being left on his own. Winsome hit button, and this time you saw the entire team actually dogpile and actually chain together their CCs. And once everything piles in, the one thing we kind of didn't talk about was K-Stars don't have a true tank, right? They've got the Rel, and that's about it. But Rel doesn't have enough gold, especially early on. She's just a support. So really, they're all squishy. If everybody piles in, that's instantly one person dead, even with the Ivan shields, even with the extra shields that a Rel can get.
Yep, and without Jax there either, right, to get that big, potentially 3-man counter-strike, right? Because, again, the range on this team for Loud isn't fantastic, aside from Tinones, and even then, it's not the best as far as a control mage is concerned. Now Robo in a little bit of trouble here. He does have his flash. Gets a little bit of CC down, but Bull, very nicely timed counter-strike. The brushes are up. The brushes are doing work. Bull does get on the board here with a much-needed kill there onto Robo. Tinones, meanwhile, doing his thing in the mid lane. Should be able to get this tower pretty low, if nothing else. Doing a great job of just collecting all that juicy farm. And now with the Void Grubs, buying a little bit of more time. Again, we talked about those 6 Void Grubs. It doesn't allow, like, say, Robo to match Bull, right? That's not really how that works, but your turret taking is going to be a little bit quicker. Your trips to the sideline is going to be a little bit more efficient, so you can play on those margins more effectively.
And just like that, FourY4, the gold's pretty much dead even. It feels like we're back to a very similar game state as in game 1, around that 15-minute mark, where Loud feel like they have more macro objectives on the map. They got both sets of Void Grubs. They get first brick. They get, I think, a little bit more turret plating as well to boot. But K-Stars are up kills and keeping things equal. We get to see the plates taken. And actually, surprisingly, besides that bot side, that's really what's giving Loud that extra gold. Mid lane, Kissy was actually able to kind of pressure a little bit more. To be fair, I'm not sure if it was Kissy or Mateus, because they did rotate fairly early. But 2 plates in the mid lane to K-Stars could come back to bite Loud.
Ooh, Wiz again, just out of the range of Morteus, but he's cleanseless, he's flashless, and now he is lifeless. Into the death screen, he goes. Trimby on the opposite end of where he should be. Now Bull getting into the backline. Trimby surviving there, gets the Magnet Storm down. Shut down for Bull, that is huge. But Trimby again will head into the gray screen. Winsome getting a big old ultimate there, big old, pulverize, and a shutdown for Robo to boot. Kissy has to run for his gosh darn life. He will go down. Many shutdowns go over, 3 to be exact. 1 to Robo, 1 to Wiz, and 1 to Bull. Make it 2 to Robo. Boy, oh boy, RMC Loud, break it open.
And it's a wipe, a clean ace coming through for the side of Loud. This is what we expected from them. Hey, FourY4, maybe it just took them 40 minutes to wake up, add game 1 and game 2 time together, and finally
it's a microcosm of how they treat the regular season, right?
True. Game 1 is the regular season. I guess game 2 is like the playoffs.
Now backs against the wall. Oh, now we have to win. Okay, we will.
Yeah, and this time, K-Stars, I feel like one of the rare times we've seen this series where they were slow to the pull. They didn't expect Morteus to get punished like that. And we just talked about Caitlyn's range advantage. As long as she stays in the turret, it's so hard to really pin her down without that risk. But Morteus wasn't under turret, and as you pointed out when the fight started, cleanseless. Unfortunately for K-Stars, they got baited in. Normally, if this happens, you cut your losses. Your AD carry's dead, get out. Maybe your support was trying to cover and they're kind of left out to dry as well. That's fine. But the rest of K-Stars thought, hey, maybe we can do something. Bull actually got into that backline a little bit, but he went in. He didn't get back out. The AD carry was dead. Kissy could never get in there, and with all these carries isolated, Loud could really focus down who they wanted to go for.
And now, taking the Herald down pretty slowly here. Now Wiz actually going forward here. We'll see who gets the Herald, but that is secondary. Thomas able to grab it, but he will lose his life for it. And crucially, RMC, like you said, not able to grab it. Maybe Kissy could get it. There you go. But now that leaves Morteus and Bull completely in the lurch. Glacial Prison just to be safe. On cooldown with that ultimate. RMC, this is the Loud that was promised.
Look at those damage numbers coming through as well. Robo really actually having a lot of impact in these fights. And Kissy, unfortunately, is struggling to have the same level of impact that Tinones is having right now. The Chaos Storm, you can just drop it, fire and forget. Whereas Kissy, he's got to put himself in a little bit of danger to get actually in there and make actions happen. Sure, Kate Stars, you get the Herald. But at what cost? That sort of trade offer, Loud will take all day, all split long.
And as Rose pointed out, so much damage from Robo.
I mean, he's willing to get in there. He dives right in from the get-go. And the problem is, who's peeling? Who's stopping Robo from getting in there?
Yeah,
there's so many other people getting in your face.
It's so much to deal with, dude.
Yeah, and it feels like they're more focused on like the likes of Root, like Tinones. And traditionally, that's fine.
Great idea.
They are the carries. They are the ones who are going to skill up and be a massive issue. But we're not late game yet. Pantheon is online. And remember we talked about squishies? Well, the Samus can't get enough shields down. So
yeah, exactly.
Robo on this Pantheon at this point with his power spike is just shredding right through all of them. He's going through them like a grinder.
Very, very impressive stuff. I mean, yeah, this composition can just really overwhelm you so fast. Right? You saw it a bit in the last fight as well, where I mean, yeah, look at the difference here.
Double the damage,
literally twice as much damage. And that's, I wouldn't say that's like damning, but I didn't expect that. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
But again, you see Robo's just feasting, right? Like you said, he gets in there, throws out the W, and once that Sundered Sky is done, I learned this on the dive actually. Every single tick of the W gets Sundered Sky help as well. So it's a really good item on the Pantheon. It's not just like, oh, just the first tick gets it. No. And as Rose was pointing out, as I was about to point out, Deathless game from Wiz, 100% KP. My king.
Yeah, that's what you love to see, right? And that's what you kind of have to do to replace Croc on this Loud team. And I'm glad that Wiz is filling those shoes perfectly. Last game, it felt like when he wasn't on an engaged champion, he was the Viego, he was the guy who was supposed to follow up.
Yep.
Loud struggled. But now you put Wiz on something that can actually pull the trigger, and it looks so much better for this team as a whole. And here's the sick part too. Wiz is just going to get tankier. He's going to be more and more willing to throw his body in there.
So oppressive,
that
dude.
Heartsteel, 116, it's going to keep on stacking up. And speaking of stacks as well, Tinone's at 86 already. 100 is when he starts to send. And that if you thought Kate starts in trouble before, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, this could get dicey. All of a sudden, Loud playing a much cleaner game, playing to the strengths of their composition, which is just death by 1,000 cuts, just overwhelm you. Yes, it's short range, but when you saw even in that kind of first fight, as Atakan spawns up in the top lane, Bull was able to get back onto Root. You kind of pointed it out when you were talking about that second fight, but the first fight that Loud got that kind of unofficial ace on, Root drew so much attention, while Tinones, Robo, and Wiz were just feasting on the other side of the map, completely uninhibited, and now they're going to start this Atakan.
But that's still voracious. What does it take to get a Ruinous? We had like 18 kills or 17 kills.
Yeah, I don't know. I just let whichever one wants to spawn, and we go from there. As Robo and Wiz going into the Baron pit. But 2 towers picked up, not for nothing there. So that's actually pretty nice there. Bull's going to have a lot of room to work with.
And I do like the response Kate Stars had to that. We've already seen they're not winning a lot of these team fights, and because their comp is what it is, if they're hit, they snowball incredibly quickly. But when you're behind, team fighting with a squishy composition, not a great idea. I do like that they went for the cross-map play and said, get the immediate goal now so that you have a chance to team fight later. I don't know how much of that actually went to Bull, because I think he actually recalled a bit early. So he might not have had the benefit of the golden experience.
The Divide comes out as the Glacial Prison goes out on the other side as well. TP coming in, but there goes that GA from the Atakan. Ru going over the wall there. Tinones joining the fight from the other side, throws the Chaos Storm down, gets Kissy out of the fight, and Loud salvage the fight. Winsome actually able to get the headbutt pulverized there onto Bull, and a nice blast cone going to bring Bull right back into the danger zone. Counter-Strike will get actually 2 here, and again, all the attention paid on to Root. He says, all right, thank you very much, I'll just turn around and Gatling gun you to death. Armor Shrapnel going into your veins. A double kill now for Root, as he all of a sudden is feasting. Meanwhile, Tinone's a kill on the other side. Robo making it happen in the back line. This is exactly how this competition is supposed to go. Winsome with the flash pulverize. It's gorgeous. Loud take a massive lead here in the late game at 20 minutes. They have busted this one wide open.
And if you're Kate Stars, you're sat there going, okay, what could we have done?
Yeah.
The initial pick idea is good, but they have the Atakan GA. And remember we talked about how Robo has so much map pressure with the Pantheon? He just comes right back into the fight. He's got TP. He has Grand Starfall available. He had multiple ways to get back into that fight. So for VKS, it doesn't feel like you're fighting 5v5. It's like 5v6, 5v7 if the fights go long enough. And with those GAs as well, Loud, zero hesitation on the dives. They still have it for a little more time yet. K-Stars just have to play it safe and hope that they don't lose too much more. There's not a lot left on the map for them to lose. We got to replay. This is the later half of the fight. This was after Robo already died once. But look at where Robo is. He's TPing into the mid lane as well and looking to come back in. Bull, frankly, a bit overextended, but the rest of the team needed to back off. When Bull was out there, and we've seen this time and time with K-Stars, they're playing as a team, sure, but you're dying as a team. Now, you need to know when to back off. And if somebody gets caught out like that, if your whole team goes in, your whole team dies.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something that, again, they will kind of figure out as the game goes on. Cade haven't played as clean of a game here, but I think the story in this one right now is Loud. It's not as much Cade. They actually played all right in the early game, right? Got a couple big kills early on here. Kissy doing his thing in the side lanes. Solely responsible for the deaths of 3 towers now. They go over to the glorious empire of Shurima. But on the other side of things, Loud making mincemeat of the Cade side of the map. They should be able to get him out of this, question mark. Maybe. Kissy came back just in time. Just barely. They will be able to. And on the other side, Robo in the mid lane now. Getting plenty of work done in the mid lane. All of a sudden, RMC Loud have full control over this map. But it's not like Cade don't have a way back into it. It is pretty slim, though.
And I'm going to be honest, I'm struggling a little bit to see how Cade are going to get into it. I do feel like Bo has done a great job looking for flank angles, looking for engage options, but it feels like he's the primary engage right now. Trimby is not actually able to get in there. He's getting melted trying to find angles, trying to walk in. He can't just go in from the front like we've seen Rels do plenty of times, even with that flash up and available. So for K-Stars, it almost feels like Loud has to screw up at this point for them to be able to come back in. And what a turnabout from game one. In game one, it was like, okay, Loud couldn't find a team fight win with 2 maps and a compass. You know, it's like, and then on this game, you've got just K-Star, you've got Loud just finding all sorts of engages, walking in there, showing their strength right now. And it's K-Stars who I just don't see a way for them to kind of make things happen. And to me, I'm thinking maybe we go to a game 3, but what went wrong for K-Stars? Like, I'm struggling to see, like, what K-Stars didn't feel like they screwed up this game. Like, so how did everything go so poorly?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I give credit to Wiz, right? Wiz is just making things happen. He's just all over the map. He's in the right place at the right time, just setting up kills for everybody, right? I mean, I guess the mistake was just being pushed a little too far forward in a lane, getting caught out in, you know, in rotation or in transition. Those feel like the mistakes that Cade are making. And again, to call those mistakes is like, I don't know, like, usually that doesn't, not usually, but there are so many instances where that doesn't get punished, but Loud doing a much better job. Wiz on this Sejuani, pulling out an absolute clinic. Still 100% kill participation, by the way. 15 out of 15. Glacial Prison immediately onto Trimby there. Taking a little bit of return damage, but really not much. He took a combo there from Morteus and lost only about 500 HP. Still got 4,000 left in the bag. Robo comes in with the Grand Starfall, just in case, but instead they'll turn their attention toward the Baron.
Yeah, and they punish K-Stars for even thinking about checking on that Baron right now. For Loud, they're just going to do that and then look for the final push to come in. They already have an inhib down on that bot side. Winsome has to be a little bit careful with this Alistar. Unbreakable didn't came up just not too long ago.
Bull going in, gets the counter-strike onto Tinones. Ace in the hole, going to find its mark onto the
Spine time.
Loud mid laner as well. Winsome Eating a lot of damage. Gets the Unbreakable off, like you said. Now it's time for Loud to potentially turn. They do get the kill there onto Winsome. If that's all they lose, then maybe it's not so bad. But Bull going to take the route over. And hang on a second here. Are they going to be able to wipe Loud off the map here? Now Wiz taking up a lot of damage here. It's just him and Tinones as the shutdown does come in for Kissy. Tinones has to flash away. The Counter-Strike does get the stun off. Chaos Storm goes out as well. And now Cade fight back in a huge way. It is just Wiz that is left over with the Baron buff. Big pressure in that bottom lane from the inhib going down, but a disastrous Baron push there from Loud.
Yeah, incredibly well played from Cade. I honestly thought they were in trouble when they split getting into that pit because Morteus wasn't in there, the Samus wasn't in there, Daisy was already down as well, and with all those squishies and the Chaos Storm still running the tail end of it, I thought that there was a chance that Loud could turn it around, but no, not what happens. And I think part of this was Loud for what feels like the first time this game got a little bit split on the call. They were the ones who hopped over the wall first and got split. You had the tanks over the wall and you had no damage. And then right here, I thought there was a chance Tinon could actually maybe turn this, but the Chaos Storm was already down. So I thought it was still up and running. No, it is running. Yeah, it just wasn't doing enough damage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that was the time where I thought, like, okay, the Chaos Storm might be able to turn it a little bit. I think all of Loud thought that for a second, but a bit of a miscalculation comes back to bite them. Wiz, the only one left standing with the Baron buff. He's going out to get the belt.
She's already. Yeah, he's getting the cinto. Yeah.
He's got the best reactions, man.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, that was, I mean, you let Cade back into this game. This game should be over in 5 minutes, right? It should have been this last push to be able to get this done. Yeah. And now you've given Cade a window back into this when they were up 8,000 gold. And now a negative Baron power play. Not even by, like, if it's below 1,500, it's a negative Baron power play. But now it is just a straight-up negative power play. But thankfully, Wiz is absolutely gargantuan. He's got 4,500 health. He's got the Randuins as well. Trimmy goes in with the Magnet Storm. Morteus able to get okay damage there onto Robo. Bull pops the stopwatch, able to get buy decent time there for his team. Gravity Well goes down. Daisy able to get off the side of it. Kissy just dips his pinky toe into it, and he will stop.
Not a single body hits the floor, not even Daisy. She gets to limp away with 150 health there. And Loud, they are kind of starting to brute force things a little bit. They already lost one brute force fight at the Baron. Trying to do it on the turret felt overambitious. They did do a lot of damage to the turret, but Cade Stars still survive. And the longer the game goes, the better it is for Cade Stars. Heck, you are losing, you're still alive. That's a win.
They've got a potential Ocean Soul coming up here in a bit. But that's maybe, I mean, that will help in these longer drawn-out fights, right? As long as Wiz is alive, then potentially you have opportunities to get back into this one. But Kissy's hitting some big spikes. Again, Loud's comp should outscale here. Robo's actually on 3 items. And again, if Loud can operate with this sort of bursty, in-your-face, sort of like that, I expected Wiz to ult there, but he doesn't have it, unfortunately, as they try to defend their bottom river from a miraculous Cade comeback.
No eyes on Bull. They don't know where the Jax is. Now he gets spotted on a warp, but they're going in.
There goes a Grand Starfall. Kissy, the stun goes off, but he's able to escape with the EQ combo. Daisy going forward. She'll get melted. Not able to get the knock-up off, unfortunately. Actually will survive somehow. Maybe the taking damage from the AP items of Tinones is too much. Now Bull looking for a Mondo flank, but Tinones will meet him where he stands. Dragon spawns. Here we go, RMC.
Vision is good for Loud, though. They see everybody coming in. This would be Ocean Soul. They would not die. Winsome gets caught out.
Winsome gets caught out. Gravity Well goes out. Will buy him some time. That is that Ocean Soul. That is massive. Trimmy going in with the Flash Magnet Storm. He gets knocked up and deleted. Bull, if he can get in, potentially Winsome. Phenomenal headbutt keeps Bull out of the fight. Robo buying a ton of time with that Stairs, but now Wiz takes over on aggro duty. Robo goes right back in. Kissy goes down. Winsome might have just saved the game for Loud with that headbutt. Unbelievable on the Alistar. It's a double for Robo.
And Robo just keeps going. He's finishing off these fights. Cade Stars only with the Samus and Morteus left alive, trying to stop this push. It ain't happening. TP coming in. They're keeping it alive. Morteus.
They want to end this game. The longer this goes, I think Loud knows we're just prone to a mistake. We're prone to puking on ourselves if we let this go too long. We got to finish this out, get it to game 3, and continue the momentum, continue the good vibes. Root just wailing away on the turret there. Tino's bit off a little more than he could chew, and I don't think they'll be able to get this done, RMC. A double for Morteus. He's on 3.5 items, halfway to that Bloodthirster, but as long as Robo and Wiz are alive, they've got a chance. They do call off the fight eventually. 1 tower down on the Nexus. Man, what a fight. Man, what a fight. I mean, gosh, Winsome. I mean, if you're a Loud fan watching this and you've been frustrated with Winsome's play, what a job right there. Yes, honor the Fallen. I think they're looking at the tower, but I'm going to say they're honoring the Fallen here in Winsome and how he bailed Loud out of that fight because Bull was about to make mincemeat of them.
So one thing to note as well, this season, Nexus turrets change. They actually respawn. So
yeah,
that's one
right.
thing to keep in mind. They take it down, but if they don't push hard enough, fast enough, it is going to come back up. But with Baron spawning in less than 30 seconds. I think, honestly, it's 5 minutes or 6 minutes? 5 minutes, I think. I could double check that.
Right.
But for now, I'm not. That's not what I'm worried about. Baron is coming out. If Loud can secure that, surely then, if they don't, as you say it, puke over themselves at Baron, they must be able to end before that turret comes back up.
They have to. Yeah, and again, Loud should win this straight up 5v5. Wiz is an absolute menace. Still 100% KP, a deathless game on this Sejuani. I'm going to keep pointing that out every time I see it, because it is remarkable. 7-0-13, and he's on 3.5 items right now, with the upgraded boots as well. Trimby. I mean, he's been their only engage button, so sometimes he's looked a little sus. Winsome going in there with the Unbreakable Will. Trimby gets deleted. Winsome uses ultimate perfectly. Chaos Storm is down, though. Morteus is low. They've got to turn this Baron right the heck now.
Yeah, that's a lot of ultimates down from Loud to be able to commit to this Winsome kind of low on health. Kissy getting caught would spell the end for them.
Oh, unless they can get a pick. Big Emperor's Divide gets 2. Might have extended things just a little bit. Robo able to get the stun off onto Kissy. Bull waiting. Menacingly, just standing there. He's got a level 3 ultimate. Root eats it for Tinones. He knows his place. He knows that he is just a meat shield right now. But he is 5-2-9. He's got the anti-heal. Not for nothing. That is going to be a little bit valuable, at least. Not into this composition a ton, but that will help things out. That Moonstone Renewer not going to do as much. The battle lines are drawn. This could be the ball game. Right here, RMC. They do see Winsome. He goes in, gets the knock-up. Wiz over the wall with the Arctic Assault. There's the Grand Starfall from Robo. Morteus able to get the kill, but he will go down after the Bloodthirster shield. Shut down there from Tinones comes through. On the other side, Kissy not able to get into the fight. Robo, who said Pantheon fell off? No one told Robo. Robo did not get that memo. You gotta CC him, not BCC him when you tell him that Pantheon is not supposed to be doing this late in the game, man.
3 minutes. 3 minutes is the Nexus return respawn, so it actually came up. Oh, it's coming up. It's not up yet.
Trimby trying to get something going here. Daisy, they need an extra member for this last stand. The Roots go forward. Tinones is massive here. This Ocean Soul helping this Loud squad out a lot.
I can't FourY4. How many attempts at pushing in to end the game is that from Loud now?
And they still can't
do it.
Yeah, it feels like Cade are the ones with the Ocean Soul. The way they just kind of hang back and show up and it's we can defend still. JK. No, man.
7-0-16. Yes, Rose, our producer, highlighting once again, still 100% KP and 0 deaths, and it's only going to get harder. Wiz is getting so incredibly tanky as well. I do think a lot of the last couple of fights has been K-Stars really forcing the fight right from the get-go, and that's one of the reasons why Loud hasn't been able to comprehensively win that. Wiz is their front line, but Wiz is often not actually in their front line when these fights kick off. And sure, K-Stars is losing the fights, but I actually appreciate what they're doing with constantly picking these skirmishes. They're losing more people, but at this point, the goal doesn't matter. It's more about just slowing down the game so that Loud can't actually end, desyncing death timers and buy enough time for them to all come back in. Now with the Nexus turret respawn, I believe, it's not quite showing on the minimap. Now is when Cade can start to slow the game down a little bit more. They are still waiting for the Nexus, for the inhibitor, pardon me, to come up in 40 seconds. And when that's up, that's when the Baron dance really gets to start.
Yordle snap traps, lining that choke point right there. Kissy trying to push this mid wave out. Tinone's trying to do the same thing in the top lane. Winsome gets locked up there, has to use the ultimate. And now Bull gets in, but has to poke right back out. Robo going to take the hit for Winsome there. They do have the Ocean Soul. Tinones is joining the fight, but that's not how they wanted this to start. Daisy is down, and so is the Ace in the hole. So a couple ultimates traded here, RMC. But Tinones, I don't think he's got his Chaos Storm up yet. No, I think he does, actually. It's just a weird shading on the icon there, yeah.
Yeah, problem is he can't actually get in there to drop it, right? He needs a front line. He needs them to be distracted.
Well, and it's exactly like you said, right? Like, Wiz often, I mean, it's the Glacial Prison is kind of how they're starting these fights, but Winsome, right? He's the one with the headbutt pulverized kind of going in, and then he pops the ultimate to just kind of withstand the beating that they'll take. And Wiz is almost like that secondary engagement. He's doing a lot more peeling.
And Winsome is relying so heavily on the ultimate there to actually look for these engages, the Unbreakable. But
yeah,
when
it's
low key,
they can't fight without this Alistar ultimate.
No, because he's eminently breakable when he's not running the ultimate. He has hardly any tank items, and we saw that, right? He ate so much damage up front, he had to use the Unbreakable just to not die, and now they're stalling out, waiting for this. Elder is on the table.
Almost back up is the Unbreakable Will. Whoa. Gonna eat some damage. Now Robo, he's up pretty thick himself. Elder Dragon is up here. This one feels like it'll decide the game. I said that about the last couple, but with the Elder on the table, man, this is about to get really, really spicy. And again, Bull looking for a flank. And again, Tinones meets him in the brush. Gonna need another Miracle Engage there from Winston. Able to pop the Unbreakable Will. Trimby in the backline with the Magnet Storm. Big old 3-man ultimate. Big ultimate from Kissy. Knocks him up in the air. Tinones can't do enough damage. It's a double kill for Morteus. Wiz survives, but for how long? He has to flash away for the first time. He's on the back foot. Tinones not able to do enough. Everyone gets locked up. Trimby and Kissy rescue the fight there for Cade Stars, and now they've got control over this Elder.
Welcome to the bounce house. Cade Stars just did not let Loud's feet touch the ground. Now, problem is, they lost Morteus. Kissy has to do the damage to take out Elder. It is melting. Bulls doing a great job zoning. Robo's here!
Oh my goodness, they do get the Elder, but Desamis is pretty low. Kissy has to stall out. It should be enough there. Robo will buy enough time. That is two members that don't have the Elder, and critically, one of them is Kissy. This is still really bad for Loud, but high key, getting the Azir down, he's got no Elder buff. That is massive.
We need to stop cursing this robot. Surely this fight ends the game? Surely not.
We could be here for a while, RMC. Strap in, make sure you got some water.
And this is only game 2 of the day. 2 best of 3s to come through. A game 3 potentially for this series as well, but neither team will say die. This feels like we're back in 2024 when Cade Stars was the best team in the regular season. Topped both Split 1 and Split 2. When Loud was still the 4 straight time winning champions. The only dynasty, the only 3-time, 4-time champion in all of Brazil, back to back to back to back again. And Loud, they're here now. Baron, uncontested. Cade Stars, the timers are long enough. They weren't able to find this. Bull still has Elder. So the next fight could get spicy if Loud try and rush this.
Man, oh man. Yeah, for those of you joining us, welcome from Captain Flower Stream, by the way. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it. Any questions you guys have, ask them in the chat. We know this league really well, right? I mean, we know we're not perfect, but one thing we do know is the history of this league. And it is a treat to watch. It's a treat to have you here with us. Cade Stars about to pull off what could be an upset here if they can somehow get a handle on this, because Loud, it is death by 1,000 cuts the way Loud is trying to end this game. Winsome goes forward, Root doing okay damage here, right? You can't forget, you still do have a Corki. That is a ton of damage. He's been getting the brunt of kind of the love, if you will, from Cade Stars, but not enough just yet. Loud, when they fight on their terms, they are absolutely indestructible. With this Baron buff, they're looking to end this game now. Bulls got to be careful, able to ward hop over, get stunned down. Wiz gonna lock him up, and Robo gonna buy some time there with the stopwatch. Remember, Bull is one of the only couple that has that Elder buff still, gets a ton of healing back there from the stopwatch and from the Moonstone Renewer, from the Redemption, from everything. But 2 kills, 2 huge ones, and now no one left with the Elder. That Chaos Storm is gargantuan, absolutely ascended, lore accurate, biblically accurate. Tinones going monster mode. 2 kills to lock it up. We are going to a game 3 against Loud's best efforts. Despite their best efforts, we do go to a game 3.
I am sweating right now. I'm kind of tired, not gonna lie, for what we just witnessed. An incredible game. It had to end with the Caster Curse, of course. We knew the moment you said that Cade Stars was gonna want to come back. It was done and toasted. And I believe this is the longest game we've had so far in LTA South. Just shy of 40 minutes, but it felt like an hour-long back and forth between the two teams. And even at the end there, I was still a little bit worried about Loud. This is not the Loud we used to know. Loud used to close games out clean. They were never rushed. They took their time, they took their objectives, and then just did it by the book. Very textbook play. This game, though, it felt like they kept pulling the trigger. Even in that last fight, that was Winsome diving that topside to kick things off and then kind of baiting everybody out from the safety of that. I don't know how I feel about that. Entertaining, yes, but that's like pain levels of cardio I'm getting from Loud right now. I don't know what I expected to see.
Dude, yeah, I mean the Loud fans, right? I mean, to be able to, I mean, we talked about it, right? 4 teams are going to go into this kind of cross-conference tournament. One of them should be Pain. I think one of them will be a Surus Estral. The other one for my money, it's Loud and Red, right? But to get knocked out like this, that would be catastrophic. We've still got one more game if you're a Loud fan, thankfully. But if you're Cade right now, if you're a Cade Star supporter, again, they're a legacy org that are back under a new look. They've only got one CBLOL title. They actually never went to international play because the split they won was 2014 Split 1. There was no MSI yet. It didn't exist. If they would have won that a year later, they would have gone to MSI, or at least the play-ins. But man, oh man, I mean, RMC, for this is not to sound patronizing, but for Cade to even be here, to win game 1 the way they did, right? Playing high level, relatively mistake-free League of Legends, and then in game 2, really punishing little missteps from Loud, taking a page out of Loud's book. Again, not to sound patronizing, but if it ends here, for me, that's a success. Do you think I'm being unfair?
I think you're trying to salvage your predictions of a 2-0 win for Loud this morning.
No, that went to history.
Yeah, fair enough, but I agree with you. I think it is quite surprising. Cade Stars was designed, and Coach Ciel has said multiple times, as a 5-year program. And technically, this is the 2nd year, and they had to change out a lot of their roster members. So, doing
literally 4 out of 5 new roster members.
Yeah, so getting what they've achieved so far in this first split, I think will be good for them. But for Coach Ciel, he's hungry. He said anything but a win this year would be considered a loss for him. And, you know, I don't think it's going to be split 1 for that win, but they are sure as hell putting up a fight. And I think if Loud, if they slack off, if they ever underestimate Cade Stars, we've already seen in game 1, they can fight back. We've even seen in game 2, they will not go quietly into that.
Yeah, man.
So game 3 for FourY4, very much looking forward to it. I do not think it'll be a sleeper by any means.
No, and especially with Fearless again, right? Because I'm thinking, great, you figured it out, right? You could put Wiz on something like a Maokai Sejuani. Uh-oh! Those champions have already been picked! Oh no! What are we gonna do? But I think right now in Game 3 it'll be kind of Vi Cassante time, right? Some of these champions that maybe were banned as a way to almost reserve them for Game 3, right? That's a bit of the mentality shift you have to have in these Fearless sets. But Game 3 should be absolutely awesome. Please don't go anywhere. I have no idea what to expect. I think Loud will win, but they have proven me wrong before. Don't go anywhere. What's up, everybody? Game 3 between Loud and Cade. One of these teams is going to go home, and they're going to have a long 5-week break before they start back up again. My name is FourY4, that is RMC. After this game, please stick around. We've got FourY4 versus Fluxo W7M. And if you're curious why that team name is so ugly, Trajan will tell you. He will be swapping in for me for that best of 3. Cade do have blue side now, so I think our theory is correct. If you lose the game, then you get to go in for game 2. Then you get side selection on the next game. And sure enough, without the Cassante banned away, you knew that was going to be B1 eventually.
Yeah, and I think especially for K-Stars, that's what they were aiming for the entire time, is they want to get the Cassante. And Bessa still is on the table if you want to run that, though that seems to be more of a handshake than anything else. A very early Poppy hover, and we said it before, she can go support, she can go top. It is a flex pick, but I don't hate it into the Cassante specifically. You can stop a lot of his sort of mobility. Your trades are pretty decent with him as well. Your shield allows for those short trades, which Cassante favors, to not really be that beneficial.
See what they get here in round 2 for Loud. I think this will, I mean, yeah, it could go on to win some. I love Robo's Poppy, though. I think he's just so good on that champion. Grabbing themselves the Rakan, or the Xayah, excuse me, so that opens up a potential Rakan angle, I think is what I meant to say. And I wouldn't hate to see that on Winsome either. You know, he's the way that it seems like Loud want to play, right? You need to have your jungler and your support being those playmakers and allowing these 3 experienced high-level players to shine. Let them kind of carry the mantle, carry the damage. Again, small sample size, but this is kind of how this has been sort of the best version of Loud that we've seen. I mean, I say that the best version of Loud also had Croc as their jungler, and he, you know, he did Croc things as well, but he gave that team an extra edge at times. Yeah. But this is a much more stable version of Loud that you're going to see compared to what you saw on international stage. If you don't watch Brazil, this is a bit of a different Loud identity that they've had, but I think it might not be as high a ceiling one, but it's certainly a higher floor one.
And it's interesting to me that they actually picked the Xayah so early as well, because that's another one of those AD carries like the Ezreal. I feel like you're quite independent. You don't really need the rest of your team with you. But Xayah has very clear limitations, and her limitations, she's bad at playing forward. She wants to use those feathers, but when you're playing forward, the range of those feathers is so short, and her general range isn't the best. So things like Jinx can be picked fairly safely, and you just get to rain down that damage from afar, outrange the Xayah. We see the Xin Zhao already picked up both as a deny away from Wiz to stop, because we often see Xin Zhao as a counter to Jinx, to stop her damage from coming through team fights, but also the peel for that Jinx. Now you can knock people back, create that space as well. VKS already really strong front line to set up for this Jinx to rain downhill.
Looks like it'll be the Rakan on the other side as well. Yeah, I like the Xin Zhao pick, like you said, as a denial, but also just incredibly strong. The early damage that it has, the early skirmishing power. Once you hit 6, you are, I mean, the way you can alter the course of team fights is really just nasty. Lulu being banned away here. That's an interesting ban there by Loud. I'm going to take that away. I don't think have we seen Lulu yet?
This split so far, I don't believe. But I think Lulu is a good takeaway, because you want an Enchanter to kind of empower the Jinx right now. You don't really need necessarily an engage support to come through. Xin Zhao can do that well enough, and you don't necessarily need another tank peeler. So far, we're not seeing anything from Loud that really threatens this Jinx. I would like to see that, and Poppy could be given into the hands of Wiz in the jungle, and then you put some Robo on something that can go diving in and actually threaten that back line. I feel like I need to repeat this again, and Bessa is open and available. Not the easiest lane matchup into Cassante, but if you need something that threatens a back line, it is certainly a good pick. Jackson, fortunately, has already played, and therefore, through Fearless rules, not available. Renekton could be another one that you could use to try and threaten Mortalis.
Yep, Renekton's still there. Like I said, Jinx, pretty immobile, has got the range, but a Renekton can clear the screen in a while, and Robo, that's exactly what he does on Renekton. He's so good at playing it as an assassin. I mean, back in the day, you had Prowler's Claw as well, when he was kind of at the height of his power, so you get that extra dash, but, you know, look, still, you can, if you can do it on a, you can do it without the Prowler's Claw. You can do it on a cold Tuesday night in Stoke, if you will. Shout out to anyone in the chat that got that reference. Zach will be locked in here. We'll see whether it goes top or jungle. I think it'll be in the jungle. I think for Wiz, again, just being, you know, having a consistent go button. That's what I'd like to see anyway, just because I'm such a big fan of Robo on Poppy. But 2 enchanters were taken away. RMC taking away the Janna as well.
Yeah, again, it's just enchanters, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is Milio is still an option if you want range to come through, if you want safety. But no, they're going for the Thresh instead. Not quite hard committing to necessarily peel or to engage. You know, Thresh is the jack of all trades. You can do it all for the team. I like the idea, but both teams are looking for mid laners, and both teams want damage, specifically magic damage. Now, I think it's a lot easier for VKS. You could pick almost any mage in the game, and I'd be fine with that. For Loud, though, I'm a lot more concerned into what they want to do. Oh man, that Anivia hover, it looks so tasty. Ari is so... Though, I know I said you could pick any mage you want, but Ari really doesn't synergize with anything this team does. Like, you're fine, you can still look for picks on your own, you can still threaten the Zaya, but the Anivia would have been so much cooler. Literally cooler.
You're on fire today, RMC. I will say. Yeah, I mean, Anivia, I have a soft spot for Anivia. I always have. That's been my main in the mid lane for a long time. Talia will be what Tinones is piloting here. And again, a champion that he is very, very accustomed to. I trust him very, very much on this champion. But here are the team compositions we've got, RMC. And this is what I like about Fearless. Again, I mean, look, this is an entertainment product at the end of the day. No format, whether it's for tournaments, whether it's for a draft, and all that is going to be perfect. You're always going to have detractors, and a lot of those very valid. But at the end of the day, this is an entertainment product, and this is far more entertaining than what we would have gotten without Fearless. I'm very excited to see how all these champions interact, how all these players get to pilot these different champions. In just your second week of action, we get some old favorites. I haven't seen a Thresh in a game in a long time.
Yeah, fair enough. It feels like a very niche pick to come through, I feel like, recently. Because he doesn't do anything... Like, he's not the best in any one role, right? Like, he's not the best engager, he's not the best peeler, he's not the best for buffing up your AD carries, or he's not the best for cross-map play or anything like that. But he kind of does a little bit of everything. And FourY4, I kind of have the opposite reaction to this particular draft. I like Fearless for the fact that it normally gives us more fun drafts. This draft is the most basic front-to-back boring draft I think we've seen.
It is, but it's
so
with
far
different
this series.
champions, so the different, like monkey brain, like shiny new toy, right? Like, you're right. These are very kind of safe. I mean, but you do get. I hope it doesn't come through in the gameplay of being kind of very, kind of safe. But I think, look, this is, you go home for a month after this. For Loud, it would be a bigger disaster than Cade, but these are two big orgs, right? Loud is the new money org. They've got just as big a fan base as Cade at this point, just because Cade was out of franchising for so long. They've got more legacy fans. You might say they have more passionate fans, right? The English soccer chant, "Where were you when we were shit?" Right? Loud fans, they weren't there. Loud fans came from Free Fire, right? So they have that kind of reputation.
Actual English chant? Like,
yeah, it is. Yeah, it's it's just like, for to go against bandwagon fans, right? It's like, where were you when we were shit? And then you're supposed to respond, we were here, blah blah blah. But yeah, it's great.
Don't you have to be not shit for that chant to work?
Yeah, but like, it's when we were shit. You're right. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, but Loud now Cade. Okay, now it doesn't really work for Cade. Maybe last year this would have worked really well as a Cade chant. But you see, look, this yeah, these Cade fans, man, they are, but they're playing with house money right now, and
fair.
They're still gonna be back next split. Anything short of being just absolutely destroyed by Loud here, I think would be a positive. And again, you've pushed Loud to 3 games, and you pushed Leviathan to 3 games as well. You talked about how last game was the longest game we've had in LTA South so far this year. We had a lot of 3-game series last week, but there were a lot of blowouts within those 3-game series.
Yeah, and one of them, or the shortest matches was ones that involved Gate Stars last week, because they, win or lose, wanted to play fast, wanted to make things happen. And this series, I think, especially Game 2, was a massive improvement. When they lost, they dragged the game out as long as they possibly could. But FourY4, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves if we keep saying, like, oh, Cade has done so incredibly well. They could still win this game, this series.
Absolutely. And their path to victory is very, very clear. Absolutely. Yep, their draft is easy to execute.
And I'm still not seeing the big threat onto this Jinx necessarily, right? It is going to be Wiz on Zach, pardon me. It is going to be Robo on Poppy, so you get your Robo Poppy that you so love and adore, which it is really fun to watch, to be fair. But Wiz now has to go diving into the backline solo. And when I see a Cassante, when I see a Xinjiao, heck, when I even see the Thresh in that team, I don't think a single dive threat is going to be enough to handle this Jinx, much less a Zach. He's got high base damages, high enough to kill a Jinx late game. I don't know about that. And if you can't kill that Jinx, she just outranges you. She will outdamage a Zaya through a team fight.
Yep, just easier to execute. Like you said, you can launch the rockets from very far back. Once you get excited, her mobility all of a sudden goes through the roof once you get excited. Yeah, but both these teams, right, they got pretty easy to execute team compositions. You've got a tank and a bruiser kind of on either side here. Hang on a second, Morteus. It is going to be a lane swap, unfortunately. into Robo. So this is the bad side of 2025. Good, we have Fearless. Yay! Bad, we've got lane swap still. Boo.
Yeah, and on top of that, for a composition which was already going to be fairly basic between these two teams, I'm not expecting anything too wild and a lane swap to come through. Early games are going to be incredibly quiet. The junglers aren't
we might have to podcast early on here. Now, thankfully, both these, actually, I was going to say both these, junglers have really high impact ultimates, and obviously they do, but it's not like you need the level 6 if you're Wiz on the Zac to gank, right? With the Elastic Slingshot, you've got plenty of room to work with. But Desamus as well, right? You can gank pre-6. So the tools are there. We'll see how much action there is between these junglers, though.
Yeah, especially with the Xin Zhao. In the past, a lot of times when we see the Xin Zhao, we want to see action pre-level 4. Even as early as level 2, he can get some really effective ganks off. Especially when I look at the side of Loud, like their mid lane especially is not particularly mobile. Talia is very vulnerable. We saw them punish Tinons in the Victor last game. It feels like this is another game where I would like to see Katesar's focus mid lane. As for the Zac, bot lane, the lane which has more people is a lane you can always look to gank to try and make something happen. Jinx early game is also very, very vulnerable. She never really gets tanky, at least not unless we see like weird blue builds, which thankfully is not meta right now, come through for AD carries. She'll always be vulnerable to these ganks as well, and if you've got, a numbers advantage 3v2 up top, if you can get on that Jinx, and if Trimby's ever out of position, absolutely easy pickup. So both junglers, please, for the love of Brazil, give me some blood.
Seriously, yeah, we need them to come save us. Good, a death sentence there. Landed by Trimby. Now Winsome has to blow through a couple of potions here. I think his Guardian is down as well. I imagine it will be after that. But it's just Robo and Winsome up here. Root in the bottom lane, just kind of going solo on Bull here. And now might have a bit of an opening into this one. Attack speed just not there yet, but the combo takes Bull completely out of this. And this is, again, just kind of what you expect. Death Sentence goes out again. Man, yeah, these are combos we haven't seen in a while, right? Thresh Aphelios, Thresh Jinx, right? But that Death Sentence into the Flame Chompers combo is such a pain in the butt to deal with.
Yeah, it's super bad for Robo and Winsome too, because they're both melee champions.
Yep.
So you can't even kind of try and dodge a play safe. You got to step up to get that CS. And props to Trimby for really recognizing that small window that opens up every time Robo tries to go for some CS. Now Wiz looking at this bot lane, but he sat on top of a ward, has no clue. Oh, he's not going to see Desamus sneak in.
Yeah, and he has no idea that Desamus is there, but he's about to find out really quick here. It's a 2v2. Root having a flash away. He's still got the cleanse. Wiz able to get the Q1 of the stretching strikes off. Will not need to do the rest. Elastic Slingshot's out of trouble, and we all exhale.
Yeah, turret damage good to kind of dissuade Lau from even thinking about the regank as Bull does push out right now. And with the flash down for Root, Root has been able to play very aggressively. One, because he's ranged, so he gets the advantage, but two, because he has the flash as well. If he mispositions, which he hasn't at all in the laning phase, props to him, he could always just get out with it. Now it's down, he has to play a lot more careful. Rose, I am 100% with you. We still have absolutely zero ruinous Atacans to spawn whatsoever. And like I said, I want blood. I want junglers to get involved. Desamus, please.
If we had a kill per minute last game and didn't get ruinous, then I don't think we're going to get it this game either.
I feel like if we can't get ruinous here in LTA South, there's no shot we get ruinous in LTA in general.
Yeah, or like I'm missing something, right, about what makes it actually go off. But it seems pretty simple. But anyways, yeah, at this point, I mean,
they
we're
lowered the threshold this patch.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but
but it's lower. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, 99 is still lower than 100, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Now, seems like, we've got the bottom laners in the top lane, and it looks like both top laners will meet in the bottom lane. In fact, yes, they will. So, the lane swap is kind of done, quote-unquote, but, even this is more acceptable to me. I'm so done with lane swaps, but if it's now like, oh, well, the bottom laners go to the top lane, fine. I don't care. But, because that is the League of Legends that I play, you know?
Yeah, and I feel like, especially in LTA South, it's like, come on, man. We've always wanted to see the hands check right from the get-go. So give me equal matching lanes. Now, the lane swap did have an effect, though. It is worth noting that Root, despite the fact that he was positioning so well, despite the fact that we saw him punish Bull, he had to trade and focus on trading a lot more than Morteus did. So Morteus ends up walking away with the CS lead and with Cullen Pocket. So he's really trying to accelerate this Jinx's late skilling with as much early gold as he can, or as much investments of his early gold as he can.
We'll see what he's able to catapult that into as Cade couple of Void Grubs later. This is the best they've done on that front, kind of all series long. Root hitting level 6 here. Jinx going with that call. Appreciate you pointing that out, Rose. So, yeah, gonna wait just a little bit to kind of cash in on that. And again, if we were hoping for early blood, none of this bodes well.
No, and unfortunately, even with that gold because the gold advantage goes into Morteas, there's very little action that's going to come out from this K-Star side.
Nope.
It's got to be Loud trying to punish this. And we do see Root has snuck in there. Wiz now looking for the slingshot. Level 3 slingshot means he gets a lot of range.
Yep. Exactly, able to get in there, but Desamis has found the fight. He does have the grand challenge, but in with the Weaver's Wall, he takes Desamis completely out of the fight. Tinone's doing a lot of work on this. Talia Trimby will pay the Iron Price first blood over to Root.
A good Weaver's Wall to get some blood. Our first kill onto the board. Now, is it that impactful? I'm going to be honest, probably not. They did get the kill, though, onto the right person, onto Root. And hopefully this opens the floodgates for the team. I love to see that Loud is willing to be proactive. I'm going to be honest, did they need Tinones here on this play? No. You can already see that even before Weaver's Wall came out, Trimby and Desamis were just going to disengage, and Trimby was never going to be able to get out. He used the flash on open ground. You're just going to get run down. But Tinone's getting in there, getting the assist as well. To me, that's just a sign, and a good sign, that Loud is starting to get the teamwork a little bit together. They're kind of shaking off that rust, making things start to work, and they might be a little bit more proactive this game than what we saw. And by proactive, I don't mean running it down at the tier 3 turrets. I mean like actually making good setups and plays around neutral.
Game 2 Loud. Exactly. Yeah, because they looked really good. I mean, and Wiz, again, it's starting on the back of Wiz. And Desamis, he's been, kind of getting things done here and there. First couple neutral objectives look like they will go over to him. But VKS, they've got the scaling on their side with the Jinx and what she's able to do. But Winsome and Root here in the bottom lane, they know they've got to be careful. If Desamis decides to turn tail, he didn't use the grand challenge there in that top lane fight. The first dragon does go over to them. Still down a little bit of gold here.
But they'll be fine with that. I really don't think 200 gold or 100 plus for VKS is any sort of issue. That's like a control ward or two. That's 2 control wards. That's about it. And again, like you pointed out, rightly so, they are just playing to kind of skill up at this point. I'm not liking that we're seeing Desamis kind of cover for Morteas so much. It's the right strategic move. It just means that the Xin Zhao is not going to generate early action, because that's not the lane that you're going to gank for kills. If you want to get kills, it's got to be more about the mid lane, about the top lane, and that hasn't happened. Top lane as well, it's worth noting, between Bo and Robo, as expected, is starting to create a bit of a lead for himself. Now on Poppy, I don't quite see how you can take over a game necessarily, but if there was a top laner in CBLOL who could do it on attack, I do feel like it'd be Robo some wild plays to come through. So I'm hoping 100%. That CS lead for Loud translates into a little bit more action.
Well, as long as Wiz is around, there is a threat of that. VKS becoming wise. I mean, yeah, you gotta ward a little bit differently against the Zac.
Sure. Yeah, and all those wards that are getting cleared out, hey, it's still gold for the side of Loud. It's still money invested by K-Stars or Vision denied. Second set of grubs coming up soon for you. You think the teams might actually scrap over that one, or do we just see a give over?
I mean, I think it depends, as Robo takes a lot of damage there from Kissy. The true damage on the way back still hurts. Let's see here. Ooh, Robo have to pop the W there. The steadfast presence, but the ult's not going to land either. And Kissy, maybe with one W, Robo has to flash away. Oh, there's a Super Mega Death Rocket. Is it going to land just wide? Banked on Robo, going a little further up to recall away from the tower. No good.
Yes, the good old age-old standstill to dodge that Robo pulled off there. To be fair, I don't even know if Robo actually saw the rocket coming through, so
he might
a little
bit
unfortunate. Yeah, Morte is not able to comfort on that, but the fact they forced Robo out and Robo doesn't have TP does mean that K-Stars should have a shot at these grubs. Loud did start them out already, but Loud is being corralled in. Robo on the side, no Keeper's Verdict.
No Keeper's Verdict. As Bull looking for a way in himself.
Wow.
Has his ultimate available, but no contest. Yeah, neither team wanting to take any sort of risks here in the early game, RMC.
I'm just so shocked and surprised. They didn't even try. They had TP on Kissy, and now Root getting caught out.
Gonna get caught out, gonna eat the box. Featherstorm goes out, and he gets taken down. Desanis on the board for Cade.
Okay, and this should allow Morteas to push in a little bit. Winsome not going to be the best at wave clearing necessarily. So, not a complete handover of the grubs between the two teams, but I am very surprised that K-Stars didn't even look to try and do anything with that when Loud was tanking up the grubs. Root was in some compromising positions as well, so I thought they'd make some action happen. But it really feels like K-Stars, the game plan for them is just wait till our Jinx is online, wait till Mortez is online before we make any action happen. We get a replay of how this happens to Root. It's worth noting that there's not much Root can do. I think his flash is either not available or he just didn't want to waste it getting over the Chompers. But that's the thing with Xayah. She's really good at dodging a big burst of damage with the Featherstorm. But if there's multiple threats, multiple forms of CC that can come through, then it's a lot harder for her. And watch for those in team fights. She's struggling now in lane as well. Team fights are a lot more chaotic, but because there aren't that many carries, K-Stars really just have to focus on Tinones and Root.
Yeah, that's going to be just, I mean, pumping out so much damage. Tinones already more than halfway to that Archangels as well. But again, just it's got to be on the back of Wiz and Tinones. Winsome leading the charge here on the Rakan, gets hit by the death sentence, maybe going over the wall with the elastic slingshot. Thought the better of it did Wiz. And now with the dragon up here, Scuttle Crab going to give Cade vision of this river. So they know exactly where they are. It's not a secret, not sneaking this dragon, but it's, again, do they contest?
Yeah, it's a single mountain. It's not the most impactful when that one's in a single. Kate starts picking up the first Drake as well, means they're not worried about Loud necessarily stacking those Drakes to come through. Wiz just tagging up to Samus saying hi.
Oh, you can get that Q2 on the ward. People forget about that. He says, let's bounce to Samus with the Crescent Guard. Able to actually get the heck back out. Wiz somehow surviving that. Lot of healing coming in from Samus. He goes in, and the Feather pullback gets the kill there onto Samus. Avenges his death earlier, but Tinones will pay for it with his life. 1 for 1 on the... at the end of the day there. And now, with full purchase over the river, it looks like Cade will be able to get this dragon.
Okay. So the teams are starting to feel themselves a little bit. They want the action too. They're going at it. Rose, thank you for the update as well. Cole just completed its stacks on those waves. So Morteus, a bit more gold in pocket. And yeah, for VKS, I'm so surprised that Samus suddenly decided to go in. I love it. But I'm not seeing what necessarily changed for them to get so aggressive. And for Tinones, he almost actually got out. He bought enough time on the death sentence. If the charm didn't just come out barely in time and land after the death sentence, Loud actually would have been able to turn to Samus' aggression.
Yeah, no, they certainly had a chance. Ooh, hang on a second here. Wiz with the Proto Belt on the Zac.
Ooh. Okay, I really like that, actually. The fact that we're talking about that you need some backline threat, and if you go full tank, I was worried Zac wouldn't have enough damage to actually take out the Jinx. AP Zac is a thing that has been experimented with a little bit last year.
He hits, dude. He's the AP ratios on him are crazy.
Yeah, and so I really like this. A lot of times we've seen it kind of throw up with a Zhonya's as well. So you can get in there, burst somebody down Zhonya's while the rest of the team re-engages, and with the GA as well. There's just so many different ways for Zac to still remain relevant to that bite, still have impact, wait for his cooldowns to come back up. So I really like the call. We'll have to see if it comes back to bite them though. Wiz has not been killed a single time yet. His passive is still up.
Root insta-cleanse there off the death sentence. Excuse me. Wiz. Now looking a little bit forward here. He's got his passive up. Trimby. He's been pretty money with those death sentences. Not able to land that one there onto Root or Winsome. Playing respectfully against that wall. When it becomes lighting, doesn't connect there. The dragon's still up, so I said VKS were going to get that dragon. I mean, they certainly had a shot to, but I don't actually think it was up quite yet. Harold's going to be up in about a minute here. Atakan in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So could be potential for a trade, and with the pace of this game, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what both teams opt for, but they do look a little more bloodthirsty, RMC. Looking for ways in. Tribu's throwing out death sentences left and right.
I guess this is where discipline comes in, right? Loud doing the right things, they're trying to set up vision for this play, but they don't actually have control over the approach from mid lane. And K-Star still have enough vision. Trimby gets caught out.
Ready to turn. Winsome pops the kickness. Pebbles go out. Kissy looking for a pick there on his side. Root's got to be careful. Yeah, Root's got a couple of angles that he's got to be careful of. Super Mega Death Rocket goes out. Gets the TP from Robo as well. So not really a hard contest from either side. Now the Weaver's Wall goes out. Kissy able to dash over. Gets the stun down. Very nicely done by Tinones. Put the Pebbles down. The Legos are on the ground. Kissy will go down. Robo taking the tower beautifully.
That's two vets, Robo and Tinones, two of the most successful players in the history of Brazil. 7 championships for Robo, 6 for Tinones, I believe, tied with BRTT as well. This age-old partnership, it survived all the way back from Pain Gaming, and they went over together to Loud. They were the duo that this current Loud iteration, heck, the winning Loud iteration was built on. And you can still see the connection is right there. Great dive. Robo just tanking that one up. It didn't even look close. And more importantly, they get first break because they were contesting against Bull. Bull was pushing up from that initial Robo TP. So from what should have been first break going their way and Robo kind of sacrificing that for a Dragon that didn't need his presence, they actually managed to turn the tides around and allowed still walk away with a small advantage off that play.
Herald does go over to Cade, so immediately able to cross-map our DeSantis and company. Yeah, I mean, you talk about that, the way that this Loud Dynasty got started. Dinketo, the current mid laner for Pain Gaming, they essentially got dumped by Loud. Sort of like, if you're an American football fan, sort of like the Jared Goff, Matt Stafford thing. Our quarterback is fine. We don't think we can win with him. We want yours. And they dumped him off onto Pain Gaming. What at that point was, not a winning formula. They said, no, we want Robo. We want Tinones. Loud said, we do not need Dinketo anymore. And it worked out well for him. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone got their title. Dinketo now has, 3 CBLOL championships to his name. Winsome goes in immediately with the quickness, gets the battle dance in, and able to get the heck out of dodge. I was going to say, that was a little bit of miscommunication there. Kissy going to make him pay. Charm lands onto Winsome. Wiz goes forward. Super Mega Death Rocket connects onto 4. Death Sentence does not find its mark, though.
That's the miscommunication. That's a disconnect I keep talking about for these supports and their team. Trimby is cleaned up this week compared to last week, but Winsome, and I don't even want to blame Winsome. The angle was there. I see what he was seeing. It looked really, really good. But the problem was that the rest of the team simply wasn't with him. And he goes in, and I'm just looking at everybody else just going, peace out, Winsome, have fun. What do you do when you're the primary engagement that happens?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, like you said, you saw the angle there, and with the vision toggled, that would have been a perfect angle to go in, right? I mean, fighting in these choke points, so nice for so many of the champions on Loud, but not going to be available. Winsome will get that ultimate back up pretty dang quick, though. So, not the worst thing in the world, but still not something that you wanted to see. An opportunity wasted there. This game very, very slow. 5 kills in 18 minutes. Not what we are used to seeing here in the CBLOL, unless it is elimination time. Because occasionally you do get these games. Ooh, I've seen this movie before, but he doesn't have ultimate this time around. Tinones using the Weaver's Wall, locks Trimby and DeSantis up. But again, where's the follow-up? What are we doing after this? Bull able to get that bot lane tier 1. Robo not able to join the fight. He doesn't have teleport. A couple of these ultimates blown. Let's see if it comes back to bite them. Can Cade punish?
No, they got same. It's the exact same situation, and it's that specific spot in the jungle where we saw Winsome go and nobody back him up. Tinones goes in, nobody backs him up. I don't know what's going on in that particular point of the jungle. The weirdest part to me, too, is what are we fighting over? There's no Krubs, there's no Herald, there's no Baron, there's no Atakan. Atakan spawning on the bot side of the map for a change. So it's like, why are we trying to force things up there? And for Cade Stars, again, they're fine with this as long as nobody gets caught with it. They are skilling up. The Yunto Wild Arrow is already completed for Morteus. He's waiting for that second item, and that's when I think Cade Stars will really start to contest, is at that 2-item power spike. Ideally nowadays, Jinx wants 3, but you really start looking to play the game at 2. Whereas when I look at Root, Root's got the Essence Reaver. That's normally a bit of a power spike for Xayah, especially if you're laning. But Root's been rotated out all over the place, and the range is, I think, starting to become an issue for Root. I can't recall Root participating in the last couple of skirmishes significantly. I know he's got 2 kills, but I feel like those are more like ganks that came through than anything else. And I'm struggling to see how he's going to play out a lot of these team fights as the game stands right now, right? There's just too much threat on either side for AD carries.
Atakan spawning on the bottom side. Voracious Atakan. Kissy able to get the charm there. The Death Sentence doesn't land. Wiz able to get into the back line. Get the stretching strikes off. Robo, he's got a runner interference in the back line. Bonks Trimby into a wall. The redemption comes down, but it's too little too late. Keeper's Verdict goes out. Fantastic stuff. And now Morteus might be naked here, but Bull able to hold off the presence of Bull, that threat of a Cassante, enough to protect Morteus. They get a pick there onto Trimby. And now, looking towards that dragon in 8 seconds. Potentially looking for a pick on his way out, though, as DeSantis looking to go forward. Can't dash away. Seismic Shove doesn't land. Tinones eats a ton of damage. The spell shield, or not the spell shield, rather, but the shield from the Archangel saves him. And now dragon spawning. Tinones does have TP. He'll recall and just get the heck right back in there with maybe a full Leandris built up.
You know, the item's called Sarah's Embrace, and when it pops and saves somebody, in my head, all I hear is like, in the arms of an angel. He's got TP though. Tinones should be able to rejoin his team at any time that he so wishes. Doesn't even have to. Drake goes over the way of Loud, and Cade Stars will be happy to pick up the gold, funneling some of it onto Morteus.
DeSantis takes a blast cone out. Actually, maybe Winsome pop that in defense. But yeah, Loud little by little, kind of inching forward in this one, trying to close this gap. But Cade, despite being down kills, they're up 2 towers, right? And again, in those kind of blown ultimates, those, what exactly are we fighting for here? Bull was doing his thing in the side lane. We've talked about him literally, I don't think, at all in this game, but all the tier 1s are gone. So Cade, again, you can trust their macro to be good. You can trust their decision-making to be there for the most part. It's the execution and the togetherness that is going to separate this team from the nascent version of itself. You come back to this team in a couple splits, right? At the end of split 2, beginning of split 3, you're going to see, in my opinion, a top 4 team.
Perhaps. I want to agree with you.
You could see a top 4 team. There we go.
Yeah, but right now, these teams, they just look scared more than usual, and that's not how you become a top 4 team in LTA South in general. South America, you've got to be bolder than this, and Bull right now, like you said, 0 kills and assists, 0 deaths, 0 presence on the map. He's not been able to make anything happen. I'm looking at Robo, and Robo, the one fight, made himself felt.
Crescent Guard goes out, but he gets just jumped on by the rest of Loud, and what a lantern! Bails Desamis out. Shrimby with a very nice W to get Desamis out of trouble, but they will lose their mid-tier 1 for it. Second tower of the game goes over to Loud. So in a bit of a rough spot there, Desamis is ultless. Atakan available to potentially fight over, but that is quite the investment.
And with the way these two teams are playing, they both have a lot of tanks, but at the same time, it just feels so scary to try a major objective. Kissy,
man.
not like this. He
Gets the charm off. Very nicely done. And actually in there, like, swimwear is Bull. That's the presence that he's able to have. Pops his ultimate, goes all out, but gets deleted there by Root. Bit off a little bit more than he could chew there. Not every ultimate up there for VKS. Not able to capitalize on that. Loud get themselves another kill.
Fortunately for Kstars, I think they were thinking, okay, we get Bull in there. Bull survived a very long amount of time. And Mortier's death of Infinity Edge as well. I think they were thinking, okay, maybe we've got enough damage. It was a bit of a damage check for themselves. Unfortunately, they failed it. And the way it starts off is interesting because Loud was looking for recalls. So Kissy kind of got baited into that. And we've seen this time and time again from Tinones especially and Robo, where their team will fake the recall or they'll fake the recall. And then the rest of them actually set up for an ambush for whoever comes in on that particular play, and that's precisely what happened. The fact that Kissy gets out is good and great, but you kind of bait your entire team into it as well. You've got all the mobility in the world. No one else on your team has that much mobility. Kasante is probably the next most mobile, and even then, it is rather limited. So I don't think they actually had the ultimate available for Kasante all out on that situation. I can't remember if it was still up or down from the previous fight, but if that's down, all your mobility is very, very short. In a choke point like that, you're dead to rights. I don't care how tanky you are.
Yeah, I mean, he was the only target, right? Just getting absolutely lit up, just shredded through by everyone on Loud. And now only 500 gold down. It feels like they have a little more control in this game. They certainly got the momentum going in their favor. Excuse me. Kissy looking for a pick, throws out the charm. If that lands onto Root, then, I mean, I don't think he dies. You can't 100 to 0 him there with just 1 EQ, but Wiz is going to start up the Atakan here. Okay. Spawn on the bottom side for the first time all series. Let's see what Cade want to do about it, if anything. Winsome playing bodyguard there near the Scuttle Crab. Tribe Rush lit up with a control ward. Tinones going to drop the Weaver's Wall. Super Mega Death Rocket hits Robo, does literally nothing. Just tickled him. And that's easy as you like. Very nicely done by Loud. Will they go for a fight here? I'd be surprised if they did. He blew a couple of, Actually, I guess it's just the one ultimate. Yeah, okay, maybe you could fight there, but I don't think they will.
No, they're looking to just reset and go for the Baron instead. Loud, throughout this series, has played primarily to objectives. And that reminds me a lot of 2024, right? Where they just kind of play for objective, set up for objective, team fight objective, win games that way. And I don't see any reason for them necessarily to change things up. I will say as well, Atakan's a newer objective. I do feel like teams are not as comfortable or as knowledgeable about how long it takes to shred it down. Yeah, because you had Root and Tinones, sure, they do a decent amount of damage, but they're not the fastest major objective taking team. And Kstars could have contested that. They pinged it, but I think in their heads they thought it'd go down a lot faster, so they didn't really bother to go for it initially. And by the time they grouped up and actually made the play for it, then Atakan was actually down. And props to Loud for denying away all the vision, even on the approaches. That's what makes Cade hesitate, and that hesitation right now is fatal.
Yeah, because Loud, I mean, they seem to have found their groove. I don't think they're at their final form. This team has a couple more warts than I thought they would have coming into this series. But again, got to give credit to Cade because they have looked a little better than I thought coming into this series. They seem to be finding their final form a little quicker than Loud are, but I still do believe Loud have the higher ceiling this split and beyond. They start up this Baron. Tinones doesn't have the Weaver's Wall yet, so not able to pull off any sort of divide here. But this gives the Seismic Shove into threaded volley off. Winsome going into the back line. Kissy trying to get damage down on his own right. Pullback comes there from Loud. From Root, I should say. Has to cleanse away. Wiz gets the Cell Division down. Root, they do have these GAs. Again, Loud, remember, from the Otacon. So they've got this extra life here, but will they be able to use it? Doesn't look like it. Robo buying so much time. Goes all out and gets on a Bull. And how about Robo on this Poppy? I'm telling you, man, this man on this champion is something else. Bull finally able to get Robo down, Trimby coming in to help here. It's a 3-for-0 for Loud, question mark? What the heck?
Yeah, because of all the GAs. At the end of the day, they do go down. And on this patch, the amount of gold it gives went up from 100 to 200 gold. So it is sizable. But the problem is we're not playing for kills and gold. We're playing for the Baron. And it's a Hex Tech Soul map. The gates are up and available, which makes that GA even more valuable because you're able to get back into the fight that much faster. Robo just doing Robo things. Honestly, if Morteus is not there, Robo could care less.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a replay on this. Because, again, I don't think you can underestimate the lack of a Weaver's Wall here. I think that changes the entire timbre of this fight, man.
They couldn't kind of beat you off, but I do want to highlight Kissy as well, because Kissy started the fight by dragging Loud kind of to the side, and we've seen this time and time again. Kissy on this Ahri is just so annoying, and it's doing so much work.
He's such a pest, man.
Yeah, even then, he's like distracting Robo. If Robo gone to the fight sooner, this wipe could have been a lot worse. As it stands, Morteus dies because he oversteps and makes a mistake. But if he played it perfectly, he had a chance to carry because Robo got pulled out of position, because there was no threat. And I don't know what he was saying when he made that face, but somebody... That's an emo face right there.
Oh, that's good. All right, we're clipping that. We're going to do that on the other monitor. That's a reaction image we've got for later. We're going to keep that in the folder. That is good stuff, Robo. Yeah, almost year 10 for Robo. So he's been here a while. He's earned the right to make some silly faces. Yeah, he's yodeling. We'll go with that, Trajan. Robo, meanwhile, gets locked up here and just deleted. Man, oh man, that Blighting Jewel doing some work there, but Morteus, he's got a little bit of shred in his pocket as well. They still do have a couple of members wearing purple, I should say. So should be able to still get something done here, but losing Robo like that, yeah, less than ideal.
Robo gives, Robo takes away. Remember I said if Morteus is not there, Robo couldn't care less. But when Morteus is there, Robo needs to care more. Anybody else, he can ignore them. But this patch as well, Lord Dominic's Mortal Reminder, the tank shred items for Marksman got buffed as well. So I don't care how tanky you are at this point, like they will eventually cut through you, and Robo, you can't just be stepping up like that. It is going to slow this Baron power push, which really sucks for Loud. I think back to the last game where, you know, they had all the advantages and they were struggling to actually end the game. They're struggling to take inhibitors.
Yeah.
This game, they're only about 3,000 gold up. That's not that big in the grand scheme of things. And again, the Jinx killing is an issue. You don't want to be giving free kills over. You don't want to be giving more gold. Jinx can and will turn games out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh, yeah. No, and she's got enough peel, right? With the Thresh, with the box, Kissy being a nuisance, Desamus with the Crescent Guard, Bull can just reposition someone, pick them up like a freaking chess piece, and just say, no, you go over here now. So there are definitely tools for Morteus to be able to have peel. And more importantly so, because he doesn't have cleanse. He's got Ghost Flash on this one.
To be fair, I don't know exactly what he'd cleanse. There's mostly knockups on the other side, so I do think that's the right call.
That's actually fair enough.
Yeah, the Ghost hasn't.
Maybe you get caught by a root from Winsome, or a root from Root, I should say. Haha. But yeah, the charm as well, like you said, from Winsome. Trimby going down real low, Wiz just out of range of his stretching strikes. Robo, just doing Robo things in his own little world. Didn't understand that anything can happen when you take a chance. Wiz gets out of there with the Proto Belt, but Robo able to take that tier 3, and Loud finally able to get that tier 2 down.
I'm really appreciative of this from Loud. I feel like their individual players are starting to step up. We get the really good pick from Tinones to almost take Trimby out. And then we've already seen that Robo is feeling very comfortable. He's playing like playoffs Robo, where he's on the edge. Sometimes he falls over the edge, but by and large, you can't really punish even when he makes those mistakes. And now we get to see Wiz stepping up. Keep in mind, Wiz is not as tanky as you might otherwise expect. This is not a Warmog's Zac. He went for the Sunfire Capes. He's got some tank. He's got the Spectral Cowl as well.
Spectral Cowl,
he did go for the AP early, so he is a little bit squishy, but he's still willing to step up.
Ooh! Trimby flashes away.
Oh,
Wiz, a
Tinones!
lot of damage there. Very nicely done. Tinones with a gorgeous seismic shove. Like I said, man, on this Talia, Tinones, he can do a thing or two. Bull shows up and goes, ha ha ha, I'm in danger. And he runs the heck away, gets the Hex Gate interrupted. Wiz is just being a nuisance right now. Bull should win out this 1v1, but that is not what Wiz is concerned about right now. Waste his time, 2025. They're looking for an inhibitor, RMC.
Bo just wants to go home, guys, and Tinones is wrapping around, so it won't be a 1v1 for much longer. Wiz did take a whole bunch of damage. Winsome.
Oh, able to get the charm off. He's using that quickness pretty much on cooldown. Tinones showing up, and Wiz survives. Are we kidding me?
Wiz, if I recall correctly, didn't die a single time last game. Does he die this game? He doesn't.
Just kidding. Cell division. Idiot.
It's the first time we popped his passive, too. Like, it took 32
he's had
minutes
it a
to
couple
pop it.
times.
He got to go. Oh, okay.
Yeah, at least once. At least once.
Okay.
But your point still stands. Your point still stands.
Yeah, and Wiz still does as well. Now, Spirit Visage picked up as well. Yeah, this is going to be a big issue for VKS in terms of how they're trying to cut through this. Again, we keep harping on this Jinx. The Jinx is really, really strong. But we went from a 2,500 gold advantage to something like a 6,000 gold advantage real quick.
Yeah,
and that
man.
nullifies a lot of scaling. The other problem, too, is that, sure, Jinx can do a lot of damage, but you've got to find the right people. Right, like hitting Robo with the Jinx is all good and well, but in a team fight, you need to be on route. You need to be on Tinones, and Tinones has been the one who's been finding picks, finding action.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, he's been. I mean, again, Tinones has kind of been slept on this game. I feel like we haven't talked about him a ton, but I mean, the Talia abilities that he's been able to shoot out are so impactful. And again, the Weaver's Walls have been great. That seismic shove a couple minutes ago really kind of felt like one of the nails in the coffin here for Loud as they go for Hex Tech Soul. Winsome. Oh, my brother in Christ. Okay, yeah. That was not talked over. That message was still sending in the group chat. He didn't get 2 check marks there on the WhatsApp just yet before that one went through. But Tinones, a little better Wi-Fi, so he gets priority there. Winsome, still able to be a CC menace. He gets in, so does Wiz. He gets lit up by the box there, but Robo buying time as well. Root and Tinones are free firing. They are completely loose. Root, Kissy, Insta Charm, Insta Cleanse on the Charm, I should say. Double kill for Morteus in the meanwhile as the fight gets split. So Morteus just feasting. Winsome. He'll get the battle dance off. Oh no, the blast going right into the waiting arms of the Savage, but the feather stroke goes off. Oh! Are you kidding me?
Never dealt this map. People talk about Croc as the best in import into this region, but I think Root gives him a run for where Croc is volatile. Root always delivers, and that was clutch. That was necessary. Hate Stars had not dropped a single bit at that point. They were just clean one, and now there's no spite for kids. They're doing this because they're stronger, but there is a chance for steal.
There is.
Do it, Winsome. Do it.
Maybe.
Winsome, be the hero.
See, when it like the fact that it's an objective bounty, like when I see the little portraits on the bottom right and it's a different color, I'm like, I stole it. No, but that's just like because I see a different color and my brain's like, oh, the unexpected happened. Let's get a look at this fight here. It started off okay for Loud, and then Morteus was just like, wait, I can just right click.
Yeah, and this was exactly the concern we had in draft. Who's threatening Morteus? And to be fair to Wiz, Wiz is the first one to drop, right? He got his passive popped earlier this Sunday proc. And the other problem too was I don't think Wiz meant to commit. That was a great charm from Kissy. Kissy has just been on point. But for all that Kate Stars won that fight, that moment, the star moment belongs to Loud. Root. Look, actually, I know you're disappointed, but again, be happy that Root found that final kill. If not, things could have gone from bad to worse. And that's when they were 6k go down. Now Kate has closed the gap a little bit more. And with the Jinx, a single team fight could spell the end of the game. She gets excited. She just runs through those turrets like they're not even there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, the tower taking potential that you have with the Jinx, if she's just alive, just absolutely melting structures. And now, man, oh man, RMC. All of a sudden, this game woke up all of a sudden, and we are averaging a kill every 2 minutes, believe it or not. After just an absolute snooze fest of an early game, this game has kicked into life in a big, big way. Hextech Soul was picked up by Loud. We didn't really talk a ton about that, but Root, he's got to be careful. He doesn't have Flash, he doesn't have Cleanse, but he does have his ultimate, and now Bull into the backline. He goes all out. He's trying desperately to get under Root, but it doesn't matter because he's got the Goon Squad with him, and now Robo, being a nuisance on the other side, when it becomes Lightning Connects, not going to follow that up, though. No objectives to fight over, at least not for another couple minutes, so Loud is looking to get a little bit extra on this, potentially that other tier 3, and that's where the assist pings are coming down.
And with Bull off the table, that's actually a critical pick because he's the primary tank of the K-Stars team. And if your primary tank is down, anybody gets caught, you're pretty much dead right. Seismic Shove available for Tinos as well. You can see him fishing, looking for them.
Absolutely, man.
Disamis learned his lesson. Robo and Wiz, though, on the flank, are they going to look for a dive? If they had a wave, I could actually see them going from behind and trying to shove people out.
Yeah, the bot wave is in a really ugly spot, so you can't really play off that, unfortunately, but everything else about the situation for Loud is looking pretty good. They got to get at least this tier 2 before Bull comes back, and indeed they will. Wiz, potentially looking to go over the wall, cancels the elastic slingshot, so Loud still in this late game. I mean, they're playing it safe, RMC. I think that's what the charitable explanation is. But to be fair, again, Kissy has been money with his charms. Trimby has been playing this Thresh very well, and you have an oops button in the form of the Crescent Guard with Disamis, and again, if they can just keep Mortea safe, Loud, no, if they take any sort of disadvantageous fight, Jinx is on 4 items. She will absolutely melt you. Big knock up there from Robo. Trimby trying to buy some time with the box, with the Flay. Loud, yeah, Tino's not able to get in. Robo not on the same page as everybody else there for Loud.
Root was back in base. He was walking out, and Robo saw what Bo did and said, hold my beverage. I'm coming. I'll show you how it's done. Robo even more fed. And similar situation. It's really scary. When they found the pick on Bolt, Loud was, as you said, to charitably put it, cautious about overextending and slow things down. But for K-Stars, I was going to say they could just push in. No, they're going for the reset as well. But for both these teams are playing so cautiously right now. Look, I understand. Loser goes home. Stakes are really, really high. So nobody wants to throw. And we've already seen a couple. But for K-Stars, if you're just letting that happen, it really feels like you're wasting these picks that you're finding, that you're manufacturing. What's interesting with me for this fight, Robo gets caught, okay? He was looking for the flank. That's fine. But right there, he actually commits to the fight rather than backing out, which was a little bit surprising for me. He flashes in instead of saving it to get out. What I do like from Loud, though, is that they knew when to back out. The K-Stars fans are really happy about that. Props, man, but it didn't get you anything.
RC, I was checking some dates on the other side of things while you're doing that. I said it was a 5-week vacation if you get eliminated here. It's an 8-week vacation if you get eliminated here.
Dang.
Split 2 of LTA South starts April 5th, dude. I mean, I understand why they're being cautious. Disamis on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall gets locked up and sent into the green screen. Just kidding. He's still alive somehow. Rue finally weaves his way through him. But Winsome is a sacrificial lamb on the other side. Root still firing away, completely untouched. Wiz being an absolute menace. Bull gets eaten alive again. Root is an absolute menace. Flashing forward. There goes the Featherstorm. It's a triple for the boy, making a quadra for Root. And Loud might have just put this one to bed.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch fight. And it looked like it was going the way of K-Stars for a second. Mortea's untouched, getting the free fire. They lost track of the feathers. It was in the ground. They lost. They didn't see it. And Root on that pole left Morteus alone, high and dry, with AD carry up and available with such long death timers for VKS. Loud, they clutch it out when they need to. This team, as long as Robo, Tinons, and Root are on it, you can never count them out.
Yeah, man. I mean, that trio, right? They played together for a few years now. And Root, I mean, yeah, he knows how big of a role he played in that one. He won't show it on his face. He's a baby-faced assassin, but man, oh man. Man, yeah, they got General Snipered right there by that fan. Well, they're little guys. They're small. Yeah, Robo probably had some choice words when he popped up on that victory screen as well. But Loud, like you said, RMC, they clutch it up when they have to. They will live to fight another day. Man, oh man. Yeah, it's so rough for Cade because their performances feel like they deserve better than this.
Yeah.
But look, what a performance, man.
And that's the problem with a random draw a lot of times. Okay, you semi-random draw. Winston putting out the L, buddy. That was really, really clutch. You see it in these Loud fans too. Some of them have like tears in their eyes almost because they knew how close they were. They literally went from the very depths of despair to success all of a sudden because it should have ended so much worse for them. And yeah, the bracket, the fact that we had Kate Stars, Loud, and Pain all on the same side of the bracket, and a surging Leviathan as well showing up, that just makes it so incredibly tough. And now Kate Stars, like you said, FourY4, 2-month vacation coming in after, what was it, 3 months since we had a 3-month vacation between the end of CBLOL and the start of Split 1.
I was gonna say, yeah, CBLOL finals are in like mid-early September. So October, November, December, after a 4-month vacation. Congrats, you show up, you play 6 games of League of Legends, and now a 2-month break. Absolutely brutal.
That's rough. And FourY4, the saddest part is we aren't done yet. They're not going to be the only team eliminated today. We get both the elimination games. Furia and Fluxu W7M will also be going head-to-head to survive. Now,
if you are a fan, if you thought that was some inty trolly, oh haha Brazil gameplay, man, oh man, you gotta stick around because this next Furia versus Fluxu W7M series, there's going to be some entertainment on your screen. That I can promise you. It is going to be just vibes. Games will be played, abilities will be used, champions will be picked. This next series is going to be a slobber knocker. Knockdown, drag out, South American Street League of Legends. Should be very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to top this one, but you know what?
Yeah, this one ended up being more fun than I thought, man. This one was great.
Yeah, bracket B is just wild with all the action too. One thing we should note as well: Loud win this, they will be going up against the loser, of Isros Estral versus Red on the other side. Red, who knocked out Loud last split on the playoffs, and sealed the deal on Croc not being able to win his final split here. Loud not being able to pick up the 5-time championship. Yeah, that one's potentially interesting if that's the case, or even Isros Estral, they're kind of wild as well, but. Yeah, this Loud team, they know how to clutch it out when it matters. And for Kate to bring them this close, Kate just need that little bit extra. And again, this is the first split. They've only played 6 stage games as a team together, and they're already looking this good. I see why Coach Ciel was saying that, hey, like anything but a win in one of the splits this year would be a failure. I can see why he might say that. It's stiff competition, but he's got a lot of confidence.
Yep, we'll see. So we're going to have to wait a couple months to see Cade back, unfortunately. But that's going to do it for me. You'll have to wait a week to see me again. But Trajan, you're doing his very, very capable... What?
You're on tomorrow.
Oh, I am on tomorrow. JK. Yeah, no, I'll be back tomorrow. Never mind. I'll see you then. Before I say anything else incorrect, you've got Trajan coming up next for Furia, Fluxu W7M. We'll give you all the lowdown on both those teams, what to like, what to dislike. It should be really, really interesting. Again, another elimination BO3. Thank you guys for being here. Take care. We'll see you back here in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. My name is Trajan. I have moved from the chat to the screen. Welcome back, everybody. RMC, fun series, that Loud versus VKS. You know, we expected them to be going pretty hard, but I don't know if we expected them to go that hard.
Yeah, I certainly didn't, and that was way scrappy, especially that game 2. That one just went back and forth towards the end there. Rose, Trajan's been around longer than...
Yeah, I take issue with new guy, I'll be honest, on my 3rd year covering the region, but, you know, it's today, sure, we'll give him that.
Fair enough, and you know what, Trajan, you're in for a good time, and I'm glad you've got a fresh voice, because if we thought Loud versus VKS was chaotic, we actually expected this one to be even messer. The battle of the babies, Furia versus Fluxu W7M, the two youngest teams in terms of their average player age. Both of them average 21 and a half years old for their players, and both of them have our under 20s. We've got 3 players here in the LTA South region who are under 20 years of age. They're all on these two teams. Tatu for the side of Furia, and we've got Tatu and Ayu on the sides of Furia, and we've got Marvin on the side of Fluxu W7M.
It kind of feels crazy that Ayu has been around for years now, but he's only 19, you know? I remember back when he was playing support for Furia, like 2 years ago or something, or it feels like multiple splits ago, like supporting Trigo, was it? It feels like Ayu's been around for a long, long time, but it's good to see him finally back on the AD carry, I think, where he can shine. And I think he's been working well with Jojo. And yeah, Tatu, I was very excited with his first series as well. You were bigging him up as a very aggressive jungle option, and that seems to be the way that Furia are happy for him to play.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the brackets, how we kind of got here with both of these teams as well, because they took very different paths to end up in the lower bracket. Furia ran up against Isurus Estral, and honestly, it could have gone either way. It did come down, I think, to the experience Isurus Estral had on their roster. Tatu coin flipped a couple of things, and they didn't, and so the stability won out there. But Gigo in the top lane was an absolute monster. Gigod, as we like to call him, bodied Birtle in the 1v1. And so them being down here kind of hurts a little bit. Fluxu W7M, though, they got O2'd. They were the only series that didn't go the full distance, and so if you look at their stats right now, they look like the worst team. How true that is, we find out today, because one best of 3 doesn't tell you a whole lot about a team in general, just about how they do in a specific matchup.
Yeah, and you know, it's the start of a new season, plenty of new things to start to put into practice on the Rift, and certainly some teams looked a little bit more practiced than others. You know, we saw improvement from VKS in their first series to their second. I think definitely wasn't enough to get the win, but it was close. It was damn close. So I think depends on what Fluxu W7 have been up to, you know? Have Furia actually been able to keep that progress running forward? Are we still going to see some struggles in the mid lane, in the jungle maybe? Are we going to see as much dominance out of Ayu and Jojo as we've come to expect? And this is the opportunity, I think, for Furia to show us that everything is okay. They had a rough first matchup, you know? It was a tough opponent in Isurus Estral, and that's just, it was a tough opponent. Now they've got an easier challenge in front of them, and then I would like to see them demonstrate some of that quality that we saw before the end of the last split, where they should be able to just kind of outclass Fluxu W7M in many theaters, I feel.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And if we pull up the sort of Furia roster, we can kind of talk a bit more specifically about where we think that outclassing might happen, because a lot of these guys have CB LoL experience. The only sort of promotion from Tier 2 was Tatu in the jungle there. You can see actually in that picture, he's still wearing his old jersey, the Pain Gaming Academy jersey. And Gigo, he's a proven element. Furia spent a bag bringing him over from VKS, and rightfully so. Tuts, Ayu, and Jojo. These 3, there's so much potential here. Last split, I felt like we saw Tuts clutch up at some really critical times to bring Furia into the playoffs. Ayu and Jojo, was it 2023, I want to say, was when he topped the EU West solo queue ladder? Like #1 player in all of EU West, and a player from Brazil. Jojo, a very intelligent support. He whipped up the Skarner support last split. Was the only guy to kind of do it here in Brazil. And we know he's very tempered. He used to hold Titan back when they were both on Red candidates together in the bot lane. He was the guy keeping Titan on a good leash.
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone is going to pull the elite support out in Brazil, in South America, I think it's probably Jojo. I think that's where my money would be on to see it come out. Because when there is a specialist pick, when there is an angle for something particularly empowered in that 2v2, this is a guy that will go for it. And besides that, great leader on the Rift, as you've mentioned. We're into the pick and bans, everybody. Much the same that we're seeing coming through here. Skarner, Kalista, and Cassante banned on the red side. For blue, it's Ambessa, Varus, Jace, and a Corki first pick. So Marvin or Fu Or, I don't know, maybe someone else, who knows. Corki's a pretty good champ. You can kind of just slam it down and put it somewhere and you're going to get value.
Fair enough. I'd be surprised if he shows up in like top lane or something, but that would be the only.
So we've seen Corki jungle in the UK League. I just want to say that we've seen it twice, and I maybe I wish I hadn't, but it's certainly being done.
Maybe Brazil isn't the wildest region anymore. Interestingly enough, Miss Fortune being hovered. She's not had the best time of it so far here in LTA South. She has struggled, and she needs a lot of setup. But Tatu going with the Sejuani, I've got really mixed feelings about this one, Trajan. On one hand, Sejuani is a really good champion, and Tatu played a lot of her back in CBLOL Academy last year. On the other hand, Tatu just looks so much better on aggressive champions. Their loss in Game 3 last week against Isras Estral had Tatu on the Sejuani, where he couldn't quite have the same level of impact in the early game.
Yeah, I liked what he was doing. He was definitely trying to be everywhere, right? He was trying to solve problems across the map, which I respect, but ultimately wasn't able to get the job done, especially like he was in that second game that was very, very clean from him. So I think it's interesting that we've locked in the Misfortune before we even know where the Corki is going as well. Like, there's potentially a flex into the mid lane, and then the MF is functionally blind here. So we'll see what goes down with a Rail and a Rumble locked in on the other side. So big team fight impact slammed by FourY4
Yeah, and that's one of the problems about picking Misfortune early too. It's not just the lane matchups. It's not about the 2v2 where she can get countered. It's compositionally. Because now, when you use the ultimate as Misfortune, there is a self-root component to it. You're standing there, and Rumble can just drop the equalizer on you from like 2 screens away, and you're just sitting there taking all the damage while you're trying to get your own damage out. It's not equal. It's not the same. It does, though, mean that we do see the Aatrox come through as a potential counter. And I say potential because Rumble can still jungle. Is it good? It's actually not terrible for clear speed, but it's not something we see a lot of.
Yeah, we don't see much of the Aatrox either, to be honest. I guess it comes out just as a specific counter or when they've got something in mind. It does seem like we're getting a lot of interesting decisions from Furia early on, and the second half I think is going to have to pull this one together for me, because I like what Fluxu's got going on, and I like it into what Furia's got going on, as you've kind of teed up for us. Second round of the bans, Wukong banned away from the jungle, fairly standard. Rakan on the other side, and now without the Rel, without the Rakan, I'm wondering if we need to go down the Leona Nautilus route for Jojo, or if there's really any other choices down in that support role to make this Misfortune really hit.
Yeah, you could go Alistair. We often see that a lot.
Yeah.
Literally just as the answer to the Rel.
Actually,
but
yeah,
he's not
into the
bad
Rel
as
as well.
secondary engage. Yeah, you've got primary in terms of Sejuani anyway, so that's fine. I do really like the Wukong ban to kind of take that away from the side of FourY4 but there's still Maokai if you're looking for sort of a team fight tool that can follow up really, really well with the Rel. He's not the best primary engage, but as secondary engage is full up, he's still really, really good. And around objectives, we've seen how obnoxious it is to try and deal with the vision the saplings constantly give you.
Yeah, and FourY4 agrees with you, RMC. They banned the Alistair away. They saw the potential there and do not want to see it on the Rift. Vi was the second jungle ban, so a lot of jungle focus out of Furia there on their side of the draft. I'm maybe expecting a Xin Zhao to come up from Drake here at this point that can at least enable him to play his own style and is just good at that phase of the game. The Maokai, in fact, goes over to Furia, so we maybe see our second Maokai top of the day. We saw Robo pull it out in game number 1.
In Aatrox jungle? Oh no, he wouldn't even jungle. It's Maokai support, I think, is what they're running.
Jojo Maokai support. I guess that would be fair enough, yeah.
It can kind of answer the Rel, and I do like it as a deny to take away. Because really, what jungler is Drake Hero running now if you're playing for the team? I mean, you can still pick up individual picks. Drake Hero has a massive champion pool. He's the one who put up Bel'Veth in the past. He was one of the early adopters for Zac to come through as well, which is an option. A jungle Pantheon? Okay.
Maybe, and they could do jungle Pantheon, or they could do the Rumble jungle Pantheon top that you mentioned before. And we saw Robo, he did actually play the Pantheon top as well. Robo had a pretty interesting series, honestly. So we'll see what Fluxu is assigning here before we can actually tell who's winning and who's losing in this early game. Ultimately, I do feel like Furia have felt a little boxed in at all times, and they're not super flexible, with the Talia coming in now to round it out from the mid lane. So very standard mage pick for Tuts. I think you can be confident in that one, but what are the assignments right now?
That's what I'm wondering too, because I'm trying to remember what the matchups are for a Pantheon Aatrox. Like, I haven't seen a Pantheon really played in the top side for such a long time.
I just
like,
kind of
we
assume Pantheon beats everybody. That's what I think about Pantheon. I just assume he wins every lane matchup somehow.
I almost feel like he might not. Like, early on he might, but as, you know, Aatrox has a couple more items, the scaling's better on him, and Pantheon doesn't have good ways to get out of range. It looks like it's going to be a Pantheon jungle for now, which I think is it makes a little bit more sense to me. Pantheon
Sure.
jungle is really good at early ganks, right? You can set up, and you've got the lanes to make it happen too. Like Azir into Taliyah, you can punish that. Misfortune's always very, very vulnerable to any sort of high damage that comes through. And the top side, it's rather volatile. Rumble has been struggling a little bit in lane in 2025, but if you've got a good jungler set you up, you can still make it work. So I like the idea, but it means a lack of setup for that Rumble later on. That pick that looked so incredibly good initially for Hidan for team fighting, and Hidan's a great team fighter, now just looks like a single champion counter against just the Misfortune, really.
Yeah, it really just feels like this entire game is designed to just make IU hate his life. Like, Rumble, Rel, Pantheon, how is my guy supposed to play the game? I really don't know, and I really hope that Tuts and Gigo and Tatu are ready to step up and do a lot of legwork here, because I feel like IU's just going to be running for his life permanently.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting draft for sure to start this one off. There is a lot of still team fight potential for the side of Furia. The big problem is that it feels like you dropped the team fight, which is great, but the bulk of the damage you're looking at, or the wombo, is on that Misfortune, who's probably not going to be able to get it off. I'm kind of looking at Gigo with that Aatrox to be the world ender, to be the team fight ender for this Furia roster. Can he do it? For sure. We've seen Gigo have incredible performances as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Both in 1v1 situations and in 5v5 situations. But he does need to really kind of step up and be that champion. And or Tuts needs to kind of find picks. We saw Tinon's last just game, actually, on that Taliyah be the critical thing for the team. Yes, their composition had good team fight, but it did come down more to picks. And you can always pivot to that when you've got a Taliyah on your side.
And here we go, everybody, onto the Rift for the second series of the day. Furia versus Fluxu W7M. Remember, the loser of this best of 3 is out until the next split. VKS, we have already lost to the annals of time, and now we will see who is going to join them, who is going to step forward and advance to face Loud in the tiebreaker for 3rd and 4th. So there is more gameplay to see, everybody. Do not worry about that. And I very much agree with your point about Tuts RMC as well, to get back into the match. I think that Tuts and Tatu's ability to play together and find picks could be massive, but I think we do need to see a little bit more out of Tuts specifically today. Tatu, I hope we can see continued growth into this Sejuani play, to still see activity on the map early, and then continue that into value later on in the game. But if these two can link up together, they can keep Fluxu on the back feet, the entire time, and not allow them to set up to ruin the rest of Furia's plans so much, perhaps.
Yeah, and we're talking about Tatu. He's got links to a lot of this Fluxu W7M roster as well. We talked about him being on Pain Gaming. Well, 4 players from Pain Gaming Academy got promoted. The other 3 are all on Fluxu W7M. Not quite a law of X's situation. Yeah, but you've got Hidan, Marvin, and Giggs all being promoted. Both the side lanes coming through. Drake Hero and Fu were in CB LoL last split, but on different teams, right? You had Fu on Fluxu, the only remaining member of that Fluxu roster, and Drake Hero coming in from Liberty, which was another org which, may they rest in peace, kind of got cut. Yeah. And they were trying a sort of 1-year program sort of deal, which didn't work out because of the sudden merger, and that really came back to bite them. But a lot of potential, a lot of aggression, and a lot of youth, like we're talking about, for Fluxu W7M. So it can kind of go both ways, the familiarity. Do they know Tatu's pathing well enough? Do they know how to punish his aggressive tendencies? Or does Tatu know how his lanes want to play and will know how to punish Hidan for maybe times when he overextends, or Marvin and Giggs, knowing when they like to push out, when they like to ward?
And it seems for now, at the very least, we know how IU and Jojo want to play. They got that level 2 first, stepping up aggressively. The Misfortune is a notorious lane bully. And if he's allowed to get that combo off the Maokai lockup into that empowered auto attack, into the Q, the slow from the E, it's a pretty strong trading combo that Marvin and Giggs are paying respect to early on in the lane. And perhaps Drake Hero pathing bottom to top for now. We'll see where he wants to go after this. If he wants to try and resolve that, wants to try and catch out the top lane. Admittedly, we saw what happens to teams when they try and catch out Gigo in the 1v2 in the last series. Sometimes it can go a little rough for you. The guy is great under pressure.
And I'm actually really happy about the fact that we're not seeing lane swaps come through, especially when we see Aatrox a lot of times. Like, Aatrox doesn't like the lane swaps necessarily, but his early laning phase isn't that strong either. In a situation where you're up against Rumble, Rumble suffers even worse in a lane swap situation than the Aatrox does. If you can shut down the Rumble early, he doesn't scale that well into the late game. His spike is in the mid game, so if you delay that, it absolutely wrecks him. But FourY4 didn't opt for the lane swap, even if Rumble is stronger in the early 1v1s. Gigo's just like, nah, I can handle this. We want IU and JoJo to match up. We think they're the stronger bot lane because they're more veteran, they're more proven, which is wild when you think about the fact that IU's only 19, and yet he's considered a veteran compared to Marvin, who just came up into tier 1.
Yeah, that's what happens with the Brazilian AD carries, man. There's always another fresh new face hitting the scene, ready to style on kids, even though they are, you know, technically the kid in this equation. They're surrounded by very slightly older kids, so there's just always talent coming up through that pipeline in the LTA South, which you see once again, IU and JoJo still very much in control of this lane.
It's like when you're 40, right? Like somebody in their 30s, it's like, okay, you're young, but you're not like a kid. But when you're like 7 years old, a 6-year-old, it's like a kid, you know?
It's like, oh, my birthday's in September, yours is in December. Man, you're a child to me. You are a tiny infant. Can only guess at what goes on in my mind.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if this particular roster is actually the youngest roster either, because there was that FourY4 Babies roster, was it 2 years ago, which was super fun as well. But I don't know if they were an actual younger average age than this one right now with IU on their roster.
Gigo committing. We got a lot of support. The lane swap comes in late. He done hashed to flash away from the last Arcane Blade and will walk away with his life.
Okay, that's actually really concerning. That Hidan is kind of forced to flash in a just straight up 1v1 before any backup comes through. And I guess that's why FourY4 didn't bother even trying to lane swap. They knew they were strong enough. He's TPing back into a 1v2 situation.
Well, good luck, I suppose. No flash, no backup, no friends. He does have Rel and Pantheon on his side of the map, so he should be safe from dying, I imagine. But IU and JoJo are going to be able to start farming up plates quick smart.
Honestly, I was expecting Hidan to lose at least like a third of his life, teleporting to that 1v2 situation with a massive wave under turret as well. But he does fine, and like you said, there's no kill threat necessarily. Giggs is able to respond fast enough to be a-okay. Herald is coming up though, and neither Gigo nor Marvin have teleport. Gigo already used his. Marvin, is he going to start walking up already?
This is an interesting decision. Where is my guy off to right now? Heading up towards mid lane at this point. Tuts and Tattoo taking a check towards the north side of the river. Just everyone's moving into this river area to see, trying to snuff out where the enemy team is going to land. And so far, they're all aware of each other, but no one's really hard committing into that space to find an angle right now. But Gigo himself as well, now rotating up, maybe slightly behind the curve. FourY4 don't have everyone here yet.
I think Fuxu W7M, they might be able to get one grub, but by the second one, Gigo is here. It gets so risky for them. They are backing off, but moving first and only getting one grub. Weaver's Wall to cut.
That's dropping the wall, separates the west of FXW7 away from there. So it is going to be the 2-for-1 grubs trade, and everyone's going to kind of go back to what they were doing. Interesting choice right here. We do see Gigo returning to the bot side. They're not returning to normal lane assignments. They're still getting IU and JoJo the chance to bully out Hidan, and Marvin and Giggs, in theory, will have the chance to do the same in bot.
Okay, effectively what happened with that move as well, and with the way the lane assignments went, was that Fluxu W7M, they would sacrifice their AD carry for this grub contest. FourY4 sacrifices their top lane for the grub contest. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, because now that means IU continues to pick up CS, he gets accelerated as contrasted to Hidan, right? And I guess you're thinking that, okay, Hidan has more immediate impact, we need to get him ahead. I don't hate the idea necessarily.
Gigo stuck in the 1v4, maybe forgot what was coming. He has the flash still, but will he even bother with it? Oof. Into the W. That's a bit of a goof from Gigo, not what we love to see. First blood from the Drake Hero ultimate.
Did we put that down to buffering?
He lagged, I think, maybe, perhaps. Suddenly he's a little buffering symbol over his forehead, perhaps, because he was already getting stunned. Maybe tried to flash around it, ended up flashing into it. Overall, a bit of a toughie.
Yeah, and for Fluxu W7M, the fact that Drake Hero picks that up is great for them. A lot of times when you're on things like Sejuani, like Maokai, and you pick up the kill, or Ivern, that's not great. But give it to a Pantheon. Give it early to a Pantheon, and he gets a lot of action generated. Drake Hero still on the roam. He's been looking for kills, though, and not so much at the objectives. They got the one Void Grub, and he's not even looking at this dragon right now.
Yeah, to be honest, it's very good for Fluxu W7M they got that one, because you're absolutely right. It feels like the bot lane, Ayu and Jojo, came away so much better from this lane swap. They're 24 CS ahead right now, just from the orientating and the rotations there. Marvin going back to base a lot more often, just losing time on the map. However, they have managed to get a little gold injection into that Pantheon, so it doesn't matter how far ahead Ayu is going to be, he's not going to beat the Pantheon 1-1. It's just not going to matter.
Yeah, and especially again in team fights with the Rumble ult on top of that, Ayu just has to play immaculately to really have the impact that the gold funding they're giving him kind of demands. I will say though, Marvin not gonna want to lane into this. Not only does Ayu have a significant sort of gold lead, but Marvin also went for tier, so that's like a 400 gold deficit that he has to play through as well. The gap is bigger than it looks. It says 351, counted as 751.
Yeah, the gap is about as big as between Marvin and his creep wave right now. It's massive down there. He just cannot commit. It's a replay of that, and it's just Ego tries to get the wave in, and you just ran out of time for this one, buddy.
Yeah, and that's with the Pantheon, right? That's one of the big problems. We saw the flash right there. I actually do think it got buffered, and he just didn't cancel it in time and just right into the stun. That's really rough to watch. But yeah, great collapsing from Drake Hero as well. The Pantheon ultimate, something that we didn't see Robo use to great effect in the prior series. Like he was using it once in a while. He had a lot of impact just by being at places, but we didn't see the map control. Whereas Drake Hero, level 6 dropping that ult right away. That's what you want to see with globals. Maximal impact as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if you're used to the timers of, okay, I've seen the junglers disappeared from the map, I have X number of seconds before I can finish pushing this wave on. Not true. Pantheon, you have 0 seconds. You're just going to ult from one side of the map to the other, and it really just messes with the timings that are going on these players' heads, even if they are calming as to when the jungler is disappearing from vision. So luckily, FourY4 lose out at that stage still, even in the CS, and now with the Hex Trigger completed, Gigo does seem comfortable in that kind of refreshed top lane matchup. But the rest is kind of going pretty well for FourY4. Despite the first blood going the other way, they have still drawn back a gold lead to themselves. And this is the kind of usual MO of FourY4. They tend to outvalue their opponents in that early lane stage. They farm better, they get more plates, they just get more money on the map, and they turn that lead into a good mid-game fight. They're already doing the first part. We'll see if they can hit the second.
And Trajan, you and I on the tier list and Gringos Liberados, we very highly valued FourY4. We put them actually as a top 3 team. A lot of it's because of the mechanical prowess, right? These kids have hands. These zoomers zoom fast. And the laning should favor them by all means. Fluxu, W7M, yes, they've got young players as well. But they struggled, you saw, up against Red in the hands check, and that was where they kind of fell apart. So far this game, they've had some good rotations, good movements, but the laning part, it's not been terrible by any means, don't get me wrong, but they're also not really finding any leads through laning, and FourY4 will happily extend the isolated lanes.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're generally going to just accrue a little bit more money slowly but surely as we head on through here. They have managed to get that second grub cap entirely to themselves. Tattoo picking that one up. 5 grubs to 1. Small grubbies in the favor of FourY4, plus an epic camp towards that feat early on as well. This is we're 11.5 minutes in, and we've barely touched any of the feats. We're only 1 kill for one team, 0 for the other, and only 1, or I guess 2 full camps completed for FourY4. They got the dragon and grubs.
Yeah, again, very quiet game. Funnily enough, actually, the FourY4 Isthmus Estral game, I think, had the lowest average kills out of all the series. It was a very slow grind between those two teams. A lot of sort of macro plays, and I think part of that came down to the fact that both teams were very happy to kind of just sit in their lanes and match hands, in that sort of situation. That's not the ideal League of Legends, and for FourY4, they are still sitting back, happy to not have too much action kick off. Tattoo has not been particularly proactive in terms of making ganks happen. Fluxu W7M, on the other hand, we've seen Drake Hero run around. I wonder if he's just waiting for his ult again to try and make a play happen. There's a lot of vision, and FourY4 have been able to push up on that top side, so Drake Hero is a little bit more restricted in terms of trying to walk through river and make something happen in a lane that way.
Yeah, it feels like Gigo has just been sitting outside Hidan's tower for the last few minutes, and no one has batted an eyelid. No one has gone to assist Hidan or look for a dive, anything like this. Ayu seems to be happy just continuing to slowly grow that gold lead in the matchup versus Marvin and Geeks wherever they are. And then Tuts and Fu are picking up waves and shaking hands and walking away. So for FourY4, I can understand for a team like this, you don't feel the need to take the volatile play. We always end up accruing more value just by playing the game without asking these risky questions. So we win if we just sit and do nothing. However, you know, they're not crushing. They are 100 gold in the lead. They're not amassing a gigantic, insurmountable lead. Now it seems like Joju's ready to go for a fight. Drake Hero's there, Tuts around the corner, and the Fluxy W7M jungler is a little bit out in the lurch, all on his lonesome. IU picks up the kill, and just as we started to get a little bit frustrated with them, RMC, FourY goes, fine, okay, we'll get the kill.
And I love it when these sort of globals are used to make action happen. We saw Drake Hero use his earlier. Tuts now using his Weaver's Wall to cut off Drake Hero. And this one, I think, is probably the higher value global in terms of what they managed to get off the back end of it. They get the pick on Drake Hero. They get Hextech Dragon to boot. The Dragon stacking continues for FourY. And now Fu has to be a little bit careful here. Tatu still has that ultimate. Didn't use the Glacial Prison prior.
IU on his lonesome right now, but Geek's not committing anything. The flashes are available. Tuts and Fu still going at it. Oh, round the corner comes Tatu. Love that from the observers. I had no idea Sejuani was there, and neither did Fu. Lovely little pick in the bot side. Meanwhile, the mid lane's still going down. The flash pick omitted there as Drake Hero flies in. Not quite in the right spot, but IU starting to come under pressure.
And what I loved most about that bot side bait was Tuts' acting. You see the way he stutter steps? He's like, oh, I didn't expect to see you here. I don't actually want to fight you. But since you're poking me, I'll poke back. And Fu's like, oh, I got you where I want you. Surprise, Tatu was waiting behind. Perfect acting from Tuts there. Give the man an Oscar. And now that's going to prey on Fu's mind as well now, right? Like you don't have vision on Tatu. You can't be pushing out. You can't get aggressive whatsoever. And for Fluxy W7M, like, this adds more hesitation to its squad, a team that needs to be proactive with the likes of the Rumble, like with the likes of the Pantheon, who both tend to fall off later on.
Yeah, in the last series, it was Fu who was shouldering a lot of that proactive burden, perhaps against anyone's better judgment, you know, as Azir was having to find a lot of engages. It felt like he was dragging Fluxy W7M through a really rough pair of games. However, if he's now kind of put on the back foot, he's now got his head in a swivel looking for a rampaging Tatu every time, we're maybe not going to see as much aggression from him. Now, maybe he can just sit back and actually do DPS. Hedan, unfortunately, not going to find too much DPS. He's getting decent damage onto Tatu. Drake Hero interrupts IU, but the ult just doesn't quite secure the kill. And now the rotations are coming through. Fu has a bit of a flank angle. The rest of FourY are trapped in the jungle. They've got to scrap their way out, RMC. They'll find the first kill. Tatu barely squeaks away. He will be picked up by Hedan eventually. FourY find another on the north side of the play, and that one got complex really fast.
A 2-for-1, and Hedan sends regards to his former jungler, but FourY kind of just being a little bit ahead. And this is why I was so hyped on Tatu coming into LTA South. The fact that he's playing so aggressively, it feels like every time we look at the bot lane, Tatu's there, whether he's ganking or just straight up taking your jungle. And Fluxy W7M, they get that ward down, right? And Hedan thinks he's safe, but Tatu walks up from behind, and Hedan at that moment realizes, oh, I'm in trouble. Where do I flash to? Where do I go to? And that early move advantage is what gives FourY this fight. If not, technically Fluxy W7M had more members on the bot side of the map initially. It's because of that first move, because they're grouped up faster, they're able to find this. Tatu as well makes this play happen, right? He goes over, he kind of baits Drake Hero into that fight, well, not baits him, but CCs him and forces him to remain in that fight, and then backs right back out, leaving Drake Hero up a creek with no battle.
Fluxy W7M still get the first move onto this Herald right now, but FourY in possession of a 2k gold lead. Finally, they have managed to open that lead up. Let's see what they can do with it. IU now with no flash, and all 5 members of Fluxy there. Tuts in with the Weaver's Wall. The Glacial Prison comes out, gets the cleanse out of Marvin. Lovely. Threading the needle from Tatu. Gets that key summoner away from the Fluxy W7M carry.
And FourY's just waiting for that bullet time to come back up. They don't really want to full fight this right now. Pick still take, but Tatu...
Maokai gets a couple of roots right there. There's the IU ultimate, and nobody can stop him. FourY managed to find a situation where no one can interrupt the ultimate, and it's a quick 2 kills off the back of it. Marvin has the Valkyrie to safety, but FourY really opening up in these fights.
I cannot highlight enough how hard it is for IU to find these sort of spots. At this point of League of Legends lifespan, Misfortune has been around for a long time. Everybody knows that choke points are so dangerous about her, and they try to play around that. And on top of that, the composition Fluxy W7M has, we said it... Oh, wow. Great stun to stop Fu from being able to actually shuffle there. Such skill. Okay, no, he doesn't.
That is grim. All right.
Tuts would be praising IU, and it's like, no, you don't get to praise him. Praise me. Really well played from Tuts. But yeah, for IU, a lot of this composition kind of counters that Misfortune. There's so many ways to interrupt her, to stop her, to damage her. But IU kind of holds for so long, and Fluxu W7M, they're not tracking the timer properly. They're still playing this choke point, probably thinking, oh, it's down. And when Tatu starts to position here, starts to step up, he doesn't have Glacial Prison. So if he initiates, it's with his face. And Fluxu W7M think, oh, he already went in. We can turn around. No surprise, you can't. You're in a choke point. And the bullet time has finally come back up. IU's perfectly safe, completely untouched. Equalizer not even able, already used, not there to try and punish him in any way. And with that, 3-0 and 2, IUZ is popping off.
Absolutely stunning from the young 19-year-old carrier right there. 3-0 and 2, almost 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart in Marvin, and Furia opening up well in this series. We wanted to see them take a commanding role in this series, given what we expect of these players, and they have started to show us that now. Tatu looking for a little angle onto Marvin, cannot quite find it. Didn't commit an ultimate or anything additional. Doesn't know where the rest of the team are, but Furia, they've got the Dragon to look forward to. They could look for another fight. We do still have to be worried about IU, but he does at least have his flashback now.
Fair enough, and out once again, back up. Glacial Prison for Tatu, as you said, held in pocket, waiting for this fight instead. And Fluxu W7M, they decide that discretion's the better part of valor. They don't want any of this. They know they're behind. They know that team fighting is not their strong suit, and they just kind of commit for that cross-map play. I think that is the right call for them, but once these outers fall, it becomes a lot harder for Fluxu W7M to continue the strategy.
Fu still working on this top lane tower, is going to pick it up as the Mountain Dragon falls. Soul Point now, Tuts actually commits in to try and get the counter kill. Fu already pretty low. Another TP, in fact, from Gigo. Everyone's committing. Of course, the TP does take a hot minute these days, and Fu might be able to try and slip away. Jojo around the corner, wasting a lot of time. Is this here? And IU, in fact, the third carry to arrive on the scene, picks up the kill credit. Ultimately, Furia did have to commit a fair amount of effort for that, but have they dragged Fluxu up into the mid lane that they had no business being in? Drake Hero meets the wrong end of Tatu round the corner, flashes over the Glacial Prison to complete this job. Jojo with a sapling to keep those slows rolling in, and IU grabs a second.
And IU gets the whole bullet time the entire time that's happening. Fluxu W7M, it cost them so much to get their first serve of the game in the top lane. And then Furia just counterpunch, they get the kills, plural, and they just get to take the topside outer for completely free. Furia are at leisure right now.
Yeah, this is looking like easy breezy for Furia. They're in control of every situation once they got out of that slow early game. But again, it wasn't an early game that they felt like they were struggling to control. They just weren't really making any proactive moves, probably by design. You know, they just didn't seem to be looking for that. They seemed content to play it out in that style. And as soon as they found the opportunity, bang, they get one kill onto Drake Hero, and they're off to the races. Now we're 5,000 gold in the lead, and it feels like about 5 minutes have passed in the game. They've got Atakan, they're on Soul Point, their tower leads, they've got all the grubs they need. They really have everything they need to sew up a game, and this is how Furia win games. Once they come out of a lane looking solid, they get one lead, and they just look unstoppable through to the Nexus.
I'm actually super impressed when you consider we talk about how young this roster is, but the patience that they're exhibiting. They're playing perfectly around their power spikes, right? Like when they get their items, that's when they start to make these plays happen. Whereas Fluxu W7M, I personally prefer watching scrappy teams like Fluxu W7M, but unfortunately it's not working out for them. They're looking for fights which aren't converting necessarily to objectives or getting them any significant advantages. You get the kill, great, but then what? And this Pantheon Rumble to me is like the perfect example of that. They're both early game champions. They play well early. Drake Hero made some early action happen, but now your comp is a little bit split. You don't have the setup to really make this Rumble take off. And what's your way back into this game? At this point, it feels like Giggs has got to find $1 million engage, but he's the one who, if anything, has to be watching out for other people engaging onto him.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is the kind of plays that Rails have made in this region in the past. They have been some of our most exciting players. Curry, Pro Delta, Jojo, they've had amazing rail engages of the past, and Geeks has to make an all-timer to break it back into this one. Another tower falls down, Hedan, in fact, TPing over to make sure it's connected, but now the mid is exposed, and Furia are rotating over. Fluxu W7M desperately trying to control the rest of the map. Rumble out comes out, Maokai from the side of Furia as they turn back for the turret. Gigo not looking super healthy. He does have the Atakan buff, but doesn't feel the need to give it away for nothing.
No, but that Atakan buff is precisely what's allowing them to be so aggressive with this. They're looking for the dive because they know, hey, we can afford to do this and still keep on pushing. We got all the pressure we want. That's 2 inners going down in a row. Well played from FourY4. And Trajan, I part of me laughs too, because we didn't even comment on the fact that Atakan was being done by FourY4. It showed at one point, but there was just no contest. FourY4 W7M, I don't think even had vision of
It's
it
like
being
taking
done.
grubs. It's just like taking a crud camp, you know? It's just, there's no one here. We're just going to take it and move on, you know? No big deal.
Yeah, it spawned, we set up, we just take it. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what it should be like, you know, when you're this far ahead, and when you have so much control that FourY4 does with the Maokai Sejuani and the Talia, right? They have so many tools to control the space. If they've got good vision on the back of that, it feels so awkward for FluxY W7M to get in. Yes, Drake Hero can throw his entire body in with the ultimate in theory to get around that question, but who else is going to follow him? You know, who's actually going to be in a position to follow up on that?
I mean, there's a reason why Drake Hero is 1-4-1 right now, right?
Yeah, he's trying.
He's throwing his body in there. Yeah. His body is ready. Well, I guess his mind is ready, but his body is not, right? It's just getting crushed like a can every time he tries to look at it.
Yeah, his body cannot keep up necessarily, but this is, you know, this is once again the Drake Hero, as it is the tattoo that we would expect, but players like this, when their team is behind on champions like Pantheon, it's hard to find the value. Now, Gigo is on his own, got the ultimate, in comes Drake Hero, finally. A bit of an activity here that you can join in with. Gigo slips away, doesn't quite go down, but it's still basically in the 4v5 right now. Tattoo going in. The Atakan buff is no longer on FourY4. If they die for real, and the IU ultimate barely skims the back of FluxY. So some big tools committed by either side, but no one's gone down.
Tatsu still wants this.
Going back in, the TP behind, Aatrox is flying in, the Rumble ult doesn't really catch anybody, as he's slowing down, flash in by Tuts. FluxY trying to get back to safety, Tattoo again on the flank, look at the HP bars from FluxY, barely limping away, and they will be picked apart. 2 more fall for FourY4. They do lose Gigo in the end, but now the Dragon's wide open.
It's a 1-for-2. You take that. Baron spawning as well. I'm curious to see if FourY4 actually rotates straight to Baron after this. I think that'd be a little bit over-ambitious. I'd much rather see them take it slow. You got some kills. You get the Dragon. You can look for the reset pings. Okay, I think that TP makes me feel like they're going straight for Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just sending it. So Hidan has no TP, is going to come off the fountain. Geeks is just coming alive now, she'll be able to ride, but look at the flashes on the side of FluxY W7M. No one has a single flash. No one can try and get over, you know, the Talia field or past the Maokai ultimate, and the Baron's already been started. Kind of.
The blue trinket comes down.
Oh, sure.
That's enough to cancel them off of it. Yeah, because if you get caught in that pit, it's just so incredibly rough, and even if Drake Hero dies, if he does enough damage, that's where you throw a game. That's where the debuff that comes from Baron could potentially cause a lot of damage and work to be done. We get a replay, and it's criminal that Gigo gets out of this fight. But if you actually look at what was expended to make that happen, next to nothing. None of the outs were used. So those are all available for the ensuing fight. And FourY4 are the ones who actually expended the ultimate. This 20 out comes out. The Weaver's Wall we saw as well. But it doesn't matter, because the walls are big enough. And even if Gigo doesn't come in here, I don't think FourY4 lose anything for it. Gigo's teleport just kind of forces the issue and gets them the extra kill. Nothing more than that. There was no kill threat at any point from FluxY W7M on anybody but Gigo on the initial pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the fight's breaking out. FourY4 happy to go in again. The Weaver's Wall once again splitting the fight, and he down on the front line, nowhere to go. Marvin trapped as well. Glacial Prison keeps him locked up. The Maokai ult goes wide, but on the other side of the fight, Gigo and Tattoo are just running the show. Double kill for the MF, a slew of kills once again for FourY4, and now the Baron's looking a lot easier.
You know, Trajan, FourY4 was saying that this one was teeing this one up for a bit more of a bloodbath. I will give him this. It's been a massacre, but it's been a bit of a one-sided one. FluxY W7M just can't catch a break. And last week, we saw a lot of games swing back and forth where the series was kind of close, but the individual games tended to be very one-sided. Yeah. After this, I'm not sure if I'm expecting FluxY W7M to be able to punch back. It feels a lot like what happened against Red, where they just weren't quite able to match up, and yeah, it just becomes a problem for them. This catch, even, you look at the numbers here, there's actually more members of FluxY W7M. There's 5 of them compared to the 4, because Gigo's looking for that huge flank. Gigo wants to catch everybody up, but FluxY W7M don't even offer up a fight. They just kind of go, okay, we got caught, we're out. Like, we just back off and die quietly in the corner somewhere.
Yeah, to see Marvin as well get knocked back on top of the Talia walls, just sticking him in there. There's just nowhere for him to go. Very, very tough. We were worried about how IU was going to be able to play this game, but honestly, Marvin is the one struggling to find some angles. It's his first death, but he's not really getting the value so far, as Hidan Caught up by Gigo, pops the World Ender and commits the Darkened Blades, raining down as the Rumble Ultimate. Gigo is just standing in it. He doesn't care. And now he comes straight here, a little behind the curve. Can he turn this one, or has he just fed himself to the monster? Gigo served up another kill, some more fresh blood for the Aatrox to just slam down this value. Sterak's pops with Rake Hero, but the chains come out, and the 1v2 from Gigo, that's the Gigo we expect to see. The Fluxu W7M base is in tatters as this game is surely going to come to an end.
And the push on the bot side was horrific as well. They just shoved their way through the mid lane, take everything. They send Tuts to go on the bot side as well, and now they're looking to finish up with kills.
Oh, the ultimate onto Fu as well. He gets the ult off, but Tuts is ready there to follow it up. This is beautiful from Furia, shepherding out of their own Nexus towers, taking everybody down. The ace completed. Furia lock up the pre-30 win, 15k in the lead by the end of it. That is the game one that all the Furia fans wanted to see.
I love seeing Tatu so excited as well, because it means a little bit more extra to him. It's not just a win on the tier 1 stage. It's not just a clean play from his Sejuani, which again led the charge this game. That kid is so proactive. I love to see it. But also, again, it's his former teammates, Hidan, Marvin, Giggs. Tatu is the only one not on this team from the team, his squad mates who got promoted, and he gets to kind of tell them, hey, you know, I'm winning here. You know, I carried y'all back in tier 2. I'm going to beat y'all now in tier 1.
And I'll be honest, the Loud fans in the audience looking pretty happy, looking pretty chuffed with that one. You have to face this team if they win right here. If they win this series, they have to play against Loud the best of one. And when we were talking on the Gringos Liberados podcast this last week, we were talking about who is more likely to win in that best of one tiebreaker. Who do we trust to take that win at the end of the day? And for me, it was Loud and Furia. You know, both of these teams, I think, are so heavily favored in a best of one environment that it could be a very, very tight tiebreaker if that's the way it goes. Now, Fluxus, they do have opportunities to try and break back. It is a best of 3 series. It's not over yet, but after that first game, it feels pretty over. I don't know. That game was just unplayable for them.
Yeah, it felt really, really rough, Trajan. And I love the fact that you're projecting already forward, thinking that Loud and Furia are going to make it all the way to the best of one. Because winner of this match supposed to face the loser of Leviathan Pain.
That's true, actually.
And Leviathan looked really, really good, to be fair. They were the ones who knocked down Vivo K-Stars, so anything could yet happen. But I completely agree with your read on this game, Trajan. That the fact that it did look so done. And it was just the way it happened, too. Like, Fluxu W7M... They just looked like they were completely beaten by the end of it, right? 5v4 and you're not looking for the fight. I don't know what more you could look for in that situation when you're down thousands of gold. And going to game 2, their draft in game 1 concerned me. I don't know what we're going to see from them in game 2, right? Like, again, I like the Rumble, I like the Corki, I like the Realm. Their first 3 picks were great. The way they rounded it out, that to me was questionable. Did we really need a Pantheon jungle there for Drake Hero? I feel like there's just so many other options we could have looked at. Sure, the Maokai got denied away. Look, I understand that, but you've got Zac, you've got Belveth. Like, heck, you could even go with something like a Lilia or Zyra to kind of try and round things up and work with that Rumble. Yeah, it's a lot of magic damage, but if not, then what was the point of the Rumble pick?
Yeah, and, you know, remember everybody, it is Fearless. The Maokai is now gone. The Pantheon is now gone. You know, we have seen some of these very impactful picks taken away nice and early. The Sejuani as well, very common pick in the jungle. That is now denied. So, interestingly, when you start off with like a Pantheon jungle and like an MF bot lane, you do leave yourself the opportunity for more power picks later on in the draft. Maybe not going straight to the well out the gate. So we'll see if either of them are able to find power picks later on, given that not all of them have already been removed after this first game. But I think Furia, or Fluxu I should say, they're going to have to try and find a new angle into this one, because they couldn't really crack any of the lanes. And Drake Hero didn't really get any momentum in the jungle either. There's not really a place that looked weak on the Furia map to attack. So with a very different draft, it might be a different story, but it just feels like such a consistent thing about Furia that's how they draft and that's how they play. They draft to win their lanes, and they play to passively win their lanes and then convert later. So you need to disrupt that pattern, or they're just gonna do it again. That's just what they always do.
They didn't even draft to win their lanes this time, right? Like, they picked up Misfortune Aatrox. Like, okay,
well,
maybe
they win in the lane matchup. They win with the Pantheon jungle coming at you, maybe not. But in the 2v2s, the 1v1s, like, yeah, the Aatrox I think is a bit more of a skill expression situation there, and the Rumble definitely could take the fight to Gigo. But maybe that's just a Gigo effect, you know. Maybe Gigo's just too hot right now to be stumbled at this stage, and you could just pick anything.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with you, and especially we saw that sort of 1v2 situation that happened with the two individual pickup kills. Yeah, Kigo is in the kitchen and he's ready to cook. He's not afraid of the fire. But Trajan, you know, a lot of things can change, and maybe in the break, BP can kind of whip his team back into shape. He's done it before on Pain Gaming Academy with some of these players, with 3 of these players prior. We'll see if he's able to do it. For now, we're going to throw it to a break, and when Game 2 comes back, we'll see if Looks W7M can wake up and bring us something to see.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. Pretty swift game one. Not too much seen out of the Fluxy W7M side. It was just kind of a nightmare from minute one to Nexus exploding. And this is more or less what we expected, right? Well, that's what I expected. That's what I hoped for, perhaps, is maybe even fairer to say. That's what I hoped to see, to assure me that my faith in FourY4 was not entirely misplaced. And I think I'm a little relaxed now. I'm like, okay, I didn't just make all the stuff up about FourY4. They actually are quite good when the situation works.
It's funny because I was kind of high on both Fluxy W7M and FourY4 because they've got the promotions in the CBL Academy, because of the Gaming Academy players who did get promoted up. But look, FourY4, I'm happy for them. It really looks like they understand what they want to do, and the measured, tempered way they were playing makes me very hopeful for them. But
Yeah.
Fluxy W7M, like, look, you can lose games. I'm fine with that. The way they lost to Red, I was kind of chill with. Like, you got out hands stiffed. Fine, I get it, but you were proactive. You're still making things happen. Last game was not how I wanted to see them lose. It just felt like they lost spirit towards the end. We weren't seeing people make plays. The Pantheon was whipped and could not go win. Fu, granted, you're on a Corki. What sort of engage can we hope from the Corki? But I said that about his Aurora, and he still made engages the Aurora. But Giggs, man, Giggs, wake up. This is not the Giggs we had in Academy. Back in Academy, he would find engages. He's been invisible on this route, and last week he was leading deaths on his team. Trajan, I'm kind of in pain watching this team right now.
Yeah, it is a bit. Well, you probably won't have to watch them for much longer because if they don't win this series,
Ouch.
they're out for 2 months. So unlucky. So yeah, they need to turn something around fast, right? We need to see something more from them. You know what? I remember really enjoying seeing Geeks on the last time we saw him on Kaboom. I like seeing Geeks on Pike. I like Geeks Pike. I thought that was cool.
Okay.
I thought he was really active. And it's a bit of a curveball, right? It slips through Fearless. You're never going to have it banned away, and it doesn't, I think, get countered specifically in the same way that things like Rakan can do, or you know, when you have like Rel into Alistair. Like, Pike is just such a different kind of beast that I think maybe that can be the way to play it. Now, I don't think we're going to see it. I'll be honest. I would just love to see it from Geeks. This is potentially the last game. Your tournament life is on the line here. Here we go into the draft. They have opened up with an Ambessa. That's a very strong champion. So maybe this is the turnaround. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit more from Hidan in this game instead.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken away the Cassante with a ban. The other thing that we often see played into Ambessa is the Poppy, to be able to stop her mobility from diving the backline and actually being able to kind of win out trades and decide when you want to trade in the 1v1 situation. Drake Hero hovered the Viego, but he settled for the Vi instead. And Vi Ari traded. We saw a lot of this last week.
We shall not be sitting back and doing nothing in this game, I think. If we're Fluxy W7M with Vi, Ari, and Bessa, if we still go into this mid-game 15 minutes with 1 kill and 6 deaths, then I don't know what to tell you. It maybe just wasn't to be. So to be honest, I like this Fluxy W7M. You have to make it work. You've got to change the pace of the game. You've got to take control of your destiny right here. And this is the mid-jungle to do it. So love that for them. On the FourY4 side, Aurora, Wukong, they're just good champs. They're just very good champions. You can rotate the Aurora around if you want. We'll see if that Rakan gets locked in again. Very common pick for JoJo. You can play it with a lot of different things as well. So FourY4 is still kind of wide open going into the second round of bans. And we'll see what their priority is going to be here.
I find it kind of interesting that the AD carry priority has slid down so much between these two teams. Like, they don't care particularly for it. And there are some really strong picks still available. Things like the Ezreal, as a champion that we've seen teams really highly prioritize, especially as an answer to Corki, which, granted, has already been played. Beyond that, sure, then there kind of is a drop because Kalista is banned away. Xayah being taken away literally just because of the Rakan. I still don't think Xayah is necessarily the champion. Well, I guess she's good into Vi, so you're taking her more so that Drake Hero can actually dive that backline. But between Ambessa, Vi, and Nari, I feel like you could have just let the Xayah through if that was the main concern, was just the ultimate.
Yeah, pretty much. And with the Varus already gone, that's normally the go-to for IU as well on that. So I'm waiting to see. There's a Jinx that could still be taken out here. We saw Caitlyn from Mortius before. We saw a couple of Zeris in the past from Mortius and from Bronze. So with the Rakan, I would expect, honestly, to... I'm trying to think what people are pairing with this champion right now. And it feels like it's Varus, Xayah, and MF. And I'm not really sure what the choice is going to be here for right now that none of those are available.
Yeah, he works kind of with everything. I much more appreciate
bot lane Jace, of course.
Ashe ban, because Ashe Grom was always a combo that
Yeah.
could be played. Actually, you joke about that, Trajan, but I unironically think Rakan Jace, out of all the bot lanes,
Kind of cooks.
could kind of work.
I mean, we saw the Udyr Senna days where IU plays the tank, right? Just IU
True,
tank Jace.
true.
Any takers for an IU tank Jace Rakan bot lane?
Senna's
Marvin,
available.
looks
I'll
like-
take those.
Oh, I don't know if my heart can take that. I don't know if I'm ready for that, honestly. We have seen the Kai'Sa come through from Marvin. That is another pick that's been rising in priority down there. And the Poppy to round it out. So Poppy support here. Good against the Rakan, does stop them up. And there's the Ezreal. Actually, I had forgotten about it. You already mentioned it, but with the Rakan, this is still a pairing that people are seeing with it. So IU, with a very strong mid game coming out, this decent range as well, can outrange the Kai'Sa, at least in that early laning phase. When she doesn't have powerful W's to play with, there's always a minion wipe to stand behind. So decent for Furia. Now, I'm trying to think what this comp does in its entirety. I guess it's like Jace Ezreal poke with some snap engage and flanks from Rakan and Wukong.
Yeah, if you're talking about hands for Furia and just wanting to be able to win up mechanically, this feels like that sort of comp to do just that. No true tank. Sure, Rakan gets tankier later, but it does take time. We talked about support income before, and the fact that they kind of need welfare checks half the time. But you've got a lot of poke, as you have mentioned, and a lot of mobility. So a lot of these champions have self-peel or ways to get around. So Furia is really looking to hand check. Fluxu W7M, I actually like their composition a little bit more here. They've got a lot of ways to hunt down champions that want to get away. I like the Kai'Sa actually being blinded in the situation, daring you to pick the Ezreal, and I usually just went, okay, I'll do it anyways. Like, I know that Kai'Sa technically counters me. It's fine. I still think I'm better. If you dive after me, I'll beat you with sheer damage. Likewise, with the Ahri, with the Vi, you can knock down a single target. And Fury have just gone, we will overload you with different targets. But if Fluxu W7N can find them isolated, which I expect would be the case in a lot of times this game, then I do think the Fluxu W7M composition has a lot of manageable, achievable goals. There should be at no point in this game a point where you just go, well, there's nothing I can do anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. There should always be a Vi ultimate to be found, you know, at the very least. And I like that we've got the Poppy support for Geeks here. The struggle that it seemed like he had last game was he just wasn't able to find a good engage opportunity. Furia was playing too safe. They weren't giving him windows. And on this Poppy now, this is not an engage Poppy right now. They've already got Vi Ahri. They don't need Poppy to be engaging. What Poppy can do is it can block Wukong, it can block Rakan, and it can block Jace. It can actually just really neuter some of the engage options for Furia if they're trying to close the gap and get some damage down. The Poppy W actually has massive value against that draft.
And the interesting thing for me is going to be seeing how Giggs is actually able to pilot the Poppy, because in order to stop the engage, you need to be healthy enough to not die to just everybody powering in. And there's a lot of poke, right? Like with the Ezreal, with the Jace, heck, even Aurora to a lesser extent can kind of decently poke as well. Geeks needs to make sure that he's not chunked out right from the get-go. But I'm looking at who else is going to take that chunk. Drake Hero's not going to want to take it. He wants to be the one to engage. If he's low, he can't use that ultimate. So Hidan with the Ambessa, I could see that working. But Hidan needs to actually be at the team fights. And more often than not in LTA South, we've seen top laners be split pushing instead of be with the team. That's just how we kind of prefer to do things, and then call the top laners when you want a team fight. But against a poke comp, that might not really be an option.
Absolutely. Now, as we head onto the Rift here, it is a red, moody Noxian sky over the Rift right here. Furia with a chance to complete the 2-0 and right the ship after a shaky start, and Fluxy W7M hanging on by their fingertips here in the split one for LTA South. An early invade from Furia, dropping wide vision to try and control that top side of the jungle. Playing together, never afraid from Fluxy W7M so far. They've got some counter vision. The Vi's gone in to get something on the blue side, or the red side blue buff, I should say. And we'll see what information that can pass them, where these junglers want to interact right here. Because again, Tattoo, Drake Hero, these should be some of our most aggressive, active early junglers. We didn't see much out of Drake Hero last game. We didn't, to be honest, see that much out of Tattoo in the early game either. So we'll see if this game has a different story to tell.
Yeah, Tattoo is really quiet. It's worth noting where the wards were dropped as well. Furia's wards were jungle wards. They're trying to track where Drake Hero is going to be starting and what he wants to do. Whereas Fluxu W7M, they dropped a lane ward to watch for lane swaps, or to enable themselves to pull off a lane swap. They're actually sending Hidan here. I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest. I feel like Jace can handle the 1v2 fairly decently. He's got range, and he's got a bit more wave clear than Ambessa. Ambessa is melee, has to step up to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Gigo here in the Jace lane swap. Marvin and Geeks wasting no time shoving him back from the wave. We can see Tatu starting on that bot side on the Krugs, and Bessa as well suffering the same fate, pushed under the tower. And we'll see who's going to come out on top from this lane swap. Last time, Furia looked like they were going to come out very far ahead for Io and Jojo with that late lane swap that they went for. We'll see if they have a similar idea right here, or if someone's going to be able to find those early kills. We do still see level 3 dives coming through, despite the changes from Riot. It's still possible, but you've got to get that poke down. You've got to find a window.
Yeah, and that's the concern for the Jace on the lane swap, because he isn't inherently tanky. Like, tank Jace, you build him tanky. He doesn't come with that extra health and armor. And that's why we're seeing Jojo actually being rotated up so early to make sure that level 3 dive doesn't come through. Drake Hero is kind of low, though, on this split map right now. He's only got half health, and with the turret ramping, even without the support, the dive can go a little bit iffy. It has to be Gigs kicking things off.
Oh, Tatu's coming in behind him as well. The knockup from Jojo onto Drake here is dropping ever lower. Does still have the Q and the flash to get away. Tatu threatening, and Furia will rebuff the advances of Fluxu W7M. Gigo, normally they're happy to leave him on an island, and he does well in that situation, but this time they're backing the boy up. They do not want to see that Jace put behind early on.
I feel like as a side bonus as well, first of all, Tatu is continuing to chase Drake Hero, but Tatu actually ended up full clearing his bot side, where Drake Hero couldn't actually full clear and take the Krugs on Furious part of the map. And Tatu was actually looking to try and get a little bit more, pulled full all the way out of lane as well. It's not a major thing. Fu can just use the time to kind of get a bit of a recall go in, come back with some items, but it does kind of spell bad things for Fluxu W7M that Furia is ready and willing to get so aggressive so early on. Like, Vi Ahri is generally considered a fairly strong early game combo, but the Wukong, who needs 6 to really be effective, is somehow in your jungle threatening the entire time.
Furia just living in that topside jungle. They had the early wards in there. They're aggressively maneuvering to push out Drake Hero. Now they're invading to steal the guy's Gromplets. The guy's just getting absolutely robbed right here. Fluxu finally rotating some defense over. The stun from Geeks into the charm. And in fact, it's Tatu overstaying his welcome. Fluxu refused to be disrespected in this manner.
And this is the flip side of Tatu. Remember I said he's like Drake Hero and Croc? Yeah, like we've seen Croc do precisely this so many times, where he just walks in there, refuses to back up. We've seen Drake Hero go in, invade, and then die because he had no backup from his team, and his team was probably screaming in his ear, get out. Tatu there, like, I can't imagine that Tuts wasn't telling him that Fu's missing. Like, he's going for you, but Tatu wanted that blue buff so badly. I think he got it too, but... Is it worth the death? Is it worth first blood?
Snatched away. Drake Hero again. First blood for the second game on the trot. Will pick up that buff once again. It just got to him in the end of it. So Fluxu, W7M, again, even in gold. In fact, marginally behind, but Gigo now once again under pressure. Geeks with the second attempt at this play. The flash still available for Jace. Should be able to just use the minion wave to survive. Oh, he just holds it! He just holds it and goes down in a straight gank from Geeks.
You know, I asked for a question mark ping from Rose, but I think that Ramta can only draw and not actually, like, give us League of Legends pings yet. Like, Giga, you were talking there. Yeah, I agree with you. He had flash, but he just thought that he wouldn't go down to that burst of damage, and now you're giving a free kill over to Marvin. Marvin can carry games. Look, I know that he's not been the most standout AD carry, but if you look at his stats, the man is actually an incredibly high KDA. He doesn't miss position very much. He doesn't give you much options or chances to take him down. And he puts out a decent amount of damage. His DPM is actually really solid among the bot laners. Now, on a champion like Kai'Sa in Academy, he has absolutely ripped apart teams with this Kai'Sa before. You don't want to be giving him free kills and letting him get that opportunity here in Tier 1.
You absolutely don't. Do not let him fuel that engine straight away early on. It's one kill left for Fluxu W7M to secure that feat of warfare. Notable that Furia are still 200 gold ahead, despite giving away the first and second kills now, and we're rotating for another fight up in this top side. Aggression from Drake here onto Tatu, and Ambessa in the back pocket to 4v3 Furia. They've walked right into the pincer. Not a great spot for them, but they get the flash out of Hedan, in fact, and the cavalry is coming up the river. Gigo and Tuts looking to fight back. Fluxu W7M losing some health. Geeks dropping low. Gigo going in with the flash, finally saves it for this fight, I suppose. In goes Tuts with the Between Worlds, and there's that first kill. The rest of them piling in. They get 1, 2, and 3. They snatch the feat of warfare away from Fluxu W7M. Fu still holding the ult, has to back away. And just like that, all the advantage, all of the lead is dissipated. FourY are now 1.5k ahead.
Now, that's a feat that deserves to be on a wiki feat. The fact that not only did they get the feat of warfare, but they snatched it from a 2-0 team. They didn't lose anybody on that series of plays.
That's crazy. They didn't lose a single person on that play.
Yeah,
FourY were just teasing FluxU W7M throughout the entire thing. They're like, oh, you think you could kill me? Tatu kind of low. Oh, Jojo kind of low. But they just couldn't quite finish anybody off, and the choke points were so bad for them. This is not a team that has a lot of AoE. Being in a choke point is not a good position, and FourY collapsed first. Look how far away Fu is from this fight. Like, Tuts is already in here. Fu has to even burn the Spirit Rush to get in, and you get in so late that you can't even finish off the low health members. So FourY just absolutely able to punish. Tatu still not 6, has no Cyclone, still able to find a kill back.
He's gonna be traded. Hidan will take some value away from him there. Both junglers falling in the end of it. Of course, the feat already taken down. We see the 3 grubs taken by FourY as well while we were watching that replay. So more feats coming through for FourY potentially in the near future. But yeah, it's so tough for FluxU W7M. The start looked so much better for them. They were able to actually use these combinations to find picks and catch FourY, honestly disrespecting them, but then FourY just step up, call for the 5v5, they rotate first, and they take all of the advantage back, and FluxU W7M are right back where they started. Again, they need to dig themselves out of a hole. Now, in this game, they do have much better tools to do so, and they've almost got level 6 on the Vi. Maybe we can see them start to put that to good use.
Yeah, right back to game 1, it feels like, with the deficit that is now gone. 8.5 minutes. Well, thankfully, Trajan, it's not like FluxU W7M have no ways to play this out from this position. 1.7k, it's not the end of the world. It's kind of rough at this point in the game, but still playable. And more importantly, Drake Hero has yet to hit that level 6. And that's what I'm waiting and looking for. When you get the ultimates available, the Cease and Desist plus the Spirit Rush and Charm, that's when you really see that combo pop off. We get to see exactly how Tatu went down, so it's not even off the grubs. He was invading again.
It was just, and notice that as soon as he came back on the map, he went straight back to invade bot side. He just went straight back onto the enemy chicken's camp. Absolutely no respect for what is supposed to be his side of the jungle. Drake Hero trying it himself, still doesn't have level 6, and Tuts has a 3-level advantage on him. Comes over with the Between Worlds. Finally, Vi gets it. Fu could maybe follow up. Maybe there's an angle to play it on here. Tuts can't quite get the job done. Drake Hero with shield after shield. How on earth did he get away with that one alive?
Well, he might not get away with it alive. Drake Hero is being hunted down in the enemy jungle right now. Fu gets to get away. Blast Cone might allow at least for an execute for Drake Hero.
3 TP's back out. Gigo spotted him. It's been a while. And there's the execute. Drake Hero gets away with it and wastes the time of Gigo. That is crazy. How many shields the Vi got in that play? That's just bonkers. But FluxU really, really needed that.
And finally, Drake Hero takes level 6. After all that action, he gets the ult mid-fight, and I think that actually did a lot as well. In the middle of that fight, having that ultimate just adds more CC to come through. Tuts was not able to pump out the damage that ideally you'd like to see from the Aurora, but it's still a dangerous and not an ideal thing. Yeah, okay, never mind. Tuts still does damage. Holy.
Riot. His champion is absolutely... I can't use the word to describe it, to be honest. We're still running a family show here. That's ridiculous. So Tuts, very, very strong with the damage coming out here. Wasn't enough to kill. How was it not able to kill the Vi when he can chunk Marvin from 100 to 40% in one combo? I'll never know, but for now, it does seem like Marvin's going to have to back away, and that bot tower is going to take a little bit more damage. The gold's still in FourY's favor, but they have not been able to keep that one growing after that last fight.
To be fair, a Kai'Sa and a Vi are not made equal, Trajan.
But they're like, they're both like level 5, you know? No one's got any items, no one's like got that much value.
One's a melee minion, the other's a caster minion. What melts a lot faster?
I suppose you would know. So Tut's working on that bot lane, gets that third play done. Fu now gonna go and match up, maybe have a little bit more fun against him than Marvin did. Is 1-0-1 right now with, you know, a very marginal gold advantage. But going into this mid game, we are going to have the Vi and Ahri combo ready to go. We saw that it is able to turn around plays and eliminate individual targets. It's all about how FluxU use that in the plays.
And how FourY position around and love these plays as well. That combo we said before, it's great at picking isolated members, but when you're grouped, it does get a lot harder. And the other thing, I guess Geek's flashing forward, looking for Ayu there.
Yeah, Furia working on this grub pack right now. If they get this camp, they will get the second feat and they'll secure the boost, but they want to go for the fight instead. Jojo's going all the way in, and Drake Hero has nothing to say about it. Jojo not looking healthy, but his job here is done.
Not healthy, but definitely happy. And that's one of the disgusting things about Rakan is he gets in there and he gets out there pretty much solo, unassisted, didn't need any peel from his team to get out.
Oof, that was close, brother, with the aggressive E. Hidan inches away from connecting with the ult there.
Not even close, man.
I guess. That's certainly what IU thinks, I suppose. Furia are still going to get this last grub. If there's Hidan something to say about it, there it is. So, there is, I believe, that should be the second feat completed, and now Furia do have the bonus boots, so they do have a little bit of extra firepower in those inventories.
Yeah, with how this game has been playing out so far, like I was thinking FourY4 W7 could maybe try and make something happen, but you saw not only was Furia grouped up first, which first of all dissuades off the engage. Tattoo Cyclone, sure, you can stop him from engaging with the Poppy, you can't stop him from kind of messing with your engage because you can't dash through that Cyclone, you get knocked up trying. But what impressed me more is Furia was the ones to pull the trigger first. Like they were grouped up, the moment they saw an opportunity, they just dog-piled right in, and Drake Hero just melted. And if Drake Hero keeps getting melted, he's already 1-3 and 2. He falls any further behind, his engages are not going to be worth anything at that point. If you engage to make that play happen and you trade 1-for-1, it is not worth it. The whole point of the Vi Ari combo is you're killing them 1-for-0, not trading 1-for-1.
Kigo aggressively going into Hidan. Doesn't really have that much health or mana, but Ambessa is terrified right now. Has to flash away from the Shock Blast combo. Exacties mana from Gigo to get that full combo off with the Spear of Shojin is starting to sting, and Hidan without a full item completed maybe did not want any of that smoke.
Yeah, the lane swaps ultimately ended up not favoring Hidan whatsoever. Now, Ambessa does scale, so it's not like she's out of it by any means. She can still find her way back into the game. And if you're up against like a Heavy Bruiser or Tank Jace, maybe you don't win the 1v1, but you still have threat. A lot of Ambessa's strength is tied into her mobility, her ability to dive into backlines, into the likes of Tuts and IU as well, who have to keep an eye out for this Ambessa. So it's tough, but FourY4 W7M, again, I feel like I'm broken record at this point. It's not necessarily about these team fights. It's not necessarily about the 1v1s. It's a lot about making these picks happen. And where's Drake Hero right now? Because he's the one I'm watching to try and kick things off.
Yeah, pretty much. We can see potential play from Geeks up onto the top side. Of course, there is still a tower there. It's not going to be the easiest one to make work. And there is the dragon going on the other side of the map. So I think Furia are happy to just commit to this one. My question to you, RMC, is we have the Kraken Slayer coming in for Marvin right here, implying a more of a crit or an on-hit build. Could this not have been the static shiv into Shadow Flame, like sort of poke build, considering there is like not really a tank line on Furia? They're going to be sitting back and poking, why not throw back some poke your own?
Because you're never going to be able to match their poke. And if I recall correctly, I think they nerfed the AP build a little bit, so we're seeing a lot more on hit. I will say the other thing too is Kraken Slayer gives you a much needed upfront burst damage compared to Static Shiv. The Static Shiv is fine, but I think given how these skirmishes and picks are breaking out, the Kraken Slayer will guarantee the kill a bit more effectively in these sort of single target one or smaller skirmishes where you're picking off two people. So I like the idea of it. But if you build it and then you don't skirmish, then the Static Shiv is much more useful.
Yeah, if you always have to be standing 10 miles away, getting hit by Jace Qs and Ezreal Qs, then your Kraken Slayer goes a bit limp in the inventory. Doesn't seem to hit. We have seen that first turret destroyed in the bot lane. Furia now over 3,000 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark with 2 dragons stacked up. Infernal Rift here in the second game. Very impactful. Tuts goes in with the invisibility and chunks through. And back to base, buddy. You don't want to stick around for another one of those.
Who just got out of base, man?
Oh, dude.
He just walked out, pushed that wave, and immediately sent packing. The worst part about that to me, macro-wise, is not even that you got chunked. It's that Tuts gets to kind of push that wave in and then immediately roam with 0 consequence. And now Fu, if you don't go down to catch that wave, then, well, you're going to miss a wave. If you go down to catch that wave, Furia then have move advantage on you somewhere else on the map.
Both teams were sitting in the brush waiting for someone to show themselves, and Fluxu depart the moment Furia step out. They're getting pushed back to that mid lane tower as well. Tuts has arrived, a TP flank in fact, from the Ahri. Fu is going to fly over their heads. The rest of FourY will see this coming.
I like it.
As the wards come down, where's the commit? Where's the angle? We're going into that front line. The ults are coming across thick and fast. Gigo looking to come in and flank as well. Tattoo gets rid of Hedan to start it off, and Fluxu are all to a man dying on their arses out there. They are struggling to get back to the turret. FourY get away from the attempted flank. And they'll pick up the mid turret as well.
I know it's technically my job to break these fights down, Trajan, but I don't understand how it went so wrong.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was a mess over there. It's like 5 different fights happening, and Fluxu was winning none of them.
The problem is that for Fluxu W7M, theoretically their comp should be happy to break the fight down into smaller skirmishes, but it feels like they're so far behind. I looked up the gold, though. They're about 3k behind, maybe about half an item in some of the inventories behind. It's actually not as big as it feels, because a lot of that gold hasn't been spent yet. But FourY's target selection and the way they grouped up was just so incredibly good. They were able to take people out before the fight started, and what should have been a 5v5 or, you know, 5 different 1v1s ended up just being a 5v4 right from the get-go, and they're able to pick up so much off the back of that. The turret, the objective, Drake Hero should be able to get out.
Yeah, loses the grub to a shock blast from Gigo, but does not get anything else. Loses the flash in the process as well. FourY really putting the stranglehold onto Fluxu W7M, refusing to give anything on the map, just taking this lead once again out of the laning phase. One good fight, they're off to the races, and suddenly the entire map feels like a danger spot for Fluxu. 3 versus 2 in the spot side right now, and they're just barely inching forward. They just do not have the confidence.
Yeah, and why should they give anything over the way of Fluxu W7M? They are so much stronger, and they know it. And again, we talked about how individually there's so much agency on these champions. Even if they can't necessarily win 2v1 situation or 1v2 situation, they can get out of most of these situations. There's not a lot of bad combos here to be able to come through. See, even JoJo's not afraid to step up. He knows that Drake Hero's not going to burn the ultimates on him. And even if you do, there's still a half decent chance. He's got flash. He's got all his dashes ready to go. He's got the speed buff. If he has to burn his ult to get out, so be it.
Yeah, there goes the tankiest member, I guess, of Fluxu. Only 40% of their health lost against the basic Aurora combo in top side. So not looking super fun for anybody, really. Tuts hasn't gotten a kill so far, but he's doing exactly what Aurora needs to do. Just walking into any isolated target and sending them back to base instantly. And just slowing the entire team down, one champion at a time, as Drake Hero once again walks into JoJo here on the north side of mid lane. No damage is really exchanged. We're all just kind of sitting here in FourY, maybe daring Fluxu to try anything because they just do not have the source to get it done.
Yeah, they'll turn Drake here into Drake Zero real fast.
Again with the E4, that's the Titan right there, but already one has gone down. Okay. Support for jungle. 1-for-1 right now. Tattoo not looking great. Are you trying to get away, but gets clipped by Hedan. In comes Marvin, the connection off the Kai'Sa. Barrier barely keeps him alive for a little longer, and the rest of FourY are piling in to try and get it sorted out. Hedan will be traded back by Tuts, who is chasing down Marvin. The Kai'Sa turns back, drops the barrier quite early. Gigo now stepping in to take that front line. Another big chunk. If he gets in Q range, it's all over. The shock blast misses. A lovely charm from Fu slows down Tuts, but the autos are just too good. And Tuts secures it on Marvin.
No, that's okay. He stole it, Trajan. That was secured by Gigo. He put in all the work. Okay, Tuts able to pick up his kills in the game, though, and Tatu kind of got left unattended. He was what really kicked off this fight, but then he got forced out early, just rotated into the bot lane instead, gets the Herald charge. Doesn't get the turret, but hey. Ramus thumbs up. It's okay.
Yeah, dude, literally the IUE forward he's done it multiple times in this game. He's literally just like, please fight. Please try and kill me. I dare you guys. You cannot just let me play like this. It's insane. And finally, Fluxu said, no, we can't let you play like this. Fine. And they did manage to start it off with a 1-for-1, but, you know, once Tuts arrived, it started to go south pretty fast.
Yeah, and I think in general, that's why I'm kind of frustrated watching this game right now, because Fluxu W7M, they're behind in gold, but that fight actually went pretty even. If they're willing to pull the trigger, if they're willing to engage, I think they can find more of that. Now, do I think they're going to be able to get objectives off the back end of it? Probably not, but one step at a time. When you're 5k gold down, you take those kills first. You take those bounties, you try and get back in the game. Then you think about going for those Atacans, those Barons, those Dragons.
Geeks has Tattoo coming for him right now. Backsteps to avoid the shot blast, but the entire rest of FourY is coming around the corner. It's a killing spree for the Jace. Tattoo trying to dive to get a little bit more. At least would like to burn the ult maybe from Fu, and there it is. Spirit Rush off the table. More jungle camps will be siphoned off by Furia as the entire rest of the map continues to fall under their control.
Yeah, we are past 20 minutes. Atakan has spawned. Furia going to fall back onto this one. Spirit Rush got used by Fu, and as you mentioned, they didn't bait out the cyclone the first time.
Tattoo waits for him to go back on the wave, flashes in and takes the solo kill. Love that from the Furia jungler. The rest of Fluxy W7M TPing in. Tuts is kind of low. The Atakan is kind of dicing him up right now, and Tuts is tanking it right now. Somebody help that Aurora, guys. Don't leave him to it. You gotta help your boys out. This Atakan is doing a number on Furia, and Tattoo's isolated. He's got no flash. He's got no ultimate. Kind of a bit sloppy from Furia, leaving the window open. But Fluxu, are they gonna commit? Do they want to try and capture this window?
You know, Trajan, Series 1, we praised K-Stars for knowing how to do Atakan. How to dodge everything out.
Yeah, this one was
I sadly
rough.
cannot say the same for Furia.
Yeah, I don't love this one. They didn't really get contested in game 1, but now it's Fluxu starting up. All the TPs are in. Straight 5v5. Buffs on the line as Atakan resets. Fluxu do not want to commit it down to the bone, and no one wants to start it up again. Furia, I think they just want to take the fight. They don't want the 5v6. Loving charm into a stun, and Tuts oversteps his mark.
Fu does it again. It feels like every time Fluxu W7M find themselves to back up against the wall, it's Fu who keeps making these happen. The charm on point to stop that. Because, to be fair, Trajan, that situation did not favor Fluxu W7M. They don't have the poke to be able to match Gigo and Ayu. And the fact that they got kind of pincered by both poke champions would have been terrible for them. They just have to eat it the entire time. So they need to disengage. And if they didn't land that charm, yeah, there's just going to be an extended face-off, which would be worse than worse. But getting that charm on Tuts means that Furia have to completely back off. And for Fluxu W7M, they can't go for Atakan. They just wanted to go home.
Yeah, they were not having a good time in that side of the map. That pit was not being very kind to them, and we see Furia get a little bit disjointed there. Tuts too aggressive on his own. Tattoo separated from the team without the skills and abilities to make him kind of vulnerable there, and does step away. So Furia stall out for the kind of the first time in this game on that play, but the Atakan's still live and ready for them to fight over it. Furia, if they can get set up in the pit again, they should be able to win. Furia. Jojo steps back away, Fu threatening, and again, Fluxu W7M, they're kind of looking into the river, trying to get some vision down, but maybe Furia just want to go back to the waves, maybe just want to sack off the objective fight altogether.
Yeah, and why not, right? You've got actually really strong solo lanes, which haven't been able to be answered. We've seen Tuts time and time again just half-held somebody almost right from the get-go. Gigo has been winning out the trades as well, and Ambessa should be strong at this point, but Gigo is unafraid. The moment Tattoo shows up as well, they get that easy push, that turret in, and the Fluxu W7M, they're not in a position to punish. There's no TP on Gigo, but Fluxu W7M were in kind of damage control where they're just trying to catch waves. They can't push out, they can't threaten, and Fury get to take their time and their pick of the litter when it comes to map objectives.
Yeah, pretty much. Furia happy to just soak up those waves once again. You can see on the gold graph, everybody is ahead. Most are ahead by almost 1,000 gold, sometimes over 2,000 gold. Just every member of Furia has a notable gold advantage to play with. The inventory power is there. They've got Israel in the mid game. They've got this Jace with a sort of hybrid kind of bruisery build, Spear of Shojin into the Fimbulwinter, into the upgraded boots that actually is going into some more magic resist. So Gigo is still going to be pretty defensive on this side. Won't have quite as much damage to play with, but Aurora can certainly back that one up. And now we're playing around the dragon side. We've abandoned Atakan for now. That Israel chunks Fu out though.
Well, I did not think he did that much damage. Miramana does wonders for your damage profile. That's absolutely nutty. Drake Hero forced to dash out, but Tuts wants in.
Oh, massive damage from the ultimate there. Fu on the side, but the tanky Gigo does not care. Drake Hero with no way out. Taken down by Ayu just as the dragon's about to spawn. No smite available for Fluxu, no primary engage. This is likely going to be the Infernal Soul for Furia.
And the way Furia are just willing to engage as well. That wasn't like Tattoo necessarily leading the charge. That wasn't Jojo necessarily finding the pick. They were very, very split. And it was Tuts who ended up being the first one in. But they're strong enough. They know they can do it. And the moment Fluxu W7M got split as well, they're just done. They don't have enough damage when they're split to actually take down targets. It's only Ayu and Tuts, I think, who are at any risk of dying if they're split up. And even then, as we saw in that situation, nothing's guaranteed. Tuts got knocked out right away, and Ayu just was not in danger whatsoever.
Yeah, Geeks, speaking of in danger, Geeks is kind of on the wrong side of town. Tuts doesn't want to full commit. Hedan is there. He wants to surely punish someone for this, and he has to flash away. Tattoo's in there to follow up on the damage. IU taking a look-see, but Hedan loses the summoner, loses most of the HP. Atakan's still available. Maybe FourY4 want to go for that. Maybe they just want to go for the mid lane. There's plenty of choice for them as to where to push out.
I think, okay. Hero?
Ooh, has to flash away again. The Cyclone committed this time. Not really that much damage to follow it up. IU still getting into range, and Ian a Q. There it is. The ultimate not even needed. IU's Ezreal 5-1 and 4 laying out the damage. Fu committing to try and pick up a bounty on the other side, trying to make the best of a bad situation. Gigo holding down the mid lane, aggressed on by Hedan, does have a flash of his own, and remember the Ambessa doesn't have that mobility. The rest of FourY are peeling off. They want to finish the Baron, but they want to keep their members safe as well.
Fluxer W7M just buying time right now. They're going for the turrets. They're kind of sieging into the mid lane. Gigo able to hold them off for now. But Fu just keeps pushing bot, and everybody else is distracted with Baron. I don't think FourY can go for Atakan if this pressure keeps coming down.
Yeah, Tuts is rotating down to that bot side to try and catch this wave. Geeks is there to support as well. Does have a TP on the Aurora if he wants to rotate over. Drops the ultimate, in fact, just to clean the wave out. Spams some emotes.
Wow.
And then just watches them step away. Meanwhile, FourY, they have converted straight into the Atakan. And just look at the Fluxu W7M members scattered across the map, back deep in their lanes. They will not be able to stop them. So Baron plus Voracious Atakan, FourY with the 8k lead, the Infernal Soul. They just have everything, man.
They have everything, and I actually really love the call from FourY there. The Fluxu W7M was trying to pressure them, fluster them with the side lane threat of Fu just taking turrets. And if Fu had gotten it, kind of a good situation, honestly, for Fluxu W7M when you can't contest any of these objectives. But FourY, just by sending Tuts in, was able to stall them out. Between Worlds used as a threat more than anything else, and the threat worked. Fluxu W7M back off. They don't get the gold they so badly needed.
IU again with the E
Touch
in into the straight flash out, but he's managed to bait Fluxu in again, and all the TPs come in. The rest of FourY try to pounce, and they will secure a kill on the jungler. Just clips him with the knock up as well. Tuts picks up the credit, and now here comes the push. This IU E forward into flash out into fight bait has worked so many times in this game. RMC FourY just keep tripping them up with the same old business.
Yeah, Ambessa back to base. Hedan, can he find anything?
Oh,
No, the rest of the team's already dead.
The Tuts ultimate is massive. No one's even used the Voracious Atakan withdrawals, RMC. It's just that dominant. FourY put together a beautiful 2-0 victory. Fluxu W7M, unfortunately for them, their tournament ends here. It'll be a couple of months before we see them back, but FourY rightly looking pretty smug, looking happy about their performance today. Big turnaround after their first series.
Cutie patootie Tatu. You know what? He deserves a lot, Tatu. I think this series, he certainly popped off as well. But my goodness, yeah, that's... You know, we had questions coming into the series. Like, hey, is FourY... are they a flash in the pan? I'm going to be honest, that question not answered. I can't tell because Fluxu W7M... in the words of FourY4, puked over themselves. They're periodic pukers, I guess. And it's just like, I don't know what to say. We didn't see the Viari combo.
Tatu's not even put his shoes back on. It's just like, forgot the footwear, buddy. Back under your desk. Might want to retrieve those, but that is it. You can see the bracket here. Thank you, Rose, for pulling them up. Loud and FourY advancing on the day to await the losers of Game C and H on the bracket. So I think for FourY, they have at least demonstrated that they do still have that high floor of quality that we got used to seeing from them last time. And we do have the demonstration of exactly who's playing who. Thank you very much. But yeah, we can't say that FourY is necessarily better than they were, or that they've made huge progress yet. They've definitely not backstepped. They have definitely not lost what made them so exciting in that last split. Those super clean games, the excellent value creation across the map without feeling the need to go for crazy, risky plays. They're very solid in that early game. And when they get the lead, they very, very rarely make a mistake with it. But we need to see them against the higher level teams again. Isurus Estral was able to just kind of scrap their way out of it by just having a lot of good players in a bucket. And that was too much for FourY in that first round. So not sure yet, but certainly not a disaster of a split. We are going to see them play again.
Yeah, they're not out after just 4 games, which unfortunately is what happened to Fluxo W7M.
Yeah.
That's the minimum of games you can play. And for Fluxo W7M, look, if you're not ready, you're not ready. They were one of the last teams to settle their roster. There was a lot of complications that happened with the original Fluxo roster, and then the last second merge with W7M. Things happen, and if they need another 2 months to kind of get their act together, you know, get some scrims going, get the synergy going, and clean up their mistakes, so be it. You've got that time now, Fluxo, W7M. Take it for what it's worth. FourY4, though, Trajan, as much as we're praising them and saying that, you know, yeah, it looks like they've got some good things about them. I do think there's some fundamentals they do need to clean up. Some of their objective fighting and setting up for objectives did need some work. And today it wasn't punished. It's just Estro didn't really punish them. But when I look at the way Pain plays, they would absolutely get punished there. Leviathan had a really good showing as well up against VKS. I'm going to be honest, they surprised me with how good they were. But with Pro Delta and Scary, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to punish poor setup around objectives either. That's a good jungler and an excellent support for shot calling. Yeah, FourY4, they've got work to do, but they've got time to do it because they won't play till 8 days from now, next week, Sunday, as tomorrow is the upper bracket, followed by their best of 1, and then the last round on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be back again tomorrow to do Pain versus Leviathan and Red Canids versus Isurus Estral. Both should be very intriguing matches. We'll see who goes down to face Loud and FourY4, and we'll see who advances into that tiebreaker to see who is our first and second seed going to represent us against the LTA North. We'll get our first pair of qualifiers there, which will be very exciting to see. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. As always, thank you any remainders from the Scorpion Kingdom, Captain Flowers, that have stuck around. Thank you so much. We always appreciate the raids from him and anyone who has joined us for these series today. Honestly, the viewership has been very, very good. We're super happy with it. We very much appreciate everybody joining in to check out the LTA South. And thank you, of course, Rose on production, as always, doing a fantastic job making it look as clean and shiny and beautiful as it does. To keep everybody engaged, including myself. I like to look at the shiny colors and the flashing lights. So when the gameplay normally gives us plenty of that, but sometimes it's nice to have some shiny graphics as well. So thank you very much, everybody. And RMC, thank you so much for doing a full shift today, covering a bunch of games. And we will leave you all with a raid to the LTA North, our siblings above the Gulf of Mexico. We'll see how that how that progresses, everybody. But yeah, enjoy LTA North. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and we will hopefully see you again tomorrow for more LTA South action.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the